Good evening. We're here. Friday night hobby talk. Apparently, it's a busy night. Apparently, the Fanatics Fest has got people very excited. But we've got a very special occasion. Two things. Because number one, it appears that Eric is not here. That is because apparently after episode 200, our warranty ran out. Our warranty was only good through the 200th episode. And then they're like, Carlos, you have to pay extra. Extra for the extended warranty? So I gotta shop around some rates. We'll see. The good news is that Eric is still paying for the like button. That continues. I've got that contract through episode 2500. Like it's going for a long time. We got that covered. But first of all, let me say hello. We got Andy. She blinded me with factors. Good evening, Andy. How are you?
Good. How are you guys doing?
Doing well. It's been a little while since we had a chance to have Andy on the show, so I figured it was a good opportunity to get reacquainted, to get caught up. He was at the National. We'll talk a little bit about Fanatics Fest since it is the week of it, like Shark Week, but even lamer than National. The National is like Shark Week, but lamer, but this is like lamer-er. So we've got that going for us. So that's pretty good. And it allows me to double up because I have my annual not National coverage. Now I've got my annual not Fanatics Fest coverage. This is pretty exciting. I can double up on this. That's pretty good, yeah. And of course, we got the Burrell in the Garage of Knowledge. Bobby, how are you?
Good. Always good.
Excellent. And we got Brandon Baubles and Ball Cards joining us here to kind of help us offset our collective. Plus, when we get around to making fun of Eric, he will help. Because, like I said, he claims to have some ailments, but all I'm saying is he has a lot of enemies, and I'm not completely convinced that the text message I get was actually sent by 540 Flips. I think 540 Flips brutally murdered him, and I think this is buying themselves time. That's my prevailing theory right now. I haven't seen the body. I'm not convinced.
Eric is but a sickly boy.
Yep.
COVID 17 times, I think, or something like that.
Yeah, I think it's an interesting coincidence. He made it up to episode 200 and then all of a sudden disintegrated and fell apart.
Something wrong.
Interesting. I'm just here for the Will Levis Cologne discussion. Yes, we will. We got Andy up to speed on this one. Andy will take the role of someone who was disgusted by mayonnaise. But what we'll do is we'll talk about it because Lord knows I need to have my pound of flesh on this, at least for a couple of minutes. We'll definitely do that. Good evening, Justin. Paul C says, are we leading to some IRP and being on time adjacent? Yes, we needed a minute just to finish our chat here today. Dufex, good evening. I knew playing with knives would get Eric in trouble. I know, exactly. Good evening to you, S2. Welcome, Andy. Good day there, legends. Good evening, Global. Thank you. Well, actually, in Australia, it'd be a different time zone. So morning, afternoon, I'm not sure. You have to let us know.
We'll have to break dance it out.
Yeah, that's true. Maybe it's breakdancing time is what it is in Australia.
Maybe that's the skill.
Listen, man. I'm not joking. I want a ray gun card. Leaf, get on this shit. Let's go. You guys, you're on all these things. I need a ray gun card. All right, it's 10 a.m. So good morning to you, Global. Good morning. Where would you find a gently used low mileage Eric? Man, I've been asking that question for a while. The other one is getting long in the tooth. He's a beater. It's a beater.
He's at least 20 miles a day.
We don't even know how many miles we put on that one.
It's a beaner.
There we go. Rick Vintage Oddball Cars. Andy's the man. Indeed. Good evening, Ham. And Ham, I think, just celebrated his 2,000th subscriber. He had a subscriber live. I caught it really quickly, so I think it worked out.
Very cool.
Eric can protest. Eric doesn't have the energy or the ability to protest. He cannot spell protest. Good evening, Jeff. Absolutely. And like I said, the like button fees will still be passed along to him.
Perfect.
You think they do better than big league packs for VIP? We'll touch on that. All right. Let's do the Will Levis one quickly. We'll have some fun with it and we'll come back to it later because Andy didn't think this was a real thing, but it is.
I didn't think this was real, but hey.
I even saw the commercials. Fantastic. It was sensational. So anyway, if you're familiar, Will Levis, quarterback of the in the National Football League, allegedly. Like it was a viral thing a while back when I don't remember exactly how it came up, but I remember him making reference to something about there being, mayonnaise in his coffee or something like that. And apparently it was overblown or whatever, but it became a viral thing with him because obviously with these quarterbacks, anything that's kind of interesting or different stands out a little bit. But apparently Hellman's noticed, and now he's a bit of a Hellman's pitch man. And as part of this little bit they put together, which I thought was pretty clever actually, they actually have a Will Levis fragrance. Perfumed mayonnaise, Will Levis number 8, which is available. Apparently available. Unfortunately, it's been sold out every day that we've been looking.
It's allegedly
the scent of greatness available. Is what it is. And they've got fragrance notes. Fantastic.
And how much is it? Like
it's $8.
Oh, that's on the high end chart.
For a perfume, I don't think it is. I haven't been in the. I'm not in the game to shop for it. But listen, of course, they had to pay good money for the ad, man. Like, look, this is some cinematic stuff right here. Let me tell you. And that bottle probably cost them a couple bucks.
$8. It's number 8, $8.
Yeah. So Will Levis number 8. So they got perfumed mayonnaise. It's pretty exciting. I'm not gonna lie. Eric, as far as I'm aware, look, I've got two theories. I already told you the first one. I think 540 Flips might have brutally murdered him. However, if he's still alive, he might be working on getting bots so that he can get all the Will Levis number 8 for himself. I'm not completely convinced. It's one or the other. Like, these are the two extremes, but I feel like these are the two leaders in the clubhouse in terms of theories that we have going.
Can we add a 2B? He's creating the bots to get the Will Levis number 8 while on a train to go to Fanatics Fest to follow his idol around the show with his cell phone. That is true. I think it's 2B. It's
combination a lot of things there. It's combining. It's a Venn diagram of Eric's likes. So he's got that. And then we saw from social media, Tom Brady was at Fanatics Fest. Like I said, we'll circle back around Fanatics Fest. And not only that, he bought a card. And I'm going to actually angle that here into the first shocking revelation of the night. I'm going to read 2 comments, but we're going to have the first shocking revelation of the night. Charles, good evening. It's going well. How are you? Justin says, I wish Eric was a model. Eric dreams. This is what Eric's life is all centered around this. This is it. That and being the Kisses roadie. These are the two things in life that he cares about most.
I have a thought, Eric. Like, wasn't this the week Michelle was going down to meet?
To go hang out with him.
I mean, to Florida, and
she's there to celebrate his 2,000 subscriber.
And Eric is not here. Can you see him in a car with the window up,
a train, plane, or automobile? Yep. Yeah. Like, this is a complicated time for Eric. There's a lot going on. There's a lot of Andy, this is getting complicated.
It sounds very complicated. Like
we're rapidly approaching the usual suspects. I think it's kind of shows
Andy's released.
The conspiracy of where Eric is.
Yeah, it's deepening. It's deepening. I'm telling you.
I'm sick. Yeah, I'm sick.
Yeah. Okay. Whatever you say, man. Whatever you say. So the shocking revelation. Like I said, we did our Not National coverage already. And Andy was, as I said, at Not National. We'll come back to the Fanatics Fest coming in. But Andy dropped a bombshell on us. Huge bombshell before we went live. Andy bought cards at the National.
What?
She blinded me with her factors. Andy bought cards.
So the over under was, well, it's always 0.5. That's
0.5, yeah.
All my friends always say.
And the under is generally pretty safe.
It's usually hit. Yeah, the under usually hits for you. But yeah, I picked up a few things.
Please,
would you guys like to see?
Yes.
I think we would like to see. I think this is critical. See, even Carlisle right here is Andy bought cards plural. These are shocking revelations, my man. Shocking revelations.
All right, so this is the one. Like, I showed you guys the back of this.
Go for it, Andy. You got the stage. It's all you.
Okay. All right.
He's got himself a boxing card. Very nice.
So I'd never seen this card before. It's from
tell us about it, Andy. We can't really see it. I can't. Sorry.
It's a 1937 card. We can make that out.
1937 Globo chewing gum.
Oh,
gotcha.
Wow.
James Braddock.
Ah, yes, the Cinderella Man.
The Cinderella Man. So that's one of my favorite movies of all time. So
it's so good.
I saw this card. I'd never seen it before, so I was like, all right, I had to pick.
That's a good call out.
That's Canadian. That's American. Sorry.
No, it's actually France.
Yeah, because I didn't get the name of the gum company. I pretty much know all of them. So
Globo. Yeah.
Globo.
Yeah.
Very nice. Very nice.
Supposedly they're pretty tough to find. Like I said, I'd never seen one. We got the breaking news down there.
What was it graded?
2.
Oh, really? It looked better than that.
It's actually a pretty solid looking card. I think the eye appeals there.
If Probe's team had it, he would say it's undergraded. Looks nicer.
Okay,
there you go. Good old Probe's team reference.
So this is a this is a 90s card. I know that Carlos will for sure know what these are. I think you guys might know what these are too.
Oh yeah,
he's got the SPX Grand Finale.
Yeah. So the Mike Piazza Grand Finale. Picked that up. I think I picked this up like the last day, and it kind of goes with this other one here I got.
I assume the baseball are also limited to 50. Is that right?
Yeah. So I got the Scott Rowland too.
Oh yeah, you can pick that up on a CT scanner, no problem. I mean, yeah.
Now, I will say one quick side note, one quick note that Andy's picture will show. One of the things about the grand finale, just so that people know, there's also an SPX Gold. And the thing with the grand finale is they did a little bit more. That was actually a really dumb thing.
It's all about right here.
Yeah, it's got to be a gold hologram.
Yeah.
So that is a differentiator. Otherwise, you could get confused. Like you could see the gold one, and be like, "Oh, that's the grand finale." No, it's not. It's not.
The regular gold ones will be the same, except for right in here it'll be silver.
That is right. Exactly.
But like the borders,
So
still gonna have like the gold borders.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, so these are not numbered. Like the baseball and football are not numbered, but the print run is 50, just like the basketball.
That's a situation where you got to know it. I am familiar with it, obviously being a 90s guy, and those are tough to come by.
Yeah. I think I only saw three total from the set at the show, and oddly, 2 of them were Scott Rowland.
Oh, nice. So Mike O appreciates that one. Good evening, Mike O. Proud of Andy for picking up a Phillies card at the National. Very nice.
Yeah, there you go.
Well
Mike
played.
O, I knew the Phillies guys would love it.
Yeah, we got 3D80s kid here. Good evening. See, Andy, you show that you actually bought cards and people get all excited. Like I told you, this is exclusive stuff.
I mean, I thought I'd try something new this year.
It was
Yeah.
craziness. That
Go
was
to
brutal,
a card
man.
show and actually buy some cards. I don't know.
Outrageous.
I don't know. It kind of left me feeling a certain way, though. I think it left my wallet feeling a lot lighter. So
I was gonna say you
I don't know
became
that I
more
like it.
aerodynamic.
we're gonna have to cut it out, I think.
There you go. Any other pickups, or those are the main ones?
That's the main stuff. I also got a James Braddock. It's like a Type 3 photo. And it also came with it's a Christmas card that's signed by him and his wife. It's like PSA DNA certified, but I have that put up. But
Nice.
it's pretty cool. Yeah,
Where is it? Show and tell.
I can get it. You mean to grab it?
Please.
Okay.
Yes, please.
All right, you go for it. While you're doing that, I'll just quickly get caught up on a couple of the comments. See that, like I said, guys, I promised you that this was shocking turn of events. We actually had Andy purchasing items at a card show.
This is like
Cam says I got bigger knives. By the way, Eric's wife says hello. Exactly.
It's a
That's
big
what I'm
one.
saying. All right, here we go. We got it. Go for it.
So here's the letter down here.
Nice.
You can see the signatures there.
Nice.
So this was written to a judge. And then let's see here. I can get this out where you can see the photo.
Aaron Judge?
No, actual
It's
judge.
topical for now. Well played, Bob.
And then let's see. Here is the photo.
Frodo.
Oh, there you go. Nice.
Oh, it's him and all his kids. Awesome.
Yeah.
Oh, that's one. Is his wife there? I can't see.
No,
Oh,
it's just him and the kids.
that's really nice.
Yeah.
So it's trimmed
Well
down
played, sir.
on the right side, or is it just the way the photo is?
I think it's just the way the photo is. And you can see like there's like some.
Oh, what's the earliest stamp date there?
So 1935.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That's right up period. That's awesome. You
Yeah.
said type 3 though, right?
Yes.
Why would they type 3 that?
Yeah, it's Type 3.
Because that's right in his prime.
Yeah, I don't know.
That would be like a type. And who's the photograph? The print on the back, the stamp.
The stamp Central Press Association reference department. And then it has International News Photo Inc. right here.
Nice.
So
There you go.
I don't think that's a type. They called it a type 3.
Yeah, they did call it a Type 3 from
Oh.
1935. Yeah.
I'm really surprised.
Yeah, I'm not.
You gotta blame
I'm not
you gotta
really-
blame Marshall Fogel, Bobby. You gotta blame he's the one who wrote the book for them now.
I've never bought like
It's all Marshall Fogel.
I've never bought like any of these photos like this before. So I mean, I kind of understand, what all that means, but you could probably skill
You
me
wouldn't
with
after
it.
looking at that because it has all the stamps of the period time. So, any photo that's done, would be a type 2 if it was a second print, but a third one, that would be after the time period, at least 2 years. And I
Yeah.
don't think that's 37, 38. I think that looks like it's right in his, and that's when he boxed, I think it was probably just after.
There you go. Rick's weighing in on this one. Duplicate negative type 3. Rick collects a fair number of these.
Yeah,
so,
Rick would
so
know. Yeah,
I would take his word on that. He's
he has a
usually
ton.
pretty- he's
Yeah,
pretty
Rick
good
has
on
a ton of like photos,
Yeah.
but Yeah, I just thought
I
it was
made
really
I made the
cool.
joke about Fogel because Fogel is obviously wrote a self-serving book about it, and I would be surprised if PSA uses the information from said
No
book.
doubt, no doubt.
Yeah. So that point, but I would trust Rick's judgment. He's pretty good with those. He knows.
Oh
what
yeah, he has a bunch.
Oh, I wouldn't doubt that PSA, but I would just assume. See, and that's what you know about photos. You know, I've been dealing with photos a long time, and everybody calls them type 1. It's just, oh yeah, type 1, yeah. But that having the stamp of that period, you know, I know it's a secondary print, so it would be type 2, I would think. Then I guess it steps it away from it, so it's a type 3 in period. Huh, interesting. And that's why people don't collect photos, because they can't know enough about it.
Yeah.
Well, it's still a relatively newer collection category for a lot of folks. It's one of those things where I think they're neat, but it's one of those ones where I wouldn't go out of my way unless it's a category that I really want to study. If I want to study it, and then I would reach out to some collectors who do know their stuff, and I would want that information before I would dip my toe too far into those waters.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it was kind of a package deal. Like, honestly, like I was more interested in, you know, the autograph, and then there was this other photo that came with it as well.
Okay.
And it says August 9th, 1935.
So that's a type 7 then.
There you go.
Who's sitting there at the table?
You can see like the stamp there at the bottom there.
Nice.
So this one has him and his wife, and I'm not sure who these other characters are, honestly.
Yeah, they're posing for a photo for sure. It's just a matter of, you know, it might be just a promotional thing, or they're having a dinner of some kind and they took some pictures.
You can't recognize any of the other guys being boxers or promoters?
No, it says a couple of names here on the back, which I'm not super familiar with.
What are their names, Jack?
Yeah, I guess Jack Malloy is one. And then Jack, is it Conway maybe? I can't, this bottom name, I can't really make it out.
Yep.
Okay.
We'll have to leave that one for the boxing historians. I listened to an audiobook on some of the heavyweights, the history of the heavyweights, and the Braddock story was obviously part of it. It was very interesting. Yeah. I know that Mike Canadian Cards has started getting into collecting some of the boxing cards. Yeah. I think if you're interested, I think it's a very cool niche category to have some fun with, especially if you want to take the time to do some research, because there's a lot of really cool issues. There's some good looking cards, and a lot of it is not that expensive. And you can get some of like the historical names. Braddock was a great story, obviously, the Cinderella Man movie and everything. But then you go back to the old heavyweight champions, like the classic ones. Then you can have some serious fun with it. And it's not crazy expensive relative to what you would consider for guys that were considered like the heavyweight champion back in the day was like worldwide famous, like a real celebrity.
Oh yeah,
boxing. And because it meant something to be the world heavyweight champion. That was a big deal.
Horses and boxing are two big gambling things. So
yeah, and that's a card I would actually like to get a Secretariat card too.
Okay. Yeah. Nice. That would be another iconic kind of in this case racehorse. Good evening, Philly Joe.
Yeah.
Carlos says yes, but the MTV T-shirt vintage, is it vintage?
It's not.
Oh,
there you go.
I wish.
Poser. He's a poser. I can't believe it.
Yeah, it's a total ripoff. Yeah.
Total ripoff. He got that at Forever 21.
It wouldn't pass authenticity.
He's like, I need the shirt. I need to buy the shirts so I can hang with the youths and their Nirvana shirts.
Yeah, exactly. Because that's what like all of my nieces and nephews, they all wear these Nirvana shirts. They have no clue who that is, but it's like they like them. Yeah.
Yes, no doubt. Absolutely.
Well, you got to get a Seabiscuit too, Andy.
Here you go.
Yeah, well, I know there are some cards of Secretariat. I don't know about Seabiscuit.
Nice. Yeah, that's a good question. That's a really good
you guys,
question.
now you understand why when Andy actually said that he had bought something, I was excited because I knew it could go in a couple different directions. So we got some 90s, some classic 90s. We got photographs, and we actually included some vintage in there as well. So we had a nice combo of different items there. That was actually kind of fun.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So let me give some love because I know Sherry and Brad are actually fanatics at the Fanatics Fest. So I'll get some reports back from them as we get into it because they're boots on the ground. They'll be able to actually tell us a little bit more, and I'll take advantage of that later on. So we'll show some love. AMG Collectibles YouTube channel, and AMGcollectibles.ca. We're still doing the podcast. Sherry will actually be back on the next. She has committed to being back on the next episode. So I expect a report from Fanatics Live. I expect it. I demand it. We're going to have that. And Steve has already passed along some cool cards that came in the shop. So we'll be talking about that next week. That'll be some fun. If you guys haven't followed, I put the link in the description to it. They support the channel. They support the live stream. They support the podcast. But also, we do a show every single week on that channel where I go on there and we'll show off some stuff that came in the shop. Support a local business, small business that's operating over there. And there's some cool cards that go through there. So it's kind of fun. And we've already built a little community. Folks that chime in and from time to time. And folks buy cards that then get shown on the podcast. So then all of a sudden they get sold. It's kind of fun. So you can check it out if you're interested. It's a little different, but all the links are in the description always, and we appreciate their support.
Somewhat related to that, I feel like I owe Brad one again this year because he once again helped me out with a PSA order. So shout out to Brad. He's such a nice guy, man. Like every time I've been around him, he's just always willing to help in any way that he can. And yeah, definitely.
And that's despite all the horrible things Eric says about him, which maybe why he's been removed. He's been banished. Just saying. You don't want to be messing with those East Coasters. Just throwing it out there, Brad's got a lot of friends and Eric's got a lot of enemies. I'm saying this is a math. Eric may not like the maths, but that maths is not looking like it's going in your favor. That spells disaster. D Sub here says Kentucky Derby for Saturday in May and heavyweight title fight on the same night. There you go. Carlos says picked up a 54 Milwaukee Braves roster book, compliments of Schlitz beer. Henry Aaron inside, another rookie. Everything's a rookie. You can check out true rookie cards, the Victor book. It's like, and check out pages 91 and 92 where hobby goats are acknowledged. Just throwing out there. So I don't know, Andy, did you hear about it, Victor's book, and also
I
did you
did
get a copy or see it?
I saw Victor at the National. Talk to him.
The next time you see Victor, you got to make sure you get a copy of the book and go to page 91 and 92, and there may be people on this side of the screen who are acknowledged at the back of the book. Oh, page 91 and 92. The Burrell from the Garage of Knowledge is knowledge. And of course, your friendly neighborhood man of peace.
Yes. Okay. All right.
The kids don't know anything of MTV other than crappy reality shows. Yeah. As soon as that. So what's funny is we have a parallel here because in Canada, we had Much Music. That came up in the 80s as well. And it followed a similar kind of trajectory. At a certain point, it became more about these kind of shows thrown in there. And then steadily the music video became de-emphasized to the point that it became irrelevant at a certain point. And that was the end of that. But I remember still growing up in the 90s, I remember watching a ton of Much Music, seeing a ton of music. There's a lot of songs that I can visualize the music video in my head. Just listening to the song, I can see the video in my mind.
Oh, of course. Yeah. Like just for fun the other day, because I was actually having this discussion with my brother. We were talking about MTV and how they, they've kind of really gotten totally away from what they started off as. So I haven't clicked on MTV in years, but I went on, just looked at the guide, and I was just going to see like what's on MTV today. So from like 9 to 5, it was what's that show Rob Dyrdek does?
So I know there's a couple there that I can think of off the top of my head.
Ridiculousness. That was on from like 9 to 5, and then after that, it was some other reality show that was on for like another 6 hours. So
didn't they have Teen Mom? Didn't they have Teen Mom for a while, and like a bunch of other ones like that?
It's like shows on for like the entire day.
Really?
Yeah.
It's brutal, Bobby. Like they gave up. Like they don't even pretend to try anymore. They don't even pretend to try anymore.
The
M and MTV was for music. It was for music. It's like, this is not music. Come on, guys.
They totally punted.
It's like they just gave up. It's done.
Yeah.
There you go.
Like Saturday
Night
Live.
American Dream. I remember this name as well. What's up, Andy? Missed those live shows in Double X the Beast in your channel back in the day. There you go.
So interestingly enough, so he's referring to my friend Michael, and he actually just recently moved back here. So he only lives like 15 minutes away. So we're in the discussion about bringing it back. So we'll see. We'll see.
Interesting. There, Ridiculousness went for 43 seasons. Only 43?
It seems like it. Yeah.
They need to keep working on it, man.
43. Yeah.
Name here saying, remember when Much Music and CMT actually showed music all day? I do. As a matter of fact, recall that. Yes. They even had an MTV Canada. They tried that, and that also became garbage. Like, it was just bad. It was a bad scene.
Well, don't they have?
It was like, we had Much Music. What's the point of MTV Canada? We have Much Music.
Isn't there the MTV Awards still?
I think they still got them.
Yeah. Well, and see, the irony
they're representing music, and then they're not playing music on their MTV. Like, what?
Well, so I was
It's very
when I was
confusing.
looking the other day to see what kind of stuff they're showing on there, I noticed that they have an MTV2 also.
Oh,
Yeah,
of course.
for sure.
Oh, that's been out, yeah.
I'm like, you guys don't even need the
One.
original
TV
anymore.
one.
What is on the second one?
Well, I won't speak for MTV2, but I know that Much Music used to have a second channel, and that's where they would put on some of the like alternative rock is where it would go. It was like overflow. It was like, again, they used to actually play music. So because they would play so much music on Much Music, heaven forbid, they would actually have enough other music videos from other genres that were underrepresented.
Yeah.
So they had a legitimate place to be like, actually, if you want to listen to more of that, we got more of that over here.
Yeah. But you're totally right though. Like there's so many 90s songs. Like every time I hear it, even today, like I just automatically think about the video.
Yep. I can visualize it 100%.
One of the VJs was JD Roberts on Much Music, and now he's a news reporter for his name is John Roberts, and he's always in the White House or stuff like that.
Oh wow.
And he was a VJ. You should have seen him with long, hair, mullet, and he was like funny. And now you see him there, it's like, oh.
The guy that I remember, like off MTV, was Kurt Loder.
Mm-hmm.
You guys remember him?
No.
Well,
we grew up with Much Music.
So I think Brandon can help you a little more.
I remember wasn't Seacrest on there the most?
I don't remember Seacrest being on there. There was the guy that did like TRL.
Yeah, that's the
Carson Daly.
Carson Daly.
That's it. Carson Daly.
Yeah.
I was thinking it was Seacrest for some reason, but
yeah,
he was tied with music too.
Yeah,
we got MTV a little bit secondhand. For us, it was Rick Campanelli, Rick the Temp. You had George Strombinopoulos, so he ended up doing other things as well. So he was one of the key hosts. But there was a series of them. We had our series of VJs, and it was the same idea, same concept. But the thing is, if I think about it for a couple minutes, I would have an easier time naming VJs from the 1990s, which is now pushing 30 years ago. I'll have an easier time remembering that than I'll have remembering a lot of the stuff from because again, they stopped playing that years ago, and it's like, there's no reason. There's no reason to even watch this. This is atrocious.
Yeah.
Zach here, my friend Andy instead of Eric. What an upgrade. I know.
Hey,
listen.
Zach.
There you go, Zach.
Well,
exactly. Zach. Go ahead, Brandon. Go for it.
The next comment there about Paul is what I was going to touch on, because the artists today, I think, have gotten kind of smart, and they've all started their own YouTube channels. Yeah. And they're just putting their videos on their own channels. That way they're getting the revenue from it. And then like some of them are even doing like behind the scenes. So like they got a videographer that goes around with them to shows or just their day-to-day life. And they're starting to vlog and everything too. And so you're getting even a deeper perspective to it. And they're getting, some revenue off of it. So I think they've gotten really smart by doing that.
So I think that's one big thing, but part of it was a reaction to MTV de-emphasizing it because the labels didn't want to pay for the music videos, because the labels were the one paying for the music videos. It was a promotional vehicle for the song and the album. So once they kind of stopped doing that, it was like, okay, so the artist, you're on your own. So now today, if you're an artist today, having a YouTube channel is totally a thing you should do because it'll get you out there to people. You could become YouTube famous and then in turn sell music because of that, as opposed to the other way around. Even though you might be a musician first, just having a good YouTube presence could help you. A good Instagram presence, a good TikTok presence, whatever.
Yeah.
One of the new artists, Teddy Swims, I think is his name. He actually, that's how he got found, as he was doing like covers and stuff on YouTube and wound up getting signed by a major music label just because they picked up his like songs, his covers were going viral and wound up getting signed. So he didn't even need to do the voice or AGT or any of the other stuff. He did it on his own. So
and I
don't even know it's necessarily advisable for these artists now to get signed by a label. It might just get in your way. Like depending on your situation, it might be better off not to have somebody's hand in your pocket because they're not necessarily offering you value.
Yeah. And I think to Brandon's point too, like I think it's the same thing with athletes. Like every athlete seems like they have a podcast now, and I think that's probably hurt ESPN quite a bit too.
True.
I agree. So on here says someone told me the other day they had an old box of Gretzky and Orr card collections, its own special collection. Have you heard of a box set like that? Not Gretzky and Orr. That combination doesn't sound familiar to me. I'm sure someone considered it, but not Gretzky and Orr specifically. Not those two.
An old box.
If video killed the radio star, what killed the video star? Streaming. Napster.
That was actually the very first video they played on the Much Music.
It was, yeah. It was, yes. So I think that's basically what happened is once streaming came after Napster walked. So Napster walked so that Spotify could run.
Yeah.
Because it was one step at a time. Because first it was like, oh, this is illegal. And then eventually, now the labels were slow. If they had been faster to get on the bandwagon with streaming, they could have actually monetized it much better and gotten a better cut of it for themselves. They totally missed the boat. Missed it completely. Be like Lamar and be your own agent. Well, for some of these artists, it's probably better to be your own agent. I think Bieber had the biggest act starting on YouTube. Yeah, he converted being a YouTuber into his music career. It can be done. It's not. You'll be thought of sometimes as a YouTuber first, but like who cares? As long as you're selling albums, does it really make a difference? Like whatever.
Yeah.
Now a lot of musicians are trying to build up YouTube followings because it's a good idea. It's beneficial. Why wouldn't you?
Mm-hmm.
And you control it, which is great. ESPN go from covering the news to acting like they are the news or create the news. Heard ESPN. I did. Yeah. But look, they're at Fanatics Fest. Like, come on. They're doing first take at Fanatics Fest. Like, calm your excitement.
Most of the shows that are on ESPN now, to me, are just unwatchable. Like, it's just so bad.
Well, ESPN basically became the sports
stuff.
equivalent. Yeah, ESPN basically became the sports equivalent of what Much Music became because it became about the shows themselves as opposed to because they were covering stuff and then they would air the games. That's really what it was. It was they would air the games and then talk about the game, but they had enough stuff that they could actually fill the time with. That and World's Strongest Man reruns. Lots of Magnus for Magnuson. Lots of Magnus for Magnuson.
Oh, yes.
And Magnus for Magnuson. Like there's two for Magnuson.
There was two of them, yes.
There's at least two of them, yeah. So we had a lot of that.
And they're both from Iceland. Come on.
They are. It's just so confusing. I got so confused all the time. I was like, wait, is that the first guy or the second guy? One of them is definitely older than the other one. Which I don't remember. One of the Magnuses. As in previous Fanatics Fest, it looks awesome. It could surpass the National if done right. So I'll say this. I don't think it'll surpass the National. Ironically, I think Burbank and some of the regional shows have a much better shot of surpassing the National. However, I think an important point needs to be made. And I think this was a point that was missed because I know B. Roth did a live where he was talking about Fanatics Fest. But I was listening to him and I was like, you touched on it, but then again, continuously missed the point. I go, this is not a card show. This is a fan fest that has a card show in it. It was ironic. I'll see if I can find the clip later because I got to go back weeks and months. I talked about the All-Star game that I attended in 2000 back here in the Metrotron Convention Center. When they announced this Fanatics Fest, my first thought was it's going to be like that. It's going to be, they're going to have displays and things you can do and all this stuff. And they'll have some radio spots and all this thing. And they will have some tables for a card show in it. It's not a card show with a component. It's a fest with a card show inside.
I would say that they're not even really in direct competition because
they're a completely different product.
I would venture, like if I was just going to throw out a number, I would say the number of people that went to both is probably like, like, I don't know, like maybe there's like 10% of the people that went to the National also went to this.
Sure.
There's not much crossover.
Yeah.
I don't think.
Which, by the way, just my take on this is correct. You don't want, you actually don't need the National crowd. That's not necessarily what you want. Does that mean you'd reject them? No, of course you'd accept them. But the purpose of this, I joked about it on the Discord we're on. I feel like it needs to be the unnational. It needs to go out of its way to not be the National, because if you're just going to be the National, we've already got the National. There's no need to repeat the National. There's already plenty of shows that do a very good job. Burbank is getting bigger and bigger and bigger out on the West Coast. Dallas has its pocket. Chantilly's got its thing going on. Philly has got its show. Like, you've got these big, solid regional shows going on. Yeah. You don't need another National.
No.
What you need is something else that can offer something different to a different audience. And I think that's what they're shooting for. And that's probably wise. And including the card show element there is just to appease the folks that would also like to have a card show element to it. Mm-hmm. And it kind of gives you a little bit of the best of both worlds.
Yeah, I don't totally get the idea behind this whole thing though, honestly, because I've heard a lot of people talk about how this is more for like kids and families and stuff, right?
You think?
I mean, how do they explain the pricing then if that's who it's for?
It's
For
Fanatics.
rich kids and rich.
I mean, it's
I was gonna
for-
say stop being peasants.
It's
Andy, the
for-
subtext is stop being peasants.
it's for rich parents that happen to have
Yes.
children.
Yes, correct. Yes.
Because as far as the card show goes, like when they're charging them $3,000 to set up, I mean, like what kind of cards are going to be put out in display cases? None that kids can
1991 Fleer,
afford.
Andy. As far
None
as
that
the
kids can afford,
IC,
right?
91 Fleer, bro. Come on. What are we talking about?
I mean, I think that's one of the points that Brian made is like, you know, everything that was in the showcases, it had to be like pretty expensive stuff just to justify being there, right? As a dealer.
Oh, as a deal, look. So we've actually had this discussion. So let's touch on this for a moment. So, Refractor Jones, good evening. Appreciate you chiming in as well. Fanatics Fest, absolute copy of the regular Fan Fest Expo. So, like I said, I use the All Star Game as an example because that's one that I have recollection from my past. But conceptually, it's the same concept. It's the same idea.
Yeah, I've been to a fan fest too, and it looked pretty much the same as what this thing.
Yeah,
is.
exactly. And by the way, there's nothing wrong with that if you understand that's what it is going in. For me, it was fun to attend just because I was like, okay, this is kind of cool. Check it out. Fine, whatever. And then they happen to have some dealers with cards and boxes and stuff. And I was like, okay, great, cool. I bought a jersey and I bought a couple boxes. I bought a couple singles. It was a win for me. It was fine. It was in the Metrotronic Convention Center. It was a good venue for what it needed to be. And it was easy for me to get to. And great. And like I said, that was the infamous. Go ahead.
When they had the hockey.
That was the All-Star Game, yeah.
Yeah.
But the best part of that was where I had my story with the Frank Mahovlich story. That was where like he was doing a radio spot. So Frank Mahovlich was doing a radio interview for the Fan 590, the local radio station in Toronto. And after he was done talking, a bunch of people were there trying to get autographs. I didn't have anything for him to sign, but I had some index cards and I had a Sharpie. And I was literally just I happened to be in the exact right spot. He literally stepped down, saw the index card and the Sharpie, grabbed the index card and the Sharpie, wrote his signature, handed it back to me, and then ran. Like he signed one thing and then fled.
I did my due
I never seen that
diligence.
man run that fast. It was Andy. That man was fleet of foot. He wasn't a young man, but he ran. It was impressive. But that's a good story. But that was a fan fest. That it was, and you could get in line and go to different autograph signers. That was a thing that you could do. And that was, but it was a fest. It was not a card show. It was a fest.
Yeah.
Did they have card dealers? Yes. Did people selling? Oh, absolutely, for sure. They also had people selling jerseys. They had people selling like different bobbleheads, all kinds of stuff. But it was a fest.
Yeah.
That happened to have a card show in it.
Only the one time.
It's kind of like at the National, honestly, you know, they have tons of autograph guests too, but it's like, it's almost like two separate things. Like you have the autograph pavilion and then you have the show, because probably 80% of the people that are inside the show looking at cards and stuff, there's like 100 autograph guests there. They probably have no clue who's there and they don't really care.
Yeah,
it's just separate things. Like it's not that one is good and one's bad. They're just not the same.
Yeah, and I think I don't think the notion, like I said, my opinion only, from Fanatics Overload, like I said, I will take the check, but you're going to need to put enough zeros on it. Just letting you know. Fanatics Overload, enough checks. You know, I'll take the check, but you got to put enough zeros on it for me. But the point is this. I believe that the idea is they're going to have all these different experiences and things. Like I watched some of the social media. There were kids having a foot race with Gronk. Nice. Okay, that's kind of cool. You're not getting that at the National. That's great. They had the WWE displays and all the WWE folks and everything, right? And they had a thing where you could go and you could walk down the aisle and have the Titantron behind you play, and they would play different theme songs for whatever. I guess maybe you could choose the theme song, I guess. So you could do that. That was a WWE experience. That was part of what they could offer for you. There's a basketball court on there. There's stuff like that, yes, that you could do. Now, you have to get in line for all this stuff. I wouldn't necessarily do it. But I could see the appeal for somebody that really likes WWE to have the chance to go do an entrance with a theme song and everything and be able to record it with their kids or themselves or whatever and be able to do it. And then go over to that booth over there and buy a replica WWE belt and then go over there to that panel where Cody Rhodes is holding court.
Yeah.
If you're a big WWE fan, I totally get it. Like that would totally make all the WWE folks are sold out for their signings.
Yeah.
It's an entertainment show. It's not a card show. Get your mind out of the idea that it's a card show, and it'll make way more sense to you, I think.
It's funny. I saw a video with Ziggy. No, he was he just went in. He got his bag of goodies and stuff like that. He goes, "Yeah, it's a little light. It's not really a lot of good stuff in there. It's free, man. Whatever."
Look, Ham's saying it. It's all of those are the freeloading kids, man.
I agree with Ham.
Yeah. What about bearded old guys, man? Brandon, they're discriminating against your people.
Well, to go back to Dufex's comment where he mentions Disney World, my comparison in the Discord, and I was jokingly tongue-in-cheek saying it, but I said the National is like a museum, and Fanatics Fest seems like it's an amusement park. And you have the historic items and the people that go to look at things, and browse and all that at the National. And then it seemed like there was a lot going on at Fanatics Fest, and that's where I used those two comparisons. I also sent a text in the group text earlier, but it didn't go through, and said that another way I could see Fanatics Fest being is more like, and Andy could touch on this being at the National. I look at the Fanatics Fest as almost being the corporate space at the National, where you have all of the vendors and the games and all of that stuff going on, maybe with a little bit of the activity that goes on in the Breaker Pavilion when they're like running interviews or games or whatever over there, whereas the rest of the floor was the card show. And I actually said one thing I didn't like about the National was how much the corporate space took up. Because like they put it right there smack dab in the middle, and when you're trying to go back and forth or whatever, that's where it's congested. So I could see the appeal for people, and it looked like it could be fun, but as y'all have said, you have to detach it as being connected with, or I don't want to say connected with cards, but you're not going to a card centric show or place. You're going to an event, and you have to take it for what it's worth there, and not there's probably not a lot of I don't know how much card activity we'll see.
It'd be nice to see a list of who's there, like is there many auction houses and what dealers are actually there, or any other services that they have. Was PSA there? Obviously.
I know CGC is there. I do know that.
Yeah.
And JSA got a deal. JSA is probably going to make out sweet, because one of the key things with this show, obviously, is getting autographs. And JSA got an exclusive deal to be the autograph authenticator at the show. And the price, I think it was actually a really good price. It's only $10 to have JSA slap their authentication on the items as they get signed or whatever. So I think that's pretty fair, because if you don't get it done there, it's going to cost you more later down the road. So I think, but obviously they're making out pretty good on that, being the exclusive company there. So.
You mean Stuke? So I think one of those things, that's why I said my big takeaway is that I want to see it. I'm looking forward to having some fun watching some more of the content related to it. That's my big thing. And then my second thing is I'm enjoying the fact that a lot of folks are still trying to figure out like how they want to represent it, and also what they're looking at. And like I said, I think if you think about it as a festival, as kind of a fan fest kind of deal, and then just tie in a card show thing to it, you understand the separation between the two things. The National is a card show that has a lot of corporate sponsorship and corporate side to it, but the Fanatics thing it's Fanatics Fest. Fanatics is the corporate, and then they add additional corporate on top. Like it is very much that type of thing. And one thing, I'll share a link in the description to folks, because I did see this. There was an interview on a small YouTube channel. The name escaped me. I want to say it's Hobby Hustle or something like that. I'll pull it up for you guys. There's a clip I want to show you. And it was talking about specifically related to the Burbank show coming up. And they're going to actually be doing the Anaheim Convention Center, which was the site of the 91 National. So, and they specifically were talking about this. And the reason it's pertinent is because they're going to do the site of the 91 National, and they are getting the entire hall, which for the 91 National was 220,000 square feet Obviously, the National is much bigger today, but it tells you how big Burbank has gotten as a regional show that they're able to justify and use the same hall that the National was in 1991, which was the biggest National at the time at over 100,000 people back then.
Yeah.
They're going to use the same space, which is going to be very interesting to see how they did it. And in the clip I'll share with you guys in a minute, he actually says how much it cost him to lease it, to rent the space, and how much they put into it. So it's less than a minute. I will play the clip for you in a minute. I'll also include a link in the description if you're curious. It's not a big channel, but it was interviewing with the guy who was actually doing the work for Rob Veras at the Burbank show, and he gave him some insight, including he literally spat out the dollars, which was kind of interesting. I'm surprised he did it, but I was like, as soon as it caught my ear, my ears perked up. I was kind of, okay, that's kind of interesting. But you know what's interesting? They're going to be using that space. That size of space is basically what the expo is. So Burbank has gotten itself to the size where in terms of square footage, they're basically what the expo is. And the expo today is basically what the National in the 90s was when it had its apex there. Obviously, the National's gotten even bigger because they're using so much corporate. The expo actually doesn't use nearly as much corporate size. They're getting more square footage for vendors. But the idea that 200,000 square feet is not like the bar. That's the bar. 91 National, 200,000 square feet, 220, I think, and change. The last expo is 200 and change. And this next one is going to be about 200 and change. So that's kind of the bar. That's your defining line. It's just kind of interesting how that works out. So Orlando here saying, is this how Fanatics was 10x a hobby? Orlando, I can go back to the clip back in the day. I always laughed at this because he could. I kind of wish that Ruben had said 50,000x the hobby so that you guys would get that it means nothing. It literally means nothing. He should have said 50,000x the hobby, 500,000x the hobby, 5 millionx the hobby. It doesn't mean anything. It's just a number that sounds sexy to investors.
Sure.
That's it. It sounds sexy. But like, but I said at the time, what's the metric? The cool part is if you pick the right metric, maybe you already got there.
I think it was a great meme. That's what it worked out for me.
It was, but the thing is, like, Ruben doesn't care. If he 2x's or 3x's the hobby, he makes a lot of money.
Mm-hmm.
But again, what are we measuring it based on? Like, what is the number that you're basing?
Really, it just kind of depends on your perspective. Like me, as a person that just goes to the National as, you know, just a regular person just walking around, I would like it if we like 2/3 the hobby. Honestly.
And he's all about the shrinkage. He wants to shrink it down.
I mean, the last two Nationals have just been, there's too many people there for that amount of space. So, I mean, let's start a campaign to 2/3 the hobby.
2/3 the hobby. There you go. 0.75 the hobby. That'll teach him.
Yeah, that's my goal.
There you go. That was crazy. 91. He's at 50% kids. Every family member was involved. Yep. Depends on the time frame. Yeah. So that's why I said, like, when he was originally saying it, he didn't give a time frame and he didn't give the baseline.
Yeah.
Like I said, I would love to go back to the specific episodes back then because I specifically remember saying this. I was like, he doesn't give a time frame and he doesn't give the baseline. If you pick the right baseline, by the way, you could have already 10x the hobby. You could declare victory. You could do it right now if you want. It doesn't mean anything. Like in practice, it doesn't mean anything. And to you, the individual, does it matter? No. What if they succeed? Does it change anything for you? Not necessarily.
I mean, how much did the hobby grow before they took over?
Yeah,
a lot.
That's what I mean. Like, it depends when
and
do you want to base it
went down
what?
Since they've been, anyways.
Yeah,
quite a bit.
Well, here's the thing. Based on where we were and why it went up, it doesn't matter who's in charge at that point.
No.
Like, it was going to go down either way. It doesn't make any difference. However, that doesn't mean the profitability went down. Because you're still extracting the same amount. You're still extracting more, as a matter of fact, because now you control more elements of it, and you can extract. They made $5 or $6 million just selling that triple Tops Now card of LeBron, Steph Curry, and Kevin Durant. That was free money. They made $5 or $6 million just on basically selling you a base card.
Yeah,
for the lottery opportunity to get the triple auto.
And that showed how easily print runs can explode, because what was the final run, like 588,000?
Yeah.
Like, that's just insane.
Yeah.
500.
So that's kind of
it made the Griffey.
The short Griffey was like around 100,000.
Yeah, it was like 90 some thousand. It made that look tiny. It's
I
crazy.
still take a lot of credit for ruining that project 2020.
Oh,
It
you
was
personally have done it for yourself.
That's what like all my friends joke with me about that, because I hadn't bought any of those cards. Like I told them how stupid they were and all this, and then all of a sudden I saw how much money they were making off of them. So I'm like, you know what? I'm going to order like 15 of these Shore Griffies, right?
Nice.
And of course, that's what just tanked the whole thing. The Shore Griffey.
Yeah.
I did a video talking about how silly it was on those cards and like what people were paying for them and stuff.
Oh, it was.
And I got so much crap for talking bad about it. And then sure enough, it just.
Oh yeah, people, they were enjoying making their money.
Yeah, I got so much crap on that video.
They were riding that gravy train.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, it's all about the gravy train, man. It's insane. But I think the key thing here is, and I talked about it at the time, and I was going through a couple of the comments, so I didn't want to ignore them, but at the same time, I wanted to keep the conversation going. But
Yeah.
I think, let me put it this way. All I'm going to say is the following. Here's what it comes down to. I think too many people are worried about what other people are spending their money on. I don't care if Ruben loses his ass. It doesn't matter to me. Like, how does that concern me? Now, again, if they want to buy me off, then I will care, at least until the check clears. After the check clears, then I again no longer care. You know, there's like a Venn diagram of like caring and not caring. But as the check clears, then I'll care, and then as after the check clears, then I care less.
Mm-hmm.
Brad, when you're good, just give me a thumbs up.
Well, it's like as a business person, I can understand why you would want to 10x the hobby, but as a collector, it doesn't make any sense. It just makes things higher for you.
Oh, exactly. So, Brad, while you're in the business, don't forget you're muted as well. Just letting you know. So, Brad and Cherry were both at Fanatics Fest. So, Brad, tell me the truth. You were totally going up and down the aisle of the WE thing. You played the Shawn Michaels theme song. You were prancing up and down there. Don't lie to me.
No, that is tomorrow morning. Can you hear me all right when it's it?
Yeah, we can hear you. All right.
Yeah. So we rolled in this morning, like right at 9:30 when the doors open, me, Sherry, and Summer. And so Summer's just turned 18, and this was her first card show she's ever been to besides I think she might have been to the local one a few times in Halifax, but completely pumped for the event. And we rolled right in, and we were like the first people in the building. It was great. I was like, this is not good. Like there's nobody here. And we did the basketball shoot. We ran the 40-yard dash, which was awesome.
What was your time?
Do we have footage of this? Because
I do see that.
I
Oh
do,
my God.
honestly. It's so bad. I thought I was flying. Like I was like, so
Carlos, why did you quarter speed it? I didn't. That's real speed.
Give us a time. Give us a time, Brad.
So I was 6.39.
Ooh.
And no, but I thought I was going to be like 10 seconds. I didn't know. I was like, I don't know how fast I'm going to go. I haven't ran in years. But it looks so bad. I do have the video. Sherry's there's no way I'm ever going to get around that. She's going to show, but I did beat her in summer, so that's all that matters.
Well, the important thing, Brad, is that when it comes to your video, number one, now that I know this, I am getting the video from Sherry. Number two, you are getting the Chariots of Fire treatment.
Oh, yeah.
And it'll be even better because it'll be in real time, but you'll still get Chariots of Fire. It's going to be awesome.
Yeah, so we're going to go back. We're going first thing tomorrow morning when the doors open, and we're going back in for round 2 of the 40-yard dash. So I'm going to see. I got to work on my technique.
You're stretching right now. You've been doing yoga all night. You're like, I got to be limber for this. This is it.
Yeah. So we're gonna do that, and then go do the WWE. Me and Summer are gonna do it together. She's working on a little skit, a little plan that we got to do it.
There you go. All right.
Very cool.
So Brad, I think what I'm hearing is that you agree with kind of our thesis here. That I think it became confusing. Eric, of course, was confused because he's always confused. But when it comes to a lot of folk, it's a fan event, experience event that happens to have a card show attached to it.
Absolutely. I 100% agree with how you described it. You completely nailed it. If you were going here just for a card show, I think you would probably be disappointed unless you were playing in that high end space. You know, like there's all the high end modern dealers are here. Like if you look, No, like if you look at the booths, it's all the I'll use the term high end, but it's the guys in the modern stuff, the guys you see on YouTube. Just a lot. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff, a lot of cool things. I'm going to spend some time tomorrow to walk. I kind of just grazed through the card section today. There's a lot of things going on. So I was trying to, it was a little overwhelming. Like there was a lot of stuff happening. And what they did that was so cool was just random athletes. Like you'd turn around and you'd be just, Brady walking through the crowd. Him and Gronk went through, which was pretty cool. We were sitting there in uniforms. They traded uniforms. And they had black shields on, and you just seeing Gronk and Brady walking, but each one had the different jersey on. So they walked around the card show. No one knew at the beginning, and then they went out back, and then they came back out again. Just a lot of Hall of Famers walking in the crowd, just a lot of cool things. So, yeah. So from an event standpoint, absolutely incredible. I think I don't know what a general admission ticket was, but if you spent $50, or I think it's $50 to get general admission,
I want to say it was $60 and 30 for kids, something like that. I thought,
yeah, like if
that was my understanding.
Oh, absolutely. If you went there and spent that today for like a 1-day ticket, you would have an absolute blast. Like what a incredible deal for that. If you were going there, to work on your vintage hockey sets or vintage baseball sets, or if you're going to go rummage through value boxes, stuff that I love to do.
You're saying not ideal.
Not ideal. Like the National would be 50 times the card show that this is for that.
Yeah.
Right. But I see where they're going with it. So
I'll take one step further. You can stay inside New York State. There's the East Coast National this weekend, also happening in New York State.
Right.
If you want to go to a car show, go to the East Coast National.
Yeah.
It's a better call. Like you will, if you're looking for a card show, the East Coast National is totally a card show, and you'll probably find what you're looking for. You will do much better in that environment, in that situation, than you will at this. If you treat it like a card show, then it won't work. It won't make any damn sense. I can guarantee that.
Yeah. No, I think you're right. Again, will the card show, I'm sure, improve with more of these and get bigger and better? Absolutely. And I shouldn't even say that. Like, it's bad. There's like 200 dealers set up there with all kinds of stuff. It's just not the space for that. I know that, the guy, everyone on the panel tonight, everyone chatted. Like, it's not that environment is what I would say. But I love how they're going for the integration. Like, this is true. Summer's 18. Like I said, she's been around cards her entire life. Like, this is what I do every single day. And it opened her eyes to the cards a little more. Like we went back, she was looking at some of the non-sports stuff. She was watching guys with stacks of cash, which happens at all these card shows. But she was like, why does that guy have these like bricks of money in his showcase? Like something that we see all the time, we kind of joke about, but it just was
she's used to you with the stacks of loonies and toonies. Like it's
loonies and toonies, yeah.
She's used to slide it across the end of the table, but it's not exactly the same thing.
Yeah.
Heavy, so it's not the same.
Like you said, though, if the objective is to have sports fans get introduced into the card market, then mission accomplished with events like this. Maybe it's only 5% of the people, but it's definitely, it's people. Like, I mean, there's sports fans everywhere. It's like up and down the aisles, running around in circles in there, and they're gravitating over to the card section to take a look at things, and the cards are everywhere. So it is working.
Yeah, that was kind of my key point. My key point that all I was trying to get at was that, and I said it in jest in the Discord, I'll just repeat it for folks that are coming in now. I said that again, sight unseen, I'm not there, I'm not even, before it even started, the idea in my mind is that you did not want to try to replicate the National. It would make no sense to do that. There's plenty of shows that do a very good job catering to that audience. Your goal is to be the unnational, to be something else. You can't be the same thing, because if you're being the same thing, then you're just another show. I don't care how much marketing or power you put behind it. It's just another show. We got lots of shows.
Yeah.
One more show is not going to make that much of a difference. Who cares?
Yeah. And you look at it from this standpoint, like this venue for a convention, for a show, I don't know what it costs, but the nicest venue I've ever been in I remember going for years to hardware conventions with my parents that all across the country and down the States, and big conventions besides just card shows. But like, this venue is off the charts. It's just there's 100 food spots with every type of different food you can think, with no lineups because there's just so much accessibility to it. The washrooms are spotless. There's a guy standing in the washrooms, cleaning the washrooms as you're there. All these things that we go on, the air conditioning, the Wi-Fi is incredible. But all that comes at a price.
Did you go to Buc-ee's?
Buc-ee's?
Andy will know what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
Doesn't that sound like Buc-ee's, Andy?
No, I don't think Buc-ee's quite that big, but I know what you're saying.
So just for context,
when he said that, the person in there cleaning the restroom, that's how Buc-ee's is. You walk in there and there's somebody directing you to the open toilet and they're cleaning.
Yeah. That's a very specific regional reference. I appreciate it. So just for context, the Javits Center, which is where they're holding this, the Javits Center, is 3.3 million square feet. If you count everything, if you use every square foot of everything involved in it, it's 3.3 million square feet. The exhibit hall floor is 850,000 square feet. The National just ended had 500,000 square feet.
Right.
This is comfortably more space. And then if you add meeting rooms and breakout rooms, which you could use for things if you really need to, there's another 600,000. So that's 1.4 million square feet of totally usable space inside. If you want, it can hold 3 Nationals. From the Cleveland that just happened. It can hold 3 of them.
Right. So if you put it all in perspective, like then we'd have to pay triple the cost to get into the National. Dealers would have to pay triple the cost. Like I'm sure everything's relative.
No, for dealers it was triple the cost. That did happen.
Yeah. Again, it's always that way. You know, we deal with that back with the local show in Halifax. It's like, oh, we should get a better venue or bigger and do this. And I'm like, guys, you want your tables for $20 and free admission for people? Well, this is what we got.
Yeah,
like
that's what I was about to say, because there is a big difference between a smaller show where you're able to offer more affordable tables. The entry fee is cheaper. The advantage of that, so for that situation, dealers can have your value boxes, your dollar boxes, 50-cent boxes are perfectly, not only are they perfectly viable, they're a good idea because you can pretty much make your money back right away. It's very smart. Because people will buy stacks of cards that are available very inexpensively. But if you go to a big expensive show, you pretty much wreck that because it doesn't make any sense anymore to have that. So Brad, I think you'll appreciate this. Let me play this. So I mentioned it. I made reference to this a couple of minutes ago, but let me get back to it right now. This is a podcast called Hobby Hustle. And the guy on it is actually interviewing the guy who runs the Burbank card show for Rob Vera's. And this is a clip. It's 59 seconds. It's under a minute. I'm going to speed it up to 1.25 speed. Not my 2x. Don't worry. I'm not going to torture you guys with it. I'll speed it up just a smidge. But I want you to listen to what the one guy said, because he actually gives numbers on how much the Anaheim Convention Center, what is costing them to get the hall that they're using. So I want you to listen for that. So give me a second here and I'll share this with you guys. So let's get the window here, Chrome tab, and I want audio on. Perfect. All right. So here we go. So the guy on the right is your Burbank card guy, and the guy on the left is your interviewer. So let's listen for a second, and he'll give you a little background.
While we're doing Ontario, well, if Anaheim is that far away, because Rob's dream is to get to Anaheim, because that's where the last National in California happened.
Yeah.
So if it takes that many years for Anaheim, let me start talking to them, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I go to Anaheim, and they had a date for me. The thing is, when they gave the price, I go, holy shit.
A little bit of a step up there.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
$150,000 just for the venue.
Wow.
But that's the venue, nothing else included.
That's crazy.
And I go, Rob, are we gonna go all in or what? Right?
Yeah.
And actually that Anaheim show cost us almost $500,000 to produce.
Wow. That's crazy. I mean, those are huge numbers. I don't think people understand that it costs that much to put on a show. So that's really interesting, and I appreciate you sharing that with us.
So do I. As soon as I was listening to that, and I was like, all right, first show promoter that I've heard that actually threw in the number. Now, of course, you're going to charge for tables. I think they got 500 or 600, vendors for their stuff. So, of course, you're charging a certain amount. I think for some of the previous shows, they've charged $600 per table. So if you get close to 1,000 vendors, because they're starting to push towards it, they're steadily increasing the number of vendors. Plus, you got corporate activations. Plus, TAG is giving them $47 billion, allegedly. So you got that going for you, allegedly. But the point is that you're going to have corporate sponsorship. You're going to have different things that are going to offset the cost. But still, $150,000 just to rent the space, just for the space. And then you got to do build-ins. You got to set things up and make it so that it'll work. So they're $500,000 in just before they've made $1. And that's at the Anaheim Convention Center that held the 91 National. That's Ye Old National. That was the gold standard. That was the big show back in the day before the Chicago one broke it, and then before the Cleveland one obviously did very well. But it's a lot of money. It's 150. It's 150,000 up front plus whatever you build out. In this case, another 350,000. You're building out whatever you're building. So hopefully your corporate sponsors are there for you because you're going to need that cash.
I hear you. So I should say, Baubles, Andy, sorry, I felt like I just jumped on here and I didn't say hi to you guys. I was listening in the Uber on the way back to the hotel. So when I jumped on, I felt like I wasn't partaking in the conversation, but I felt like I was there with you guys for the last half hour in the Uber as you were cruising around New York. So
you've been here in spirit, Brad.
Yeah.
and I also want you to acknowledge, Brad, that Andy bought things at a card show. I think you need to acknowledge that. We all need to acknowledge that.
I love it.
It's very important. And we need to acknowledge that Eric isn't here. So that's probably why this show is awesome.
Well, see, Andy buying cards at a card show is just proof of Ruben's 10xing the hobby.
Exactly.
Got Andy to spend money. I mean,
it actually increased it.
We have to attribute
it from his normal card show input.
I like 3x'd it myself.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So I'm like, yo, I don't even know what you guys are doing. Like, as far as I'm concerned, the system is working. Ruben, cut the check.
So you guys will love this. So we're sitting there, me, Sherry, and Summer leaning against a pole, just in the middle of the show, and
as you do.
I just kind of we're just having a chat with like where are we going to go to next, and I just kind of turned to the right a little bit, and I'm like, oh hey, and he's like, hey, how you guys doing? And I'm like, oh, pretty good. I said, great show you got going on here, man. It was Michael Rubens standing. He was waiting for someone. It was just the four of us. Mm-hmm. So he says to Sherry and Summer, he's like, you enjoying yourselves? And Summer's like, oh yeah, I just crushed him almost on the basketball, or I crushed him on the basketball shoot. We ran the 40-yard dash, but I'm coming back tomorrow to do it. And he was like, that's awesome. No, I didn't. In Summer's world, didn't have any idea who this guy was, but he was very genuine. You know, he didn't know who any of us were, but he was genuinely asking us if we were having a good time, if we were enjoying ourselves. And, you know, I know there's a lot. He can be an easy target at times, and there's some things that we can say, but man, they got the passion that he's putting in there. Like he's there this morning. I'm sure he's the last guy to leave tonight, and it can't be easy dealing with all this stuff. I know we see him with all these celebrities, but he's got to corral all these attitudes and personalities and keep it all together. And man, I, regardless of what you might think, like hats off to that guy. You know, like he's busting his hump out there. That's for sure.
So Ruben, I will bring Brad on every single week to heap you with praise. I'll include it as part of the build. Like, consider it done. Andy, I'm going to angle for this shit hard. It's going to be awesome.
I see that. I see.
Andy, listen, I can be bought. Screw the rest of you. I got my own business to take care of, Andy. Everybody else is going to take care of their business. Like Brandon Baubles and Baller, like I said, he's got 540 flips to take care of his dirty work. We know what Brandon's got going on. The Borellas in the garage of knowledge for a reason. He's got his thing going on. Listen, I got my own business I need to take care of, and if that check clears, don't even worry about it.
Just don't forget about us small people when the checks start coming in.
Exactly.
For my 3D holographic studio, it's gonna be me and Tupac hanging out here. We're gonna have holographic Tupac. It's gonna be awesome. It's gonna be amazing. You don't even know.
Here's the thing, Brad. This is a 3-day show, right?
Yeah.
And
I think it's right. Yeah.
You've mentioned the basketball. We heard about the WWE thing, the 40-yard dash thing. Do you feel there is enough there to sustain someone over the course of the full weekend? Because, like, what if a person's only a basketball fan or only a football fan or maybe only there for the wrestling? Do you think that could be a negative side to it?
Yeah, I do. Well, yeah, I don't want to say I think it's a negative side. I think knowing going into this now, if someone asked me what their plans was, I'd be like, buy a 1-day pass.
Yeah.
If you go in on the day of the people that you care about seeing are there, and maybe if you want to see, if you're an autograph person, you want to be there, maybe you do 3 days. Like if you're there for all the different people, but if you're there for just the event, 1 day is fine. Obviously, Fanatics could never put on an event this size for 1 day, but as an individual person, you know, I'm going to go back. I never leave a show. Like I left, we're staying right beside the Javits Center. I left 3 times today. We went for lunch. Normally I had that FOMO, fear of missing out on something. I want to be part of it. we went back, we did that, went to Summer's at a show now. And tomorrow morning, I plan on being there from 9:30 till probably 11:30, like maybe, and then we're going to go somewhere in New York for lunch, and then I'll probably pack. Well, I'm just debating on the Hulk Hogan scenario. Kind of might do beat Hulk Hogan. That'd be kind of cool. I never did before. Usually I don't do those things, so that might be on the agenda. But you nailed it, though,
by telling him you're his brother.
Yeah, but it's a one day.
A lot of those, man.
One day event is absolutely fine. So like I'd say, come in on a Saturday, spend the day there, maybe do something else on the Sunday, or it's a one day event from that aspect of it for sure. We're just here and we have the 3-day passes, so we're gonna just do a little bit each of the 3 days, and as long as I don't get hurt, I will do the 40-yard dash again because it looks so. I will send the video over. It's so bad.
If you do get hurt,
I want to see.
Then send me the video twice.
Yeah,
just to make sure it gets through.
Brad, have you bought anything yet?
Brad, have you been bought yet?
Yes,
Brad,
because I'm angling for it. So I'm just saying, if checks are being cut, I'm in. Let's go.
So I purchased. We all did.
Oh,
shameless. I love it. Brad, when you work there, you can get that shit for free. You do know that they can give it to you.
Well, so we got this one on the back. So we bought shirts. Sherry and Summer wanted to buy Bert's shirts, so we did that. I bought a box of WWE Prism that I want to open tonight.
Whoa!
Yeah.
Whoa. Hey, we're here.
I know. I don't know where it's at. I gave it to Summer to
find
take
that shit. Let's go.
Yeah, but it was. I think I bought it from obviously David Adams, but it was $275 US, which I thought was for a hobby box of the Prism WWE, which I thought was great.
I happen to know there's one box left at AMG.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I might have asked Steve just for fun. I'm like, Steve, I gotta know for morbid curiosity. Just tell me. Just tell me.
Oh my God.
It was hilarious. I died.
So and then I'm looking at a couple cards that Sharon has, Black Jaded Wolf booth that I've been always every show for the last 2 or 3 years I've been buying non-sport stuff from her. So she's got a couple cards that I'm looking at that are in play that I might make a move. Hugh Jackman, Wolverine.
Will Levis, yes, go on.
Yeah, which I don't have. And if I say this right, Emilia Clarke from Game of Thrones, the one card that I really like. She's got that. She's got, which I think is super cool, but I'm just not a big fan of him per se. But Ben Affleck from maybe it must have been probably Batman then. He's got one on-card autograph, his first one. So it's like his rookie non-sports. She has that. Ben
Affleck did one of the Batmans. I think he did one. Memory serves me.
I think he is that. It's super tough. You never see that card. But I'm doing my non-sports stuff now, and I'm not sure if that fits in because I'm not really a huge fan of his, but so I might pass on that. I'm going to buy one card. I got a budget of $2,000 or $3,000 in that range, so I'm going to try to decide.
Well, if you go find Ruben again, maybe you could add a 0 or 2 to that. Get on it, Brad. Let's go.
I know. I'm
shirt too. Get Ruben to sign the shirt.
I know. I know. We did got a great picture with him. Someone was like, "Why did you get a picture with that guy that was talking to us?" I'm like, "It was funny. She was so genuine. I had no idea."
Brad, next time, could you get like a PSA shirt, but on the back it says 90C?
Yes,
that'd be awesome. Just do that. Let's go.
That'd be a fun one to wear.
Go, Andy. Come on, if you're gonna do it, let's go. I already told Brad they're gonna have the PSA booth at the expo this time. I told Brad, listen, we haven't bothered with it, but this time. I am calling my shot early. I demand swag. I demand swag.
So what they did, again, not to be a plug. This is not meant to be a plug. It's meant to be talking with
your chance.
I'm talking with my buddies, but I really truly think this was great. So the shirts they had, you pick out a logo and you silk screen.
A hot dog on it? What the hell's a hot dog?
So it's got all kinds of cool things. So anyways, you can silk screen anything you want. So Sherry, I don't know if you know this, but her favorite food in the world is hot dogs. And she got a PSA 10 gem mint with a hot dog. Which I thought was hilarious.
It's not steak. It's not, okay.
So Brad's just turning Eric into a PSA fan because he's going to get the mayonnaise jar.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
no,
it's
I got one. I got something special for Eric coming. That's why I was surprised he wasn't here. But the PSA from New York
Foreshadowing. Yes. Yes.
I know. I know.
Good.
Oh, and Bobby, I
Right.
picked up your Trailer Park Boys on Friday, so I'll get that shipped out when I get back. So I got it. It's in hand at AMG.
Amazing.
Wonderful.
Amazing.
Thank you so much. My brother-in-law
but
was
honestly,
asking
guys-
about that yesterday. It's kind of funny.
Oh, good. Yeah, I apologize. I left it with Bubbles, and it's just been a venture. But I'll give a report after tomorrow, because tomorrow,
Sure.
the second half tomorrow afternoon, I'm going to go from one end of the card show area, just take my time and go through every table. And the girls are going to go to an afternoon show, so I'm just going to do that, and I'll send a little report on that. But again, there's lots of activity. There's lots of people up and down the aisles. I haven't talked to any dealers about how they're doing, but I definitely will do that tomorrow.
I think it's going to be like, so just my personal opinion, I think it's going to be tough. If you're a dealer, you really do need inventory that you can move for a decent markup, because you're already 3,000 in the hole just to start. It's like 3K for the tables just to start. And
The
then
high-end
again, that's the
cars
very
that
basic.
have, it's
What's that?
that's going to compensate them. One sale will probably make that up, right?
If you've got the right inventory, absolutely. But regardless, I think though a key thing, I think a lot of times folks will be like, oh, but it's a big show, and if you make a big, yeah, of course. Like, look, if you got a $50,000 card and you got a $20,000 markup on it, then you whatever, who cares? Well, it doesn't matter, Bobby. It can be a trinket that you sell for $50 million. Great, and you've got $5 into it. Awesome.
You bought a cheese string 'em on if you wanted to know.
Listen, the cheese string 'em on. Like, the cheese string 'em on is goated. Let's not even question it. The ROI on that is through the charts, through the moon. Let me tell you.
He bought it back at 11. So
exactly, it's gonna be awesome. But the point is that for most dealers, like Black Jade Wolf has the kind of inventory where she's probably got enough markup on enough things where she'll be fine. But I think for a lot of dealers, like I think I'll just refresh everybody's memory. Most of the hobby is not operating in the 4 and 5 figure category. Most of the hobby is not operating in the high 3-figure category. Most of the hobby is operating in the 2 and 1 figure category, and it's tough to get there. Like, it's not easy. Andy was able to go on an absolute spree this past national because he spent the last 57 shows he's attended buying zero. His discipline is like is goated. His discipline is incredible, sensational.
It's 10x already.
Yeah,
Brad.
Exactly. That's what I mean. Like, you're going to see a spike, a card ladder spike. It's like all of a sudden the Andy index went from like 0.0000. Boom.
If you see the graph going up, that means I'm buying.
Yeah.
Exactly. Basically, Andy. That's it.
We're all
That's what
hedging our
happened.
bets on Andy. Brad, question: is there any auction houses there? Like they would be all set up at the national.
Yeah, no. So Fanatics collect obviously, but they have a big presence.
I think Golden has one, though.
Golden, no.
I seen Ken Golden.
He's feuding with Geoff. They're fighting over bounties. It's very
maybe.
To tell you the truth, honestly, but I don't think I didn't really notice anybody else. Like there was
stars around. You'd think that they would have, hey, I'm gonna walk by and hey, you're wanting to sell some of your stuff? Sure. Hey, listen, we'll take it on.
Yeah, Sports Illustrated had like an awesome booth.
Really?
That had like wicked art. I took a whole bunch of pictures. So did Sherry. She wants to do some stuff on the AMG podcast this week. But yeah, they had some really cool stuff. And I don't know, put people in. CGC's there. PSA, we have our booth set up.
I'm just looking at the show floor map. Now, one thing I'll give this. This one, Ruben, I'll give you as a freebie. I won't even add that to your charge. When I'm looking at the show floor map, all I'm seeing is basically outlines and then a lot of the corporate stuff. But I would like to see a floor map of the dealers. That would be helpful because I can see tops. I can see the NHL, NBC, UFC, WWE, MLB, V-Friends. I can see the corporate presence, the Superstore. I can see that for Fanatics Superstore. So I can break this up into categories. Like I'll just show you guys so you see what I'm seeing here. I was scanning through on the website, just looking at it. And when I'm looking at it here, what I'm looking at is this floor map, though, is just telling me like John Boy Entertainment, the kids zone, the NFL's got its big section here. Like, okay, that's cool and all, but on the off chance that I am interested in the card show piece, like, you got to give me a list of dealers. Give me something. It would make my life easier.
Thing for lists there on the drop down?
Not right now that I see. So right now, the
Right.
show floor map is all I got there. I got exclusives. I got travel sponsors.
Really?
Let's see under more. Oh, here we go. Exhibitors. So maybe I gotta go to more. That's not great, by the way.
Yeah, there's hobby
This
shop
one is just for
exhibitors.
applying, so that's not helpful. So this website needs some work because right now, if I actually was trying to find a dealer, I'm struggling.
Did they hand
Yeah,
out
that's-
maps, Brad, or anything?
No, so the app is really good. I
the
didn't
app.
even use
Okay, yeah.
I didn't use the website. I just used the app. The app because I wanted to schedule the things that I wanted to see.
Sure.
So you could just it was super easy. It listed everything and you just check mark and then it built your own little schedule. And I'm technically
Nice.
challenged when it comes to this shit.
All right.
And there was so much going on that overlapped. Like you kind of had to do that if you wanted to see certain things. But it was cool. Like to Stephen A. Smith, they had a panel like that. I said I should just go up and check it out. And I walked like right up and sat down and watched it for 15, 20 minutes. And that was cool. He's a bit of he is what he is, but I got to see him live in person. So I enjoyed that.
Yeah,
He
it's for the
understands the shit.
experience. That's the
It
experience.
is 100%. Yeah, he
I saw
understands
him
his
in
shit.
person. Got nice to meet Ruben. Got my picture
Yeah.
with him. Like, got a shirt.
Yeah, and
Got a hot
like I
dog
said,
on a shirt. Like that's
Yeah.
right there, like legendary.
But
Stuff.
think from a family perspective or anything, like fortunately I do have Sherry. She enjoys the hobby. Obviously, it's her livelihood as well. And so I do have that going for her. But like the summer experience is a whole new thing. And to see her, like she's pumped to go back tomorrow. And like I've tried my whole life to get this kid into collecting something. Like
That's
from
actually
cards
so.
to
So
stickers.
Brad, unintentionally, you're
Yeah.
making the best point for this Fanatics Fest because one of my key points, I said flat out, and this is where I think Andy, and this is where I think B Roth missed the point. It's not for B Roth. It's not necessarily for you. It's not necessarily the guys who are going to the National love the National for what it is. Again, I have no idea what that is. Like I'm a not national guy. That's my deal. But the point is, for the guys that go to that, that is one specific experience they're looking for. So, but there's a lot of options for providing that to you already. The idea here is to get Brad's daughter, who doesn't give a crap, has been exposed to this for a lifetime, to actually be interested in attending the thing. And if it succeeds in getting her interested in attending the thing, already that's a success because she was outside of the demographic entirely.
Absolutely. 100%. That's
And
exactly
she's
what
gonna
it
go-
is. And
She's gonna go, Daddy. You know what card I really like in your display case?
I know. Well, honestly, we had, and I remember she wanted to sell. It was Harry
I
Potter.
have to
When
pay for
she
it?
loved Harry Potter, I bought all the best Harry Potter cards from the first year that they came out.
Mhm.
And I still can't believe why, but I think at one point she said she didn't care about Harry Potter anymore or whatever it was. And I was like, well, if you don't, I might as well sell them. And
The recording is
I
off,
sold
Bobby. You
them.
can't blame it on that. I checked.
Yeah.
The recording is off.
Weird. I don't know. Ever since I got that stupid freaking Ignite, it's just been shit.
It has been bad. But anyway, just to be clear, the recording is off in case anybody's curious. It's not on.
Okay.
I have it off. But I think, Brad, though, the main point, though, is I think it is good that I think the key point here is, and there's a couple of good comments here. I'll make sure I read them. But I think the key point, though, is that, again, if we remember it's an experience thing, and we remember the card show is basically a tack on to it, then I think we set our expectations appropriately. And then somebody can say, hey, that's too expensive. I'm not interested in that. Well, perfect. Then this is not the show for you. Then good news. I have good news. I'm going to save you some money. It is not for you. Because it's for the folks that are 99% of those folks are not going to buy a card after the show's over. They wanted to go and walk down the ramp to Shawn Michaels' theme song, like Brad, and then basically do pose downs, like Brad, and record that for Carlos's content, like Brad. So that's what they're there for. They're not there. They're there to run the 40-yard dash and pretend that somehow they can now run faster than they could in their physical prime, like Brad. The point is, that's what this is for.
Again,
That's who you're trying to sell this to. You're not trying to sell this to the folks that are going to the National. It's two different demographics entirely. Now, can you go there and find some dealers who may have something of interest to you? Sure. But it's a bonus. It's not the primary driver. That's why I used the All-Star game thing. I didn't know what I was going to see when I went there. It happened that they had some dealers. I was able to buy some stuff. That's cool. but I was there for the random stuff. I was there for the Frank Mahovlich moment that just so happened to I got a Johnny Bauer signed puck because Lord knows I needed one because I think there's only 50 million of them. So I think, I needed one of the 50 million. So that's important.
Everybody else has one, so you need
everyone else had one, so we needed one. But the point is, they had all those legends there to do signings all throughout that weekend. That was part of the deal. It was part of the All-Star Game festivities. This is a fest. You remember that it's a fest? Get your mind around that. Dufex here is saying REA, Heritage, Clean Sweep, and Memory Lane were all at the East Coast National. That's why I said, you want to go to a card show? Go to the East Coast National. That makes way more sense for you. That's a different demographic that you're shooting for here.
Yeah. Yeah, no, you got that right. That's for sure. But if these guys keep seeing athletes involved, and I know it's not going to do anything for us hardcore collectors, or doesn't
Tom
make a
Brady
difference.
bought a card, man.
Yeah, and did you see your buddy Mike Trout opening up that card with his kid?
Rigged.
You watch?
So rigged. Unbelievably rigged.
CT scan.
That CT scanner is galore. CT scanner delight. Mike Trout has the CT scanner confirmed. Sorry, go on.
But do you know what I mean? Like the more that we see these athletes being engaged with cards, Gronk, I didn't see it yet, but Gronk slammed a card or something, and then he signed it for somebody. Well, but seems foolish to us, but to a mainstream, it's putting cards at the forefront, seeing these athletes do it. And again, I think that's good, and we can grow the hobby. Now, on the other side of me as a collector, I'm like, well, how much do you want to see the hobby grow? Do you want prices to keep? It's a catch-22 sometimes for us old school guys that do that.
Andy is advocating for 0.7x the hobby.
I'm trying to 2/3.
He's shooting for a 25% reduction. Trying to take
I love it.
Yeah, he's shooting for a reduction. Andy's got a complete different angle on this.
It's too expensive, so I'm trying to 2/3 it.
Yeah, he's trying to 2/3 it.
Yeah, it is. It is some expensive now, though.
It is. Let me read a couple of these comments. I'll get caught up real quick. Colorado Sports Dude, good evening. It says, yo, any thoughts on Fanatics Fest Explosive at Pine Tune? They have several a year in different locations. So they are going to have different locations, that for sure. That my understanding is they've got a couple of locations figured out. Yeah. One thing that I'm going to say, here's the thing. I have no moral opposition to this. I think the national and those regional shows can continue to operate and do their thing. And I think this Fanatics Fest can do its thing and do its traveling road show at some big convention centers around. And I think that's perfectly fine. Now, do I mind the concept of it? I do not. I don't like lines, so honestly, I would have to bypass the peasants. I would have to use my influencer privilege. That's why I said, Ruben, if you're going to get me out there, number one, you got to pay for it. Put enough zeros on the check. But number two, I need express line at the front of the line. I'm not dealing with the commoners. That ain't happening. I need the Bobby Burrell at Expo treatment. I need front line. I need velvet ropes parting. I need the whole thing. Champagne falling from the heavens. That's what I need. Otherwise, we're not even going to have this conversation. But the point is, if you really want those experiences, I think that's great. And then at the same time, I do think it's good that they'll do a couple of these things. I think there's going to be some interest for some folks if they travel around regionally. If it's close, if it's in their town or close by, I think that's going to be really good.
Yeah, proximity
and then at the same,
help for sure.
Totally. And then I think to Brad's point, it's a thing where maybe you go for a day, you get in some of the lines for some of the stuff you really, really want, or if you really have your heart set on getting a signing with one of the people on it, you schedule it so that you can get in that line, make sure you get it. There you go. That's what you'll be looking for.
I think it's a day and a half show, really, because you fly in, you get a hotel overnight, and then you go back the next day and leave about noon, 2, 3, whenever your flight can be out of there. And you got a good day and a half on it, and you probably be happy.
And that'll probably satisfy you. That'll probably be enough. Especially if you're strategic about it and you get the ones you want.
Yeah.
And you get the ones you want, you'll be done. That's
national.
Good enough.
You got to pay for 5 days of a hotel. That's a lot. Yeah.
Wow. Or you can go to one of the Airbnbs. People got so excited about the Airbnbs. Andy, I'm going to come back to the national because I want to have a little fun with this in a minute. But since we're talking about Fanatics Fest, it's relevant. Okay. But I do want to come back to it since you did attend. Yeah. And now, like I said, now we've got shocking revelation. Oh my God, our lives have changed forever. Now that we know you bought cards, that have changed everything. These modern day kids are about Instagram, YouTube, the experience, the angle, and the hardcore crowd. By the way, also, if you're an influencer, then this still makes sense for you because you can write it off. So then it's fine. Then whatever. If you get access and you get some videos out of it, then fine. Go for it. Dufex here. Will Trout be an annual participant at Fanatics Fest in the middle of summer every year if he needs additional income stream to offset his expected mid-season injury? Early season, mid-season, late season, post-season, post-season.
I think he's doing fine financially.
Oh, he's fine financially.
His
Steve
contract
says
is guaranteed.
Yeah. Does the fish boy get injured for an accident? So the joke running around was when he took the video with his kid. People say, like, oh, he injured his hamstring when he high-fived his kid after pulling the car. Listen, I'm not the only one making these jokes, man. I'm not the only one. I'm one of the key people doing it, but I'm not the only one, is my point. There you go. Exactly.
Do we know if the box he opened with his kid was scanned or not?
Well, listen, I already made that joke. It's like CT scanners for the win. Trout has his own CT scanning company. That's his next venture. It's going to be awesome.
I mean, it would make sense. He gets his body scanned about as much as Eric does. So you get the 2 for 1
He got
deal.
the box scanned with his CT scan. He was holding the box.
This has got to be the most anti-Trout.
He gets a twofer.
So, Andy, what do you think of the CT scanning?
I mean, I think it's terrible. Like, if I was holding a bunch of wax, I would not feel comfortable at all. I mean, because it's just it's a bad look. I mean, I think it's probably realistically, it's probably only going to affect the higher end stuff just because of the cost that it that it would cost someone to scan. So I wouldn't be worried about like the lower end stuff. But like, yeah, if it was high end stuff, I mean, that's because I mean the high end stuff is expensive.
So you're saying the VIP packs, those big league packs probably aren't going to get
those are probably safe, I would think.
Is that what was in there? I bought like 3 VIP passes for me, Sherry, and Summer, and I forgot to go. I picked up the badges on Thursday.
Em was saying apparently it was not big leagues, so your best bet is to pull a Geoff card. That's your best bet. Unless I got to go pick up my. In which case you're screwed.
Yeah, I got to go. I'm going to go get them tomorrow then, just so I can have my big league pack. But I thought there'd be something cool in it. I was mad at myself. I didn't go pick it up. I was hoping, but by the sounds of it, I guess it doesn't make a big difference.
Brad, your thoughts on CT scan?
If any, it confuses me.
Gotcha.
Again, it's not going to do anything for old vintage packs, right? From what
no, it doesn't.
So the understanding is because they are flatter, they don't have as many. You need kind of raised edges. So in the scan that I showed, so I did a video. Obviously, we did the podcast, and when we were talking about the podcast, we showed the video on it. And the reason it worked is because obviously in a Dynasty box. So you got a cutout for the jersey piece. So you got that as a definable piece of it. The Max Verstappen example, you got the raised, you got the embossed with the foil and everything. And then obviously you got the numbering. So you're able to make out the character, the player in this case, and you're able to make out the numbering. So it's the out of 10. So you're able to make that out. And you can see it's the jersey piece or patch piece or whatever. So you've got raised edges and you've got indentations and things like that. So because they can scan through to the micron, very small layers, if something is completely super flat, there's not a lot of definable things, and you're not getting enough resolution to be able to see enough. But who knows? You could develop this technology down the road. But the point is with today's technology, if you're talking some high-end stuff, so the cup, for example, your Austin Matthews pull, Brad, the fix could have been in. We could have taken care of that with one old scan, and we would have known it was there.
Yeah.
I'm just playing dumb. I'm playing dumb right now.
Yeah, exactly. Like we know Brad about. Listen, we know what Eric's doing. He's out there getting some CT scans, scanning some boxes for Brad Harlan over there. We know what's going on. That's why he's not here right now. He's out there getting scanned back and forth, like Mike Trout style.
They can't really fix it going forward. They can only really do redemptions, I guess, or e-packs, I guess, to avoid
that is one thing you could try to do. Yeah, you could try to do it.
Can't you
basically remove it?
Can't you put something in the box though that will just? Yeah, I was told that you could just
lead.
So that's the going theory. You could try to play around with it. You basically could. So just high level, you could try to do something that reacts to the CT scan to change something, to change the color, or to do something to it that alters it in a way that it becomes clear that it's been messed with in some way.
Yeah,
that could be a thing you're trying to do.
That'd be something.
Yeah, I talked about it. I was talking with Adam Martin today, and about. Remember how they launched Dave and Adams? They were doing fresh. I should remember the name of it, but they would open up a case that came right from the factory, and they would seal all the boxes.
Yeah,
it was fresh from a case, Dave and Adams, and they would. I said, and I think they kind of stopped doing it a little bit now, but that would be a great thing for them to do going forward. Like the
Still
cases
scan
come
it, though.
in,
You can still scan
but
it.
Yeah, you can scan.
but
can
if you
scan
put
through a
something
wrap.
in, right? But if you put something in the box, like you said, that said it was scanned or somehow you could do it.
Sure.
So
Yeah.
if you know that it's coming right like that, I mean, I think that would be great. They're gonna have a solution to this, obviously. You know,
Yeah.
Fanatics, Tops, Upper Deck, they're gonna have.
Yeah.
I'm sure the new products, high-end products that are coming out, are going to have some sort of a CT scan proof.
But then
tags.
the CT scanners get better too, right?
My thesis is that they're going to do something because for their high end, they need to try to protect it. That's really the main reason they would go out of their way to do something. For the older material, you can't do much. There's not much you can't retroactively put something in the box.
No.
But what you can do is you can try to protect the future versions of it. It makes a lot of the people that try to hoard high-end wax, it creates a bit of a problem because it's like, well, you're hoarding these boxes of national treasures or whatever, but I could run them through a machine and I could find out pretty quick if there's a logo man or something fancy in there. I could find out pretty fast.
But do you guys know, like, obviously there is some people that put away this type of product, but I think it's a very select few people.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know anybody that puts away case, especially now with all the redemptions.
Shine.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, he'd be one. He's got a lot of it, so it's one of those things where like there are a few, there are a few,
but a few select people that do it, and they're the ones that are in that space that buy that stuff and open it up. And I'm not going
to put it another way. So
you still have the breakers, right?
Let me present it this way. This would be the way that I would put it, just so that we're all on the same page. Obviously, it was pertinent, so it was worth talking about, no doubt. And it was worth discussing kind of thoughts on it and everything. But I go back to my original idea. For the most part, I operate in this hobby as a singles collector. There are things that I will open and do it. Now, if we can use CT scanning so that people from Upper Deck that I may know can then feed the hits directly to me, like the hits that I actually want, then listen, Andy, I'm for this. Like, I think this is the greatest thing that could ever happen to the hobby. Again, I'm mainly thinking of me, Andy. The important thing is, how does this affect me? I'm like a lot of hobbyists here. I care mostly about me. But separate from that, I don't think the average rank and file hobbyist is going to be impacted too badly. It's not going to really create anything, because even getting away from my selfish need to have all the good stuff funneled to me, beyond that, if you're buying singles, then do you really care who pulls them and the circumstances in which they pull them? The only question you're having is like, oh, that's the item I want. Is it available? And is it available at a price that is reasonable to me? Because I wasn't going to pull from a box anyway. I was going to buy it on the secondary market. So the question is, can I get the thing that I want for a price that I think is reasonable? And if the answer to these two questions is yes, dude, CT scan away. I don't give a shit.
Yeah.
So that's why I want to make sure I separate something. I understand why, for the person who's breaking boxes, this is bad because it could ruin the integrity and your confidence in, are you getting a fair shot, whether through a breaker or as an individual. So I want to be understanding of that. I am understanding of that. I'm not downplaying that, but I'm also saying, like, as a singles collector, predominantly, I do open some stuff here and there, but for the most part, not so much. It doesn't affect what I'm doing hobby-wise. Yeah. Like, as long as I can get the singles that I want, like, dude, CT scan. I don't care how you get the damn card. The question is, do you have the card that I want, and is it a price that I think is reasonable? If the answer to these two things is yes, then I'll buy it from you. I don't give a shit.
Well, from what I understand, this is not like a new thing either. Like, they say this has been going on for a long time, and the only reason it really came to everybody's attention is because they started this service charging people for it, you know. But I mean, who knows how long people have been doing it?
My policy, my long-standing theory, which has not been disproven, like, it stands very well. It's held well over time. By the time you're hearing about it, it's been going on for a while.
Yeah.
You know, Kurt's Card Care did not invent card altering. It made me laugh. I'm sitting there like, Kurt's Card Care showed up, and it's like, all of a sudden, oh my God, card altering. It's like, wait, dude, seriously? What did you think Kurt invented it? Like,
Kurt's almost last to market.
There were people working on this a long time ago before Kurt, you know, before it was a vision in his father's eye. Like, what are we even talking about? Like,
I know 30, 35 years has been going on.
Yeah. So the CT scan thing, the technology didn't suddenly rapidly improve in the last 12 months or suddenly, oh my God. No, you probably could have done that 5 years ago, which means that somebody who had the idea in their head probably was doing it, but they were doing this.
Yeah, they weren't talking.
They weren't
about
talking about it. Yes, they were not sharing with it.
Exactly.
They weren't sharing with the rest of the class.
Yeah,
They were just doing their thing. This
I think
box
what
is
it
the
boils
good
down
one.
to, when you look, you mentioned Kurt, and then you mentioned this, and the company coming out saying they're offering it publicly. It's been happening.
Yeah,
it becomes a news story and spoken of when people decide that they want to try to profit off of it happening. That's when it starts getting discussed and becomes a topic.
Mhm.
Otherwise, it's just, who knows? There's probably 20 other crazy things that are going on out there that we don't know about, but if we knew, it would be the same thing. We would, there would be a discussion. Some people would be like, oh, it's okay. Some would be like, no, it's bad. And it would, there's probably a bunch of stuff that's unspoken at the moment.
Yeah. Well, look, and I want to touch on this since obviously we only get to chat with you once in a while, Andy. I want to kind of bring you into this conversation. It's one of my favorite things about doing this format, and also the podcast and everything else. One of my favorite things, because these are pertinent things. I always want to make sure we talk about them because I think they're relevant. I think it's a worthwhile conversation to have, especially with hobbyists. I have to resist the urge because oftentimes I'm sitting there, I'm almost kind of indifferent to a lot of it. Like it's not even that I'm numb to it. No, it's like I accept it as part of standard operating procedure, in this hobby. And maybe that's why I like having other folks on here, because then maybe we can get different perspectives. That's better for me. I think that's helpful. I'm almost inoculated to it because I never left. And because I never left, to me, like the shystery nature of the hobby is like so standard for me that I don't even feel it anymore. It's like a pet owner who has like a smelly pet and they can't smell it anymore. Like, and then somebody else walks by, oh my God, stench. It's like, you can't even tell because you're so used to it at this stage. So that's why I think it's helpful to have other opinions and be like, actually, hold on, this is not normal. It's like, well, it is in this hobby, but I understand it's helpful to get that other perspective. My point though, is that when it comes to stuff like this, I always go back to, a lot of people get very frustrated and very upset and very angry in the moment, but I feel like the loudest voices of it, but you never bought any boxes anyway. So what? I don't understand why this bothers you. Like, it's fine to be bothered by it, but I don't understand why this bothers you. You're not the box breaker, so why do you care?
Yeah.
Pigs don't know pigs stink, right?
It's just weird. Like, that's what I say. So I think it's worthwhile discussing, no doubt. It should be acknowledged, no doubt. And for the Fanatics and those guys who have a vested interest in this, they need to do something for no other reason than for market confidence. They need to do it. They have no choice. Now, I don't think Topps Chrome is going to be affected by this necessarily because, again, cost factor plus availability factor plus, like, for a lot of these items, it's like, it's not worth it. I think you'll be fine. But you still have to send. But also, most hobbyists are not on social media. They may not even know this is a thing. We'll talk about it. But like, most of them have no idea. They'll blissfully go buy their box of whatever and open it. And it could have been happening for 20 years and they have no earthly idea. And they're still opening their box and they have no clue.
Well, if you take an Ovechkin box, like, honestly, his card's about $2,000 at least. So, it's worth spending the whatever dollars it's going to cost you to really check that. Or are you going to buy one that you think might be suspect? So it does hit the market in different areas, and it's definitely going to be a hindrance. I don't think they can solve it. There's no radiation involved. He says it's all just electronic based, so there's no radiation. So,
you're saying I'm not getting superpowers?
No.
Oh, lame!
Wonder Twin
So
powers are
lame.
not activated.
Oh my God, so lame.
So we're fine. So it does. It is another, I guess, problem that the hobby does have to deal with.
Sure.
And even if you don't collect the boxes, it really takes away from actually the breakers and those guys who do collect boxes. Any box worth over, $3-5 grand, it's worth doing, and that's suspect. And that's not, a lot of people who collect wax will spend that money because the potential of the packs, potential of whatever's in there.
Yeah.
So you get a lot more of those people. Whereas the guys buying the single cards, not so much, because it's the potential thereof of wax. That's what it's really all about.
You can't do it through a sealed case, though, right? Or can you?
I don't.
Can
think
There's
so.
no reason why not.
Well,
why not?
I guess they could, right? If the
think you
machine's
can.
big enough.
Cardboard isn't a problem. Go right through it. That's the thing. It's like you can go down to microns. Like so if they had used CT scanning technology, Logan Paul would have known this G.I. Joe. It could have been anything else. Oh my
Long
god!
time earlier, yeah.
It
Steve
could solve
Hart.
some
But
problems.
he already knew anyways. Don't you worry.
Steve Hart, come on. Charles is
Yeah.
making a valid question, so let me answer this. Let me answer to speak to this. And thank you, Charles, for the questions. I appreciate it. I think what I meant to say is how does this affect the breaking market as a whole? I don't buy brakes ever, but how does trust anyone now that's been going on? So let me present two alternative versions of this, okay? There is the teapot version of it where he's like, oh my God. Ah! And then there's my version of like, obviously two opposite ends of the spectrum. But I'll say this. The reason why I said earlier is that I do think the manufacturer has to take this seriously is because consumer confidence is important. That is always part of the equation. It does matter. It matters. But I think the number one thing is the hobby. How do I put this nicely? Actually, let me not put this nicely. Rule number one, the hobby people are stupid. Most of them aren't paying attention to anything. They have no idea what's going on, and they've been ripped off every moment of their lives, and they like it, and they smile while they do it. However, for the odd person that actually does pay attention to the story and does care about it, let me offer the following. Their manufacturers are going to take it seriously because they do need to accommodate you. They do need to try to give you some sense of confidence. The reason why it is important, it's Charles's question here. Even if the fix is in, even if the house has the edge, even if the odds are against us, it's like the meme. I need to believe there's a chance. I need to be, from Dumb and Dumber. So you're telling me there's a chance. Well, in reality, your chance is minuscule to none. But I need to believe, Brad. I need to believe that I got a shot. And as long as I believe I got a shot, then I'll participate in breaks, and I'll buy boxes, and I'll do all this. The odds are always against me. If the odds were totally in your favor, well, then you be Carlos, and then, the scale is tipped in your favor. That's fine. Buy 5 EPAC cards and get a 1-on-1 PMG, gold PMG. Like, not everybody has that, Brad. I'm sorry.
And you know what? But it goes back a long ways, too. Like, you remember how Upper Deck blasters in hockey, you could open up a blaster box, and in every blaster box, you had 2 young guns. So if there was, say, I think 8 packs or 10 packs in a blaster box at the time, you could open up some McDavid rookie year, 15, 16. You could open up 2 packs, you get 2 young guns. Those other 8 packs, have no young guns, guaranteed. It's not hot. It's retail product. You knew there was no chance that it was perfect collation. That was 14, 15, 15, 16, 16, 17. So today I seen the big card wall. They had a really cool thing. They had cards from all the sports and like a pack stuck to a wall, and you could scan it. You could get one of those packs. I was like, maybe I'll just spend $100 and pick out a bunch of random packs and sit here and try this out. Then in the back of my mind, again, not that I don't know the company. I'm not saying any of this happened, but I'm like, am I going to buy a pack of McDavid here? Like it could be from one of those retail packs from an opened up blasters because people just constantly open them and threw the packs aside.
Yeah.
We used to do it at the store. People would they'd stop opening the packs. I don't want to open them. And we'd use those packs at AMG. We'd give them out to kids in 15, 16, 16, 17. They thought it was great. But like, it was just base cards, right? You get the odd shining star, but it was so how much of that stuff was floating around. But there's still all that stuff that happens over the years. It's going to continue to happen. It's just more technology now.
Absolutely. So hold on. I'm going to skip ahead because Ham's question is a fun one, but let me skip ahead for a second because this is a good one. It's like casinos are building. Yes, 100%. Look, I've said flat out, and this is as somebody who, again, occasionally will open a box. The card breaking is 100% gambling. We've got odds. We literally have odds. So yes, it is built on. I must believe that the implausible is possible. I have to believe that's the case. Otherwise, it defeats the whole point of the endeavor.
Slot machines are a terrible value, but actually with the price of wax now, you're better off playing slot machines, honestly.
No doubt.
You have better odds.
Scratch offs.
You have better odds than a slot machine.
But look, in all seriousness, you know that in Vegas, they are regulated to the point that they have to have odds for all their games. Mm-hmm. So they have to be able to tell you, like, actually, your percentage chance of winning is X. in this game. Your percentage of winning is X. And the slot machines are regulated that they have to pay out at a certain percentage. Otherwise, there's a problem. Like, it's actually regulated. They flat out have to pay out at X amount, whatever percentage.
Yeah.
But the thing is, that is part of the rule. That's part of the law in order to make this work. But in boxes, we've got odds. You know, this is 1 in 100 packs. This is 1 in 10 boxes. This is 1 in whatever. And as soon as you don't have confidence that whatever odds are giving you are legit, that somebody's already skewed, they've already tipped the balance too far in one direction, where like, if I have enough money, I'm going to get all the good hits and none of you are going to get the good hits, that breaks the whole thing. The whole thing breaks, because then there's nothing left. That's the problem. For me, is it a problem? Not necessarily, again, as a singles buyer, but it is a problem for the box people, because then Fanatics still wants to sell you that high-end product, and we can't sell it to you if the fix is in and you don't got a shot. Even if it's remote, you have to have a shot. Otherwise, it's no good.
Yeah,
that's just the truth.
This kind of goes back to the 90s. You know, wax was really cheap. It was dirt cheap, actually. You know, the early part of the 90s, right up till 98, 99. You know, and it was still cheap, reasonable. And then Mark Murphy in 96 brought out his book, and he started to promote sealed wax, and that he knew more about it. And then in 2003, I wrote that 4-page thing about, you know, how to get to know your wax. The wax collectors, a lot of guys would come up to our booth, say, Bobby, is this any good? Or, you know, the other guys, you know, 4 of us guys were looking at it and say, yeah, this is good. So, you know, there was no confidence at that time. And then after that, I'd say 2005, wax just went. And then in 2015, then it went right through the roof. And now this is kind of almost repeating itself again, is that lack of confidence. And that will hurt the hobby in a certain way and certain people. But a lot of people collect wax. And a lot of people are holding boxes like Ovechkin. It's not an expensive box, but it is, you know. And is it worth doing? Yeah. So, and that's just Ovechkin. We can, you know, put anybody else out there. And it is a thing that's, you know, you need that market confidence. Otherwise, it drops the wax price. And I've seen videos where guys saying they're selling their whole collection. It's like, whatever, you know, the sky is falling. It's not a Chicken Little situation, but it is something that needs to be addressed going forward. But the past stuff, I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen to that. That confidence of paying $30,000 for a box, like, poof, I don't know.
I agree, Bobby. I got to take off. The girls are coming back, and we're in a small room. What's New York? That's what you just expect to get.
Go for it, Brad. Appreciate you giving us some boots on the ground information. Go out there.
Go stretch.
Oh, Brad, like seriously, it took you so long to find the damn box.
I know I found it. I'll send you a picture of what my hits are. But yeah, so me and I don't know. I'm 265 pounds, 6'2.5", and I'm in a double bed with Sherry. It might be the worst thing that I've ever seen. I tried to change rooms. There's nothing we could do. 2 people sleeping in a double bed. I have no idea how that can still happen in this day of age. It's absolutely terrible. Like, it's miserable. I'm dreading it right now.
Calcutta at Fanatics Fest. This is bad, man. What are we doing?
Yeah, it's bad. It's really bad. She's
if
a
you were
starfish.
18 again, it would be okay though.
Oh yeah, absolutely. That's a good point, Bobby. I'm just gonna go that mentally.
Yeah, cool.
Rough times, Brad. Rough times. Hey, I demand. I better get picture hits, Brad. Let's go.
Oh, it's coming. Big ones are coming.
Pull something
in here.
awesome. Pull something awesome. Make it happen.
Thanks so much, guys. It was great chatting with you all. See you later.
Have fun tomorrow.
Have a good night, Brad. Take care. We'll talk
Thanks.
later. All right. Thanks, Brad, for joining in. I want to read Ham's question here. If you were going to collect for Future Valley, try to judge. So I'm going to resist the urge to go straight into comedy for this. I am going to resist. Look, here's all I'll say. Let me actually make a legitimate pitch for this. A serious, Andy, I'm going to be serious here. I'm going to be analytical.
I'll believe it when I see it.
Look, Andy, your lack of faith in me hurts my feelings. Okay. I am a man of peace. Look, here's the thing. The biggest advantage the judge has here is twofold. Number one, he's a New York Yankee, and number two, he's actually already had more memorable seasons than Trout could ever hope to have at the rate he's going. Trout has 3 MVPs, but again, we're back to the whole war thing, and if that actually means anything or whatever, it's nebulous. Okay, that's the writers. I can't control what the writers do. I don't agree with them necessarily. And this is actually me being serious. I'm being 100% serious on this point. Mike Trout could retire today. There's a good chance he'll go to the Hall of Fame. But can one of you name me what his signature season was. What was his signature moment? What was his signature anything? Or could I Thanos snap his career out of existence and none of you would have even noticed?
It's when his card sold for $1.5 million or whatever.
Sure, yeah,
that's it.
But what I'm saying though is like from baseball career perspective, I can't remember a Mike Trout moment. Any.
Well, his biggest moment, honestly, as like on the big stage, is when he struck out to Ohtani.
Great. That's more an Ohtani moment than a Trout moment.
Well, I mean,
like,
I'm just saying that's like his most
career.
memorable. That's his most
Sure.
memorable moment. Not his best, but his most memorable.
He's got 3 MVPs, and I can't remember shit about him, Andy.
I mean,
he has 1 hit in the playoffs.
Great.
He's a Hall of Famer if he retired today.
Sure, but based on what I've been told and the war and the whole thing, yes. But I'm sitting there like, look, I actually have more memories of Harold Baines just because of jokes. I can actually think of Harold Baines more. Like, to me, Hall of Fame, I'd rather think of Harold Baines more fondly than Mike Trout. I got nothing.
Yeah, I don't remember any special Harold Baines moments.
Oh, I remember Harold Baines jokes. Listen, I remember the jokes. And to be honest, the jokes are going to last far longer than Mike Trout's nothing.
I'm talking about the moments, like the baseball moments. I don't remember any Harold Baines.
Harold Baines probably had a hit at some point. It was fun.
You know what it's
I
like?
mean, I'm sure he had something, but
I would bet. Look, I'll bet you Harold Baines had more of a playoff record than Trout does.
I mean, I think honestly, like if we're being serious about this question, if you would have asked me like 3 or 4 years ago, I would have said Trout easy, but I think Judge has surpassed him.
Yeah, the 62 home run season alone was at least memorable. The I want to say 54 home runs that he had in his first like rookie season. That was a big season. That was a monster season for him. And then he surpassed it with the 62 home run season that he won an MVP for. Like, that was a memorable season. People remember that. That sticks for him.
Look, just go back into the vintage card days and all that stuff. And what do people collect? Like the 500 home run guys, or,
500 goal scorers.
The 700, home runs and stuff. Like when Pujols hit it. Those are the guys that are spoken of and are considered to be the greats and all of that sort of thing. Just to throw a number out of here, Trout has 5 more seasons than Aaron Judge has. Keep in mind, Carlos already mentioned Judge is a Yankee. That already gives him a boost. I would say if you're wanting to look at the WAR, Judge has got the boost because of the Yankees. But 5 more seasons, and this season isn't over, and Judge is only 78 home runs behind him.
For sure. Exactly. Yeah.
That right there, if you're looking for future value, it has to go to Judge.
It does. Like right now, he's got look, I'm being serious. He's got more memorable moments. He has more memorable moments, like more memorable seasons. It's easier for me to identify, hey, what was the key Judge season? The 62 home runs was pretty damn. And by the way, he's killing it this year. He's having a great season this year too. Like, it's another good season stacked on top of a good season. By the way, Andy, you'll love this. Here's a trivia question for y'all. All right. Harold Baines, our bro Harold Baines, has had 31 career playoff games that he's played. 113 plate appearances in the playoffs. Already destroying Trout. Like, it's not even close. But here's a fun one. What's Harold Baines' career batting average in the playoffs?
324.
Did you look it up ahead of time?
No, Paul put it in the
chat.
Oh, did he already put it in? All right, I didn't scan ahead. So he's got a 324 career playoff batting average. Andy fucking Harold Baines, go!
Not good.
Go!
Trout batting what? Isn't it like 100?
Trout is a peasant. He's nothing. Harold Baines, acknowledge him as your god.
Here's an analogy I think you'll appreciate, Carlos, is and we relate this to movies. We have the Academy Awards every year, and some years they're just not that great movies, but they still won Academy Awards. And then you have these amazing movies that did win Academy Awards, and then these other milquetoast movies that win Academy Awards. So I think it's in that kind of, he'll be a Hall of Famer, but the Academy Award, you know what I mean? It won't be the top tier. We're looking for those moments, as Carlos says. And that didn't happen with a lot of movies through the years, and and then sometimes you lose and you had an amazing movie, which was better than the last 5 that got awarded, but you went against another one that was really good at that time. So I think that's what this kind of juggles into being about the same. It's like, yeah, we got some great guys, but they're as good as they got through this time period. That's about it.
Yeah.
And that's why I guess everybody's
again. Look,
balancing it out.
It hurts my soul not to just go straight into Fish Boy slander, and Lord knows I want to. Like I really do. Like I'm holding myself back right now. Even as a man of peace, I'm holding myself back. The point though is like in baseball of all sports, we love narratives. The story of some of these players transcends their legend, transcends what they look. If I just look at the stats of some players, you would think, oh my God, well, but they're spoken in such reverence because the story is there. The big moments are there. The look, I'll give you a good example, a local example. Joe Carter was a good player. The 1993 World Series catapulted him in these lands to another level. The fact that he was he was there for the last out or the end of 2 World Series for the team here. He's a Blue Jay legend. Is he a Hall of Famer? No. Is he an all-time great? No.
Nope.
But can people that were Blue Jay fans in the 90s be able to recount the 92 and
Sure.
The 92 World Series? Joe Carter caught the last out in first base. In the 93 World Series, he hit the home run that ended the series.
Bada bing.
So that makes him a local legend. It doesn't make him an all-time great. It doesn't make him any of those. But narratives are important. They do matter. They are part of this. Look, I made the joke, but I'm serious. Trout's problem has always been that he stayed with the Angels. Bless him for that, whatever you believe about that. He's making good money, so the man is not hard up for cash. Good on. Look, I got no problem with that. Good on. Look, I'm trying to get some of this sweet, sweet Fanatics cash. Like, I'm not going to hate on taking the paycheck. But I could erase Mike Trout's entire career from baseball history. How many of you would even notice? Seriously, would you even notice?
You have to give Judge a little bit extra credit here because
give him a lot of credit already, but go on.
Well, he was smart enough to know he got drafted in 2010, and he was smart enough to know that his choice was better to go to college and then re-enter the draft rather than play for the Oakland A's. So you got to give him a little bit more credit for that one because then he was drafted by the Yankees.
Yeah. And the truth is Judge may never win a World Series either, by the way. But the point is that at least he's built a resume of some memorable moments. Like that is important. That is going to be part of the discussion. Like we gotta include that. Again, just having an amazing, memorable season already gives you something. People can anchor themselves to that. So I was going to say here. So we got Garrett here. Garrett, there's nobody stopping you.
I see Garrett mouthing off down there.
No, we're going to get to Garrett here in a second. I wanted to get through the comments, but Garrett, there's nothing stopping you. You want a fucking link. You can get a fucking link. Just give me a contact point and I'll send it to you.
Hey, what about this comparison for Trout? He's like the modern day Mantle without the winning, the women, and the booze.
More than anybody thinks of him for more than a second when he's gone.
So he doesn't have the winning, doesn't have the women, and the no booze. So he's kind of like Mantle, right?
Well, the problem is his apex doesn't even hit Mantle either. The 56th season was legendary. The 56th season was a Triple Crown season, man.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is what look. Let me quickly pull back the curtain here to help you guys. Some of you may not remember this. I'll give this to you. The nexus of my Trout hate fest that I had going on for years now.
Yeah.
Years.
I actually don't care about Mike Trout as a person, one way or the other. I don't give a shit. I got frustrated with people telling me how great he was and how he was a legend and all these things. And then they would compare him to Mantle and they do all these things. And I was just sitting there I'm like, number one, I'm sick of this guy. I'm hearing of this guy. Number two, I'm looking at it and going like, what the fuck has he done? Nobody's won these MVP. I don't give a shit. They don't deserve like that was the nexus of my problem with it. If people hadn't been talking about us so damn much and just let the guy play out his career, trust me, I wouldn't have spent 5 seconds thinking about him. But the reality was he was so pushed to this point, even though the credentials didn't match up. That was my main issue. But the other part of it is not his fault. Part of it might be his fault. And like staying with the Angels may be clearly an issue. Being injury prone doesn't help. All these things don't help. But the thing about having an iconic season is a thing. When they were ever compared to Mantle, I go, dude, I can look at the 56th season for Mantle. That's an iconic season. for anybody. That was an iconic season. And, you know, the World Series and everything obviously play into it as well. But the 56th season, he was a Triple Crown winner. Triple Crown winners don't grow on trees. Mike Trout's never been in any danger of being a Triple Crown winner, ever.
Yeah, but I think he does get it held against him a little too much how bad the Angels are. I mean, they had him and Ohtani, and they were still terrible. That's how bad their team is.
Sure. But that's the thing. And so I'll let me zip through a couple of these comments. Thank you all for the comments, by the way. There's some really good stuff here, but I want to make sure I get it to it. I like this comment. Eric's here every week, so they don't understand. See,
That's
Gary,
yeah.
no excuses. Just saying, no excuses for you.
Again.
Trout highlight reel doesn't exist. I actually watched a Trout highlight reel. I gotta be Andy, no joke. Not even my hate. I wasn't impressed. I watched a Trout highlight reel that somebody compiled. I'm like, okay, I've seen better. All of it, I've seen better.
The guy is just really, really good. I mean, like even this year, like before he got hurt, he was on pace for 50 home runs. I mean, he's a good player.
I never said he's not a good player. I've said he's not a transcended all-time great, oh my God player. And that's kind of a problem.
We'll have to agree to disagree.
I'll let you know when I see something about Trout that impresses me. I gather around kids, let me regale you with that time. Make Trout so higher than the league. Exactly. That's my problem. Look, when I watch Trout, even when I watch Trout hit like, oh my, he hit this massive home run. Yeah, he hit a BP fastball. This pitcher shit. It's literally a meatball down the middle. I watched this pitch in the home run derby. There's a reason why it's the home run derby. The biggest piece of I remember in the 80s and 90s was 500 home run club memorabilia, out of baseball bats, Perez Steel Hall of Fame models, and data 15 years since back again. Thank you, Refractor. No, we'll be making a 6-part Netflix series, ESPN Soccer series about Trout. You'd be looking to get a 6-minute soccer series about Trout. He played baseball. He was all right. Here, being on great teams creates opportunity for moments. It does. It does. To be fair, the Mike Judge era though isn't really about. They're not really great teams. The Trout, the Judge era is like, look, Hal Steinbrenner is not George Steinbrenner. He doesn't spend like that guy. He's not building that kind of team. He would have to leave the Angels, probably. Yes. I thought it was the only one that didn't understand the Trout. No, I've been on this train for a while. Like it's bad.
Mm-hmm.
It's real bad. But it's all right. It's all right. Listen, I'm happy to stand on this mountain, but eventually, the people are coming, Andy. The people are being converted. Slowly but surely, they're seeing my line of thinking.
I've got a Fish Boy card. Do you want me to show it to you?
Sure.
You got a Fish Boy card? Go for it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Bring it on.
Is it an actual fish?
Salmon.
Awesome.
He's got a
Is it,
Tim
yeah, I was gonna
Salmon.
say like Tim Salmon. Look, I made the Tim Salmon joke. Center fielder for the Angels. Boom, Tim Salmon. Amazing.
Okay. I'm just watching the game there in the background and Andy's.
But I guess
was
to
gonna say,
Mike's question, who would get to the Hall first?
Yep. Go for it.
That's probably Trout because he's probably likely to retire.
He's probably gonna retire
first.
any minute now.
Yeah. So
There you go, Sam.
that
Of course,
called
it's
it.
Yep.
Mm.
It's all about the fish more. The
Ooh.
only good Anaheim Angels center fielder with a fish last name. I have made that joke. 100% I made that joke.
I like salmon better than trout, anyways.
Yeah, me too.
Look, seriously, no jokes aside, I have more memories of highlights of Tim Salmon making ridiculous catches in center field than I do Trout. Because I remember I was like, holy shit, how did he get to that ball? That's good range. That's pretty good, man. That was impressive. It's not bad at all.
So
What's freaking Garrett's IG? It's the isn't it the Slab City or whatever?
City.
I always forget.
Yeah, Slab City.
Yeah.
Are you
I'm not
sending him
giving
a
Garrett
link?
an excuse. I'm sending him a link. I'm not giving this dude an excuse.
Yeah, let's get Garrett on here.
This slacker's getting no excuses. If you don't show up, it's because you suck, Garrett. I'm giving you a link. So there'll be no excuses for you. We're not giving you any excuses. You're getting a link. That's right. Damn right. How many gold gloves does Trout have? Exactly. He has as many gold gloves as I do.
Does he not have any?
He literally doesn't have any, Andy.
Michael Taylor does.
There you go.
Here comes the Michael
Thank you,
Taylor
Frank.
pump.
Listen, between that and the Jason Robertson pump, it's shameless with this man.
It is.
Just shameless.
And the Victor
Speaking
Robles
of players, though, I have a question because this is a situation I don't know that many people when they're collecting run into, and it's kind of got me in a weird spot right now. And we've talked about when you're a player collector or whatever, you're going to pay up on cards, right? You know, especially if it's something you won or if it's a slim opportunity to buy. Carlos has paid more than what some people would on his Medanos or whatever in certain instances.
And actually, I got a story about that. I actually have a story about that. Remind me, I'm going to come back around to it. But finish your point.
But I'm in a weird predicament with Victor Robles. Because
I was about to say you're in a weird predicament with most of your collecting, but go on.
I was buying him, you know, I've started buying him in 2017. And for a while, he was pretty reasonable, especially when Soto came up, because it took some of the prospect hype off of Robles.
Yep. Sure.
But then the World Series happened, the pandemic boom happened, people started pricing his stuff up. Well, then it sat there a bit, inflated. They started to trickle back down because he was not, I think he batted like 140 something with the Nationals early this year. And so people were like dumping his stuff, and there was an opportunity to buy. Well, then the Nationals let him go, which kind of sucked as a player collector because, you know, you want your favorite player or a player you collect to be on your favorite team. But they let him go, and he goes to Seattle, and then he starts hitting the ball. And now his stuff is climbing back up. And I'm like, I was just getting back into buying his stuff again. And I'm like, do I just sit and wait and be patient, wait for it to the interest to wear off, the new team, him doing well? You know, you see the trends. But have you ever been in that spot where you were buying a player, you were collecting them, you had a great buying opportunity, but then you had to just like pause because things kind of shifted out of the market value area you wanted to pick them up in?
Yeah, it's interesting because like it's a double-edged sword because it's going to cost you more right now, but when somebody's hot, it brings out their best stuff.
Right.
It does. That is
exactly.
So it's like, like, so if it's something you think you'll never see again, then you know, sometimes you just got to pony up. But
so that actually touches on. It's funny you brought that up, Brandon, with the Medano thing. My point that I made in the past, multiple times in the live stream in particular, was that the whole pandemic thing with the raising prices and everything and people losing their minds and everything brought stuff out of the woodwork that I had been searching for years. So during that period of time, like, did it suck to pay more than I wanted to? Of course it did. I hated it. But at the same time, it's like, all right, so here's a grail piece. Like if I do my top 10, my top 20, my top 50 cards that I was searching for Medano, I picked off like 48 of the top 50. Like it was stupid. That's why it was like mail days every week. It was like shit's coming in like by the truckload because it's all appearing on eBay week after week after week after week. It was just one after another. Years I've been searching for this stuff. Money suddenly appeared in the market. People were losing their minds. And they were like, list. And I'm sitting there like, oh my God, why? And like, not all at once, guys, not all at once. It was a pain in the ass. It was miserable. But some of the stuff, man, it had dried up years ago, so it was very difficult to find. So Andy gave a good example with those grand finales. I still need a Medano grand finale. I know a few collectors who have it, but I have a lot of the other stuff. Like I've got a ton of the other. I even had somebody reach out to me asking me if I would sell one of my pieces because like some of it's still out there. And I wanted to share this real quick. This was an auction I referenced last week on the live, and I wanted to share the result of it because I wanted to make a point. And it actually plays into this whole 90s thing and what we were just talking about. So let me quickly share it. This is the completed auction for the Star Quest Gold Medano that was on sale that ended yesterday. It sold for $1,080. This is Terra Peak screenshot. That means paid for.
That's strong.
$1,080. That is strong. That's the first time the Medano has cracked 1,000. There are a few players who've cracked 1,000. It's predominantly Gretzky and some of the top end guys. The Pavel Bure is a different beast. Like he's got some collectors who will pony up big. You know, they're talking baubles and ball cards money. They got money. They got deep pockets. They're throwing cash money at this dude. But this is the first. Look, I have a StarQuest Gold Medina. And by the way, this copy is particularly interesting to me because this copy had a little flaw on the black piece where it's got a couple of scratches on it that is very similar to the copy I have. I bought that at the expo probably 10, 15 years ago, and I paid $60 Canadian for it. I can't buy that shit today, no matter, like, I am not paying this. We're way out of my depth. We're way out of my range at this point. Like, it's done. If I didn't already have one, it's over. Like, it's finito. I've already got it in my collection years ago. But $1,080, add on shipping, add on whatever, I'm looking at $1,500-$1,600 all in Canadian to get it in my hands. I paid $60 Canadian for it. I bought it right on the expo show floor, right off a dealer showcase. Right out of it, $60 cash. I can't do that today. The Zenith Z Gold from the last year of Zenith for Pinnacle. I bought that on eBay during the pandemic. I paid $480. It was a good, by the way, that was a world record price at the time.
Yeah.
One sold not long ago for double. I paid half and they doubled it. They just blew past. So that means some of these 90s ones are starting to push close to 4 figures. I already have it in my collection. It's done. Like, I could make a mint just selling this shit off and getting it offloaded, but it's like,
do it. Then
it's part of the collection.
Trout high-end cards.
Ooh, man. As Trout does this, the Medina market does this. He's already done. His career's over. He's already in the Hall of Fame. His number's already been retired by the team. It's over for him. So, but the point is that these 90s cards, some folks with deeper and deeper pockets are starting to pony up. That StarQuest Gold, I was following it for that reason. I was curious. I was like, the last one that sold was in the 600 range. And it got to 600 pretty quick. And as the last day, I was like, huh, interesting. And then I was watching it, and then I watched 1,080. I was like, ooh. Then I'm like, okay, does it get paid for? Then it's on Terapeak. It got paid for. Ooh. Okay.
I guess the shift from set collectors to player collectors has really changed in the last scope of 10 years, I guess. So you have some really hardcore guys, even, not even going for the big guys, just saying, Medano, and you have whoever, a lot of 90s guys. So, and they don't mind because they've been waiting a long time for some of these cards to come out because a lot of them don't come to market very often.
That's been the issue. So the StarQuest, the problem was you could open up a case and not get a StarQuest Gold of anybody. Yeah. So so it was just, it's out of 100, but they don't come up like a card out of 100. That does not appear. The examples Andy showed, the grand finale. The reason why the damn grand finale is so difficult is because it's a print run of 50. It's not numbered to 50. You got to know what you're looking for.
Yeah.
To the point we talked about earlier tonight with the hologram. There is a SPX Gold, but the SPX Gold isn't worth that much because it's just the parallel is a parallel, but it's not as crazy. But the grand finale, that was a print run of 50. The last Medana that went up blew past what I was offering. So that's why I say, like, some of these 90s cards are starting to go well past my number. I'm sitting there like, I used to pay pretty aggressively, and you guys have blown right past me. Like, you've gotten past. It's tough now. It's especially for some of that stuff.
I know.
That's why I was fascinated with the result.
I know several people over the last 3 or 4 years at card shows that found, they found grand finales in value boxes because the person didn't know what they had,
That's right.
It's not clearly labeled.
Yeah, it's not clearly labeled. It's not. There's nothing in it to indicate it. You got to know what you're looking for. You can 100% see it in there. But when somebody does know what they're looking for, then all of a sudden the price goes shoot straight up because people are like, oh, well, that's not the. I've mentioned this one before. I've got my copy years ago as well. 9798 Black Diamond, the quadruple diamond, was out of 50. It's also not numbered.
Yeah,
but it is out of 50. It's 50 copies. That's it.
Yeah.
So you got to know what you're looking for. It shows the 4 diamonds. That's out of 50 for that.
That's
year.
right.
But if otherwise, it doesn't look like anything. Oh, it's quad diamond. What does that mean? It's like it's not even a particularly good looking card. It's actually a very, very basic looking card. But actually, it's kind of tough. I can't touch on this one. Top 5 investment options. I like Manoa, Mike Trout. Let me tell you. That right there. That's 2. Look, I give that one. I do the Manoa one for Brad.
Yeah.
I do it for Brad. Brad has some nice Manoa cards. Did not turn out.
Yes, he does.
Yes, he does. Did not turn out. I got some nice and few and far between good players. Part of the reason I would say, by the way, that the StarQuest Gold has gone up by so much in hockey side. is that the Gretzky has gone crazy.
Sure.
And as the Gretzky is gone, so have the other ones also been pulled with it. And there are folks that are sitting on stacks in that were building sets. That was like once it got in there, whoo, man. Once I saw the Gretzky selling for like $6 or $7 grand, I'm like, that's gonna pull everything up with it.
Yeah, it's got to.
The Bury was like 1,700. A Messier sold for comfortably over 1,000. I'm like, that's why I was curious when this Medano would go for, because Medano is like in that check. Look, there's a Mike Johnson card in that checklist.
What? Who?
Yeah, Mike Johnson was one of those 30 cards. There's 30 cards in that checklist. Mike Johnson was there that year. So there's some low end stuff on there as well. But even those ones started going for a couple $100. So it's like when the Mike Johnsons are starting to get a couple $100.
Wow.
What do you think the rest of them are doing? Like they're all going like this. So it's like, all right. And the Gretzky's pushing thousands and thousands. It's getting closer and closer to 10 grand. It's like, it's getting sick. It's getting ridiculous.
Wow.
Dufek says, Carlos, have you seen the two Baron Bonds PMGs in the same serial both being auctioned by PWCC and EB? I did hear about this, yes. I did hear about this. Unfortunately, some of those 90s PMGs are complex, man. It's bad because you're looking at fonts, you're looking at all. The problem is the backdoor ones are technically real, but it's the stamping. It's all the stamping and what it was on and what wasn't on. And like it, even as someone who lived through the 90s, went through that period, those cards were not commonly available. So it's not like you got a chance to see 50 copies of them to be able to really ascertain what's proper and what's not proper. You really got to know what you're looking at, man.
Yeah. There are definitely guys out there that know, like they know the stamping and the font type, everything about those 90s cards. And I always just reach out to a few of those guys. Like if I ever have a question about something like that, because it's like you said, it's very complicated with because you have the backdoor ones are usually pretty easy because they usually don't have a serial number. But I don't know how you got two of them with the same serial number. That's interesting.
What I think was interesting though, from the image I saw, I got to look at a better picture. Yeah. But what was I think problematic? Usually you can tell the fake because the font on the serial number will be wrong.
Yeah.
From what I remember from the picture I saw, they both look very similar. So I'd almost be inclined to be like, because we're used to a lot of backdoors or somebody after the fact stamps them. Either they were able to get the font right or similar right, or here's the problem that complicates everything else. There's a good chance that somebody just screwed up.
True.
Because that did happen. It wasn't the most of it was the bankruptcy. Like to Fractal Jones' point, most of it was bankruptcy. That they should have destroyed it. If they had destroyed the inventory, this would have made it a lot less complicated. It would have resolved a lot of these issues if they had just destroyed the inventory and gotten rid of it. But because they didn't, we got stuff that like, look, it looks 95% right. And because the card was printed at the same place at the same time in the same situation, it's that the numbering is wrong. Or it's missing the name stamping on the back, like the foil isn't there, stuff like that, for like the Legacy collection, for example. But then there's the Masterpiece one of ones, and that's its whole thing. It's like there's a lot of money on that, and then the PMGs for the late 90s PMGs. There's a lot of money on the table to get it right or get it wrong. It's a big deal. Like you want the real copy. There's some collectors though have gotten to the point like the real copy is so expensive they'll take the backdoor one. Because at least if there's no stamping on it, you know it's the backdoor one. But otherwise, it looks right because it was printed in the same factory at the same time. It's the same foil treatment otherwise. So it's like people will buy it knowing it's the backdoor copy because it's been labeled as such. And they're still interested in it because they can't afford the real deal.
I think there is a Legacy Barry Bonds that Masterpiece. I think there's two of them of the same card out there. Mm-hmm. I think I remember hearing people talk about that at the National, actually.
Yeah. And these are big cards. They're for the 90s collectors. These are not like small things. These are big deals. But that whole era and the legacy of it with the bankruptcy auctions and everything else created this problem. Garrett has a variant. Can we impact this a little further? That man has been in Texas how long? Is there something that we need to know?
About Texas or about Garrett?
Yes, Andy. Yes. The answer is yes.
Yeah, there's probably. Yeah.
You're hesitating an awful lot. I'm just saying.
Something's
I got questions that need to be answered.
Mhm.
And these questions will be answered. It's like Garrett's cowardice is noted. And I already gave him a hard time about it. It's like he wasn't ready. Andy, he wasn't ready. The man was talking shit. He was talking trash. He wasn't ready.
Yeah. He needs to, if he wants to talk trash, bring it on here.
Bring it
Well,
on.
I already told him the trash talk is my department. Do not enter into my realm, sir. I will play this game. Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
He will.
Dion Sanders 97, Green Backdoor just did 3K. I have no doubt. Because it's gotten so bad because the legit one that everybody's comfortable is legit will go well north of that. So like it's almost gotten to the point where some of the collectors are like, I'll settle for this copy. Like I can't afford the full-fledged real deal. Everything's in its proper place. It's bad, man. It's bad.
Mhm.
Fractor says true backdoor material come from Pop's Products Super Factors. The Fleer products all went to auction. Yep. It created this weird dynamic where now retroactively you've got all these folks that all of a sudden are excited about 90s inserts and stuff. It's like, well, do we have some fun things to tell you people? You're going to learn today because there's some weirdness that happened during that time period that we're still facing the consequences for.
I mean, there's still some of the 90s stuff that, I mean, PSA was getting it wrong on some of that stuff until, the last couple of years. Like just the authenticity of it, not like the grades.
Outrageous.
But it is kind of like that with Star Basketball too, right?
Yeah. The look, the point, Andy, for the humor that we can have about it aside, none of this is a new phenomenon. There have been issues all the time. Back then, there are issues for now. Upper Deck had its issue where they did they did a set that was I don't think it was Print Run. I forget the name of it, but it was basically the set was where they had the set itself would be based on different parallels, and the parallels would be the print run. And basically they would put it on it. And one of them was the 1 of 1. But they weren't serial numbered 1 of 1. I want to say it was Print Run. I forget now what it was called. But anyway, the point is it was a 1 of 1 because you could tell based on population report. That's what it was. Population report. The insert was called population report. And there was a 500 population report. The print run was 500. Spoiler. Then there was a population report out of 50, which was also numbered population report 50. But there was also a population report 1. Well, the problem is people started to discover that for one of the years, there were multiple 1 of 1s. Because they accidentally put them. Go ahead.
2022.
I think that's what it was. So they always make a backup copy in case something gets damaged. But the problem was the backup copy made it into packs. So you had both 1 of 1s available in the pack. So both are legitimate. There is no different. There is no serial numbering or anything. There is no discernible difference between one and the other. They are 100% identical. They're both real, but it's not a 1 of 1. It's a 2 of 2. So that's basically the issue.
Not a 1 of 2.
Yeah, 1 of 2. But that was the problem he had, is that they were both real. There's nothing distinguishable between them, and there's no difference, and they never serial numbered them, so that was the end of that.
Yeah.
And it embarrassed Upper Deck because they had nothing they could say about it. They printed both on purpose, but both of them accidentally made it in packs and got packed out. That's today, let alone the 90s and, bankruptcy sales and the rest of it.
Mm-hmm.
We had that problem back then. Yeah. Now what? And more mistakes will be made, guaranteed. There were lawsuits for the 90s gold refractors where guys are like, you said the print run was X and I've got 200 copies. You said the print run was 150. Here's 200 copies of it. And guys won lawsuits with that. Now, you also have to be really dedicated to get 200 copies of it.
Yeah, exactly.
Point. But there were guys that did that. And they were able to prove that the print run they stated was wrong. And then after they were done, we're like, oh, well, now that you distribute them out in the world, then you sold them off because you already got your payout. So it's like, okay, 200, 150 doesn't really make that much difference in the grand scheme of things. No, but you made your point, I guess. How much did you pay for these? They did, man. It was bad. I don't know what to tell you. But that was interesting. It was an interesting situation. Created an interesting situation. I'll say that.
I'm going to bow out because the heat in here is killing me and just got to cool down.
All right. Go for it. Go for it, Bobby. Do what you need to do.
Can't wait till wintertime comes, man.
We gotta get you an air conditioner in the garage of knowledge, man.
If there is, there's a vent over there, but it's like how many square feet we got in here? It's like one vent. Like freaking, it's at the other end of the freaking thing. So it's
All right.
anyways. Okay, guys.
Sounds good. We'll talk later,
Bobby.
Take it easy.
Bye-bye.
Later, Bobby.
All right. So there was another thing I wanted to touch on real quick. So we actually got a lot of mileage out of the Fanatics one. It actually surprised me that we got that much out of it. It was actually pretty good. So what I was going to make, the point that I was going to make was that even with all the stuff going on, the CT scanning and all of it, what's weird, and maybe this is me, I keep trying to take a break and take it easy, but I'm still finding shit I like or stuff that I want, and then I'm picking it up. Now, most of it's not very expensive. I'm having a little bit of fun with it. I think a few of you guys will appreciate this one. I'll just share a couple of items as well. You know, Andy can't be the only one doing show and tell. I got to do a little bit here.
Yeah, you got to show some cards.
Yeah, we got to show some cards. You know, I'm contractually obligated. All right, so I'll explain the context of this one, but I think you guys will enjoy this one. So this is a Magic the Gathering card, and what they've been doing is they've been doing what they call Secret Lair. I didn't know this was a thing until maybe a week ago or 2 weeks ago, and they said that they had a Monty Python one. I was like, wait, what? Monty Python and the Holy Grail specifically. And I was like, what? And then I went and checked, and I had to go find it and to check it. And they had Tis But a Scratch with the Black fucking Knight. I'm like, yes! I must # need. So this is the foil version of Black Knight. That's coming my way. I'm very excited about this.
That's pretty
Way
cool.
too excited. It was pretty sweet. And they got the Knights who say knee. They, you know, the shrubbery. Like if you watch Monty Python and the Holy Grail, they got a bunch of good references in it. And they even got the rabbit that attacks everybody, and they got the monster that chases him in the cave. And I was like, I love this movie. And I love the Black Knight. And they got a full version. I'm in. Let's go. Doesn't have to be crazy stuff, by the way. I paid $20 for that. It was totally worth it to me. 100% worth it. I want it. Let's go. I may have to start a new collection just for this card. I know. It's exciting. But it's stupid stuff like that, Andy, that I still love. I love that shit. That's great. As soon as I found that, I'm like, oh my God, I need this card. I want it. Let's go.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes it's like the dumber, the better.
Yeah. But it's so much fun. Like I said, like literally it was $20. I paid $20. That's totally worth it to me. Like, yes, for the entertainment value alone, the Black Knight, yes, let's go. That's fun for me. And the wrestling cards are fun for me. That's why I do that. That's enjoyable to me. I'll share one other card that'll come in later. But this one will actually bring up a topic that I wanted to touch on. And I spoke on it with Brandon and Eric in the chat we were doing. So let me share the card. I'll explain the context, but then I'll also explain the topic that I want to touch on because it's something we've talked about recently, but I think this will be worthwhile. Okay. So let's see if I can hit share. There we go. Okay. So this is a Medano card here. Very basic, you know, design-wise, is nothing too crazy, nothing to write home about. But let me explain context here. This is the numbers patch for it. This is 0405. The reason 0405 is important is because that's the lockout year. Okay? That was when the NHL lost the entire season to the lockout. And as a result, they barely released any product. So this was from Upper Deck Flagship that they released this. Medano has 3 different patch cards. One is a logos, one is a numbers, and one, I guess, is just a regular patch. I forgot the specific combination. This is the most common version, and I'm putting common in quotation marks because the print run is 23. There's not a lot out there. The other ones are out of 15 and out of 10 respectively. So there's 3 of them in total. Okay. I didn't have any of them, but I've been searching for them. So the reason why this is pertinent, the reason I'm bringing this up, I purchased this card, and frankly, I paid too much for it. In my opinion, I paid too much for it. But the point is this. There's a print run of 23, and this is the most common version. And I've been searching for this crap for years, literally 20 years. 0405, 20 years. But the problem was limited print run. Medano has a total, in the checklist, Medano has a total of 31 cards for the year of 0405. Medano through the 90s and into the 2000s had 300 cards a year. In 0405, he has 31 total cards in every series, every set, every parallel, everything. 31. That's not a lot.
Not a lot.
So whenever I track one down, it's one major one off the check. This is one of the ones I was tracking down. I have save searches on save searches, Andy. This shit came up because I was looking at something else. And he goes, something else you may be interested in. Yes, I'm fucking interested. You worthless eBay safe search piece of trash. Why do my safe searches not bring this up? Why am I seeing this elsewhere?
That's
and
interesting.
And the guy had one of the other ones. He had the out of 15 version, and I missed that because they didn't come up my safe searches.
I've had that happen too, like where you have something very specific that you're looking for saved, and it never shows up. And then all of a sudden, hey, you might like this, and it's exactly what you were trying to find with your save search.
It just makes me angry, Andy. Like, it makes me so angry because it's sitting there like my saves. I have very specific safe searches, but I also have a broad safe search. I've got one that is a broad safe search that is like new listings that are Medano. I forget the exact. I want to make sure I get this right. There is one that I've got literally. It's Medano. I'm removing anything with KSA because KSA is trash. And I'm removing anything with the vault because the vault is basically be a player, vaulted cards. They're garbage. I don't want them. Everything else is in play. Literally the word Medano is the entire search. Removing these other two items. Anything new. Show me everything on eBay.com. Everything. That shit didn't come up.
Yeah.
And I checked that save search multiple times a day for years. How is this card not on my radar?
There's a good point down here about the save searches. Like, I've had that happen too, where you get notified about a card, like it got listed and it sold, and then they tell you about it like a couple hours later.
Oh, for sure. Like that, I get. It's still not good. I totally agree with it. It's still not good. My point, though, is when it comes to the save searches, I'm physically checking it multiple times a day. I'm not even waiting for the notifications. I'm literally physically clicking on checking it. Yeah, and it didn't come up. And they're like, something you may be interested in. Yes, it's something I may be interested in. You idiots. There's 31 cards in that checklist. I want to buy that shit. Yes. I didn't even make an offer. I'm like, buy it now. Buy it now. Click, go, click.
I'm trying to see like how many saved searches I have. I'd say probably like 20 or so, maybe.
Yep. That's right. So Paul's asking, somebody buy now before you did? No, it literally was spelled normally. It was written properly. It was the correct year, correct brand, correct everything. It literally did not come up in my save search. There was nothing unusual about the listing. It was perfectly valid listing, which, by the way, should have totally come up in my search. There is no reason it should not have come up in my search. And it completely evaded me. And it sold at the end of July. And I'm pissed because I would 100% have bought that. I would have insta-bought it. I would have bought both of them. Send me both. It's infuriating. And by the way, this affects sellers too, because I'm sure the guy would have loved to have sold both. I'm sure he would have loved to sold both cards in the same sale. I would have bought both. Combined shipping. Send me both. Send me both. I'll buy them both from you right now. No problem.
A lot of people have been talking about the search being, I'll just say broken, for several months now. And it's mostly noted when people are going on to look up comps. And I'm not even just speaking card wise, like obviously doing the reselling thing. I see and read posts and hear, videos and Facebook conversations and all that kind of stuff. You can search for something and be pretty specific about what you're looking for, and it'll bring up a bunch of stuff that has nothing, like absolutely nothing to do with what you're looking for. It's began really, as you said, when it said you may be interested in this, and when they started funneling that other stuff, that seems to be when it really got worse. So I don't know if this is just something with the updates and the reformatting of the platform. But yeah, it's across the entire thing.
Yeah. So look, my point here is twofold. Number one, I'm annoyed for it as a collector. Again, especially stuff like that. It's so hard for me to find this stuff in the first place. It was on eBay. It's a situation where eBay wants to complain about all these things and do all this stuff, but it's like, I'm here, an active buyer who wants to purchase this item, and I can't find it. Now, now let me put my seller hat on. What if I have an item that someone might be interested in purchasing in the same vein, and they can't find it, they can't locate it, and they're actively searching for it? That's infuriating. That's not. Both sides of this are like have reason to be irritated about this.
I list stuff all the time that I'm like, this is going to be a good item. It's going to sell relatively quickly. It's going to sell for a decent amount of money, and it will sit there. I'll go and check. Hardly, if any, there'll be hardly any views on it. And then out of nowhere, like, I don't know, sometimes it could be weeks later, it'll start getting a ton of funneled traffic to it. Mm-hmm. And it may sell, may not sell. It's like hit or miss. But yeah, it goes along with, I actually have an item right now that it's funny. Y'all were joking with Andy about the vintage MTV shirt earlier. Y'all are probably aware of how popular like vintage Carhartt is. So I have a vintage Carhartt made in USA mossy oak jacket. So camouflage, which is in style, Carhartt, which is in style, made in USA in style, and a size extra large. Good sizing. It's been up for
He's
probably
trying to say the
2
Americans
months.
are fat. Good sizing, extra large. Go
the
on.
bigger sizes, yeah. You want the bigger size. Medium and smalls, they suck. But no, it's been up for quite a while, and I have 20 views on it.
Yeah.
There is no chance in hell because there's no other ones listed. So, and I have like the model number because they put it on the tag and everything else. It's just sitting there. So I don't know what the hell is going on. But yeah, it's not just cards. It's eBay in general.
So Fanatics Collect, all I'm saying is that all you got to do is fix the fucking search bar, and already you're ahead of eBay. Jesus.
Pretty much, yep.
There's no excuse.
The most frustrating thing about the save searches for me is when you're looking for like some of the 90s inserts and parallels, and then all of the retro stuff always pops up in those. You're like, oh, I hate like the Fleer retro sets that always pop up.
Yes.
Good gosh. It doesn't matter if it can be PMGs, Playmakers Theaters, the Grand Finale. There's always retro everything.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's what I say. Like, look, I say it partially in look, the reason I brought this up is twofold. Number one, I wanted to vent for a moment. But number two, there is a valid point here that I am representing a demographic of collectors who are searching for certain things, and we're frustrated that, and I said this in the podcast past, Brandon was bear witness to when I had this conversation. I'm not using eBay because I like eBay. As a buyer, as a seller, they give me a ton of frustration. I get really irritated all the time. It's that they have enough stuff and enough eyeballs. As a seller, I need the eyeballs. As a buyer, I want to have the product available, the material that I'm looking for. Yeah. The problem is, what if the material is there and I can't find it because I'm actively searching for it and you're not making it visible to me? That's why I say the example I gave. The same seller had 2 of the 3 of those patches that I wanted. I was able to buy one because it came to me by accident.
Yeah.
And I missed the other one by a couple of weeks. I would have bought both on the spot. The seller could have sold both of those damn things to me, and I would have happily bought both. And now I'm sitting here irritated because I've got one of the 3, but I still need the other 2. And the other one was there. It was within my grasp. And I've got save searches that I'm checking daily, multiple times a day, and I missed it. That's frustrating.
Yeah.
And it wasn't because he misspelled the name. I wish it was. If that, then fine, I could live with that. But no, it was written perfectly. There was nothing wrong with that listing that shouldn't have made it visible to me on the search.
I'm going to share my screen real quick.
It's not a Jason Robertson pump, is it? Because I'm worried about that.
No, I'm hoping that your eBay search is broken and
maybe search is broken.
If you have this card, I don't know why you've never showcased it before.
Is it the Chosen Rosen? Oh, I literally have that card. Minus the Garfield
sticker. Does it
sticker.
have the Garfield fruit snack thing?
It does not have the Garfield sticker on it, no. I do, in fact, have that card. But then I think it looks like he's about 10 in that picture.
There's a lot going on with that card.
It looks like
There
a
is.
high
Look,
school
the hair,
yearbook
Andy. The hair is
photo.
what sells it. I actually do own that card. That's a North Star's like team issue from 1991. That's his rookie year.
I mean, if Brandon hadn't brought up the Garfield thing, I don't know that I even would have got to it because of the hair.
Well, the point is, Andy, minus the Garfield sticker, I have the card, and I have shown it off in the past in a previous video, and it's hilariously funny. But yes, that was Mediano circa 1991. He was, I think he was 19 or 20 at the time, and he went with he was NSYNC haircut before NSYNC. He predated them.
That's something. That's something.
Yes,
right
it was. It was classic.
Talk about
Mediano
a rookie
played
card.
for a long time.
That's a rookie card right there.
That's a rookie card right there. All right, let me show something actually, since we brought up earlier tonight. Look, I'm not a big Liam James guy. He's not my cup of tea, but I came across this one by accident. It was perfect to what we talked about earlier tonight. Yes.
Yep.
Nailed it.
Yep.
Nailed it, my dude.
That's
This
about
was right.
right.
You got it. You got it. Lamim, I'm giving it to you. You got this. By the way, there was another one right underneath it. I'm going to click on it now. That also works for me.
Oh yeah.
That would.
Said, would you buy this card? Yes, I fucking would.
Yeah, somebody will make a lot of money if they make a card of that.
Amazing. And it goes into the Prism thing again. Andy, I've been lobbying for Prism bowling so hard. And the fact that Panini is actually releasing Prism Rolling Stones. If you're getting that niche, my bro, you're telling me Prism bowling is a bridge too far. You're giving me fucking Rolling Stones, Andy.
Yeah,
Rolling
that's
Stones.
Weird.
It's so specific. Number one, when is Prism Kiss coming so that Eric can go bankrupt? And second, where's my Prism bowling? You have no excuses anymore, Panini. It's over. You gave me Rolling Stones. You've opened the floodgates. As far as I'm concerned, everything's in play now.
Can you just imagine what the bounty would be on like the black 1/1 Pete Weber? Wow.
If we include the inscription.
If you got the inscription.
Who do you think you are? I am.
You're right.
Yes. Yes. Very yes. That's what fucking Geoff should be offering a bounty on. Add a 0 to it. Let's go.
I think it's funny how all these guys like keep topping each other's bounty.
So can we actually talk about that? Because I think that was a thing that I saw on Instagram. Let's talk about that for a second. So we had Geoff make his favorite off. Andy's favorite content creator. He will wax poetic about Geoff for days. It's embarrassing, honestly. He just won't shut up about it. But so he offers 100,000 and the VIP experience at Carson. Excuse, Lord knows the VIP experience. The jokes write themselves. But okay, so let me explain. Let me explain one thing. And I saw a bunch of posts about this, and I saw a bunch of stuff on Instagram where people put a story about. Okay, let's make something clear. I don't have any hate on for Geoff especially compared to y'all. I really don't. I don't care that much.
That's fair.
However, and look, I got a lot of hate in my heart. Andy knows, Lord knows, as a man of peace, I surprisingly have a lot of hate in my heart.
I'm actually surprised you don't have more.
Because to be honest, he doesn't object. He does not offend me, really. Like he's ridiculous, but he does not offend me in the way that other stupidity in this hobby does. But here's my point. The card hasn't even come out. Like that card, I bought two slots in there. I'll take a lottery ticket. Why not? What the hell? I'll give it a shot. But look, I saw Kin Beans Call blog as well as other folks complaining about this, and I'm sitting there like, who fucking cares? Geoff was literally the first one to make a bounty. There's going to be other bounties. Why are you concerned about it? It's not even you're not going to pull the card, and it's not your money. So here's the thing. He could have offered $5. Who cares? Because what's going to happen is somebody else is going to go over the top, which Ken Golden did. And guess what? Shine eventually is going to show up. Like I'm predicting it now. Shine is going to show up and be like $1 million. Fuck y'all. So right now, consider it like an auction where somebody makes a bid and it's winning right now, but then somebody's going to top the bid, and then somebody's going to top the bid. There's still plenty of time left for this to play out. Come on now.
There was actually other posts yesterday. I can't remember the accounts, but I had seen it. One or two other people that had put out higher bounties than what Geoff did.
Totally, yeah, 100%.
I'm actually wondering if Kenny's approach to it isn't a way, and I know him and Shine have worked together before. Like there's pictures of them at the NBA draft and all sorts of things. But Ken's approach seems the most appropriate, but I
Sure.
don't quite understand the way he worded it. If he's giving you a cash advance of 150,000, but you get to receive what the card goes for, and so he's kind of like securing it, telling you, look, I will give you 150 up front. You give me the card, we'll auction it. Then you know, whatever it goes for. If it goes for 300, you get another 150 minus whatever the fees are. That seems like a smarter approach if for Golden in general on these bounty type cards, because I don't know if that's the way he's meaning for it, but
Yeah.
if he's not, it's very weird because he was like, wouldn't you hate to get 100,000 and then see somebody throw it up for auction and it bring 3, 4, 500,000? And I'm thinking, because like Dakota had mentioned, well, what if it's only 150, you know, or whatever? Well, that's only 50,000 more. That would still suck if it's over 400,000. So that's why I'm wondering, is he just giving the advance? And if that's the case, that seems like the appropriate way. Take the 150 up front, let it roll.
My understanding is it was in advance. I believe that's how. Again, it's Kenny. He uses weird wording on everything. He can't just speak in plain English. Like it's not that.
Right.
Just say like, I will guarantee you this amount. Bottom line, and if it goes above that, you get the rest. So
right,
like,
yeah, that's the way I took it.
You can phrase it very straightforward way, because I want to say it was Heritage, but it might have been a different auction house. So I apologize. I don't want to quote it too directly. I believe it was one of them that said they'd give you 110% of the strike price.
That was
so
pristine,
they guarantee
pristine.
Yeah, was it pristine? Okay.
Yeah.
So my point here, and I wanted to make sure I put this on here for Refractor. So here you go, Refractor. Hopefully that helps you. I wanted to make sure I put it on there. But look, the reason why I say, like I said, as we joked about a moment ago, look, I got plenty of hate in my heart. For men apiece, I got plenty. But look, Geoff, like I said, maybe Andy, maybe this is the reason why. And I'll offer a theory. Let me posit a theory. I don't actually follow Geoff on Instagram. I don't follow him on. I don't even have Twitter. And I'm going to call it Twitter. I'm not calling it X. I don't even have it. I don't even have an account for it. So the only time I see what Geoff does is when other people repost it, which is my point. And I go, the point of his stuff is to get engagement and to get y'all to rage bait, angrily respond to all these things. I wouldn't even know he had offered a bounty if y'all hadn't reposted it. That's why I saw it. I saw it on my Instagram when people put it on their stories. That's the only reason I knew it was a thing. Otherwise, I would have had no clue. So I live in ignorance. I live in bliss. It doesn't bother me. I follow his YouTube, and I follow his Jeff Wilson show where he interviews somebody industry-wise, and that's it.
I don't follow
I have
him
no
on
idea
anything.
what the man does otherwise.
I don't follow him on anything, but I always see all this stuff because if you follow anything in sports cards, the algorithm is just going to feed you his shit all the time.
I agree with you, but I'm talking about though is I'm talking about Instagram people reposting it angrily at this, and I'm like, you're playing right into it, man. You are the advertiser. That's why I say I don't have to follow him. Y'all follow him, and you will repost it. I don't need to follow him on anything, so I'll see it anyway. It'll come up, and so that's why I say it doesn't bother me. Because if I want to get rid of it, then I just stop following you. So because again, I don't see it. It doesn't affect anything I'm doing. And again, I don't mind it because in all seriousness, offer $5. I don't give a shit. Like it's a bounty. You can offer whatever the hell you want. Oh, but it's too low. So what? Says who? I'm looking at it almost like an auction. The initial bid is not what it necessarily ends at. And again, nobody has it yet. So he offers 100,000. Ken offers 150. Somebody else offers this. Somebody else offers 250. Somebody else offers 300, 400, 500. Great. Eventually, somebody will come in, make an offer that somebody really likes. Somebody finally pulls the name card. It'll be me. And when I do, I'll sell it for 7 figures. It's fine. It's okay.
Yeah, I mean, you've got like I'm not sure on the math, but it's not a good chance. But
No, Andy, the point is I got my CT scanners working overnight at Topps' servers, And
Oh,
I've got it like leaned in, like it's coming.
You got an
It's mine.
insider?
Listen, all I got to do is the Fanatics Overlords. I'm willing to take off a couple of bucks off the check. If you just funnel the triple auto my way, we'll make this thing happen. Don't even worry about it. I got you, man. I got you. I'll come in with Fanatics hat, Fanatics shirt.
So if you got that card, since you bought like two chances, basically,
literally two. Yeah.
So if you got the triple auto, what would you do with it?
I'd probably auction that shit. To be honest,
But I mean, like who
probably
would you use?
Ooh, for that price point, I would probably see. So similar to that, you said it was Premier Auctions, right?
Pristine.
Sorry, Pristine.
Yeah, Pristine.
I would actually shop it around to the auction houses and see who gives me that similar idea.
Yeah.
I would see who gives me the best fee combination.
Right.
And then I would probably go, because guess what? You'll get enough eyeballs on it. If you've got any of the major ones, you get enough eyeballs on it, you'll be fine.
Yeah.
You just want the best deal. Basically, you shop it around to get the best offer on the percentage of the hammer price. And whatever that minimizes your fee versus your actual payout, whatever, that's probably the play. That's my opinion. That's how I would play it.
Yeah. What about you, Brandon? Who would you go with if you had a card like that and you were going to sell it?
Craigslist.com.
Facebook Marketplace.
the calls that he would get would be amazing.
I think you have to auction it. I mean, it's got enough publicity that people are going to be looking for it. Your average person that's going to be spending that kind of money isn't necessarily shopping eBay, so you don't have to go eBay with it. And it's being talked about everywhere. I wasn't ignoring y'all. I was noticing that here is. This is interesting. That card, you have 3 future Hall of Famers with LeBron, KD, and Curry. You have a moment, the Olympics. 101. First time I believe that Curry and LeBron have ever signed on the same card.
Yeah.
So it has a bit of significance to it. The 3 of the arguably most popular modern day players. And to go back to the point of Jeff offering 100,000.
I know Jeff. I only know Geoff.
Yeah, that guy. But is it crazy that there is a bounty out for 10 times more than that for the Wemby Chrome Superfractor Auto, which, correct me if I'm wrong, is unlicensed?
So I think this is a valid question. But only thing I would throw out there, though, is that, well, the triple autograph is licensed. It is 3 guys that are already known quantities. It's an on-card auto. It is, to your point, historic from the perspective that you're getting at least 2 out of the 3 guys, in this case, all 3 guys signed on it. It is capturing a very specific moment in time, which is actually kind of cool. It's got a cool theme going with it. The Wemby one, anytime you got a rookie, it's always kind of interesting. Wemby, again, I'm not a basketball guy, so I'll always lead with that. I'm not a basketball guy, not my deal. But I know enough to know that people have appreciated and like what Wemby's bringing to the table. It feels like he's showing that he could be that kind of talent. Look, we made the joke earlier tonight. The Trout Superfractor sold for, like, what was it, 1.4 million or whatever it was. It was like 400,000 that Buddy sold it for, and then there was like another one that sold. It was like the Bowman autograph one that sold for like over $1 million, whatever it was. Yeah. Trout's worth like $150, but they paid over $1 million. So, like, good luck to you. But the point, and he was, relatively speaking, a more known quantity, but you're still taking a risk. Like, anytime you pay over $1 million for a sports car, you're still taking a chance, no matter what, especially when a guy's career isn't already over. When a guy's career is not already over, I don't care how solidified you think they are. To me, he wasn't that solidified to that degree, but somebody paid it. So for Wemby, though, you're pure prospecting. You're crossing your fingers and hoping for the best. You're hoping he's going to be an all-timer. Well, those 3 guys are already there. Those 3 guys are going to Hall of Fame. Like, they're good to go.
Well, and with the Trout thing, like, that was actually that whole thing with the first Bowman, that was done actually when Trout was playing and putting up really good numbers. So, and it wasn't his rookie year there that was happening, you know. And then the 101 Tops update that sold, the last time I know of that sold, that was during the pandemic boom. So that was, you know, a period point that it got inflated a bit. But I don't know. It's just weird. Like we're hearing 150,000 on a triple auto of 3 modern day, you know, top guys. And then you hear $1 million on an unlicensed guy that God forbid, but could turn into Wander Franco. I mean,
dang, he played the card,
and it's unlicensed.
He played the card.
Like,
He played the card.
It's not even a licensed card. So that's where I'm like, just I don't get it. But to each their own, not my money.
So Brandon, unfortunately, he's not here. Alas, again, after your associate 540 flips brutally murdered Eric, this is very unfortunate. Otherwise, we could have had him participate in this. But to be fair, it's the best I can do. Sorry, that's all you're getting. But in that spirit, we haven't had enough time. Look, the reason I picked on some of those guys that were posting all that stuff, and like I said, I like him. He's been here a bunch of different times. He's a good dude, but he's one of the folks that gets brought into, like, again, as a man of peace, I wouldn't know about this, but he gets brought into the hate vortex where they just bitch and moan about everything. I'm sitting there like, okay, man, live your life. Like, live your life for 5 minutes. Just go pet your dog. Just go do something else. You'll live better. But what are we even complaining about? Because again, your point is valid, but all I'm going to throw out back at you is this: there's still plenty of time. They just
I wasn't
selling
complaining.
the cards.
I was talking in this moment.
No, but I'm about to address that. What I'm getting at here is that there's enough time for a few more folks to throw out their bids, so to speak.
Oh yeah.
So like Geoff was literally first to market. That's all that happened. Geoff was first to market. And then people were bitching and moaning, oh, that's not high enough. Dude, it's not your money. Who cares? You know, Golden came in with 150. These other guys are going to come in higher. Somebody could come way higher. You just have to give a chance.
Yeah.
So let's keep with the Olympic theme and go Olympic and Olympic. All right. What if Tops or Fanatics a triple auto? Okay.
Okay.
Had
Ray Gun. Go on.
Ray Gun. the shooter guy.
Oh yeah.
The shooter guy
too. He's a good meme too.
And then what was the other one? The pole vaulter.
Oh yeah,
triple auto.
Yeah,
which would go for more?
My Canadian twerking pole vaulter. Go Canada.
Which would go for more?
Ooh, bro.
I'm gonna say the break dancer.
I was gonna say
no. You got the triple auto versus triple auto.
Oh, you're talking about the triple auto of these guys versus the.
Yeah, triple auto versus triple auto.
I would have to go with the basketball guys at this point.
By like at least $50. By like we're talking about at least $50.
It'll be close.
It'll be damn close. Listen, man. Brandon, do I have to remind you? Like I just showed you the picture. Do I have to invoke this again? Like, bro, we get that picture there. Like that's gold right there, buddy. That's fucking fantastic.
See, that's my point.
That's gold, buddy.
Like,
look, I don't care that it's fake. I fucking want that shit. I'm not paying a lot for it, but I want it. Like, it's amazing.
I actually think it would be an interesting auction scenario.
I see
where you see like 3 meme type personalities from the Olympic Games versus
Brandon. Okay. So the person who made that ray gun card is at Card Creator 5000 on Instagram. I just clicked on their account. Not quite what you asked for, Brandon. Not quite. But hold on. I want to show you something. 2 out of 3 ain't bad, bro. This is close.
That is all of them.
Oh, it is actually.
That's all of them.
With the pole vaulter? Oh, so it is. Brandon, you're on the same wavelength. Brandon, are you Card Creator 5000?
No, but that's genius. And I want to know which one would go for more.
Brandon, are you sure you're not Card Creator 5000?
Promise. I don't have enough time for that.
I'm just saying. How convenient that I go to Card Creator 5000's Instagram page, and what do they have?
And they do have her front and center, so they designed it well.
Oh, they got it right. Absolutely. That's gold right there, buddy. That is gold. Andy, I seriously want this ray gun card now. I want this to be a thing. I want this to be a thing so bad.
I mean, that'd be a cool card. I mean,
and this plays right into the theory. This plays right into the theme of the night and what I've been talking about. Look, let's parlay this into a more serious topic for a moment.
He played like 29 games this year.
What, Trav?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's about right. Yeah,
He
before
like
he injured himself,
he had like 10 home runs in 29 games.
He did. He also hit like 220. So he's trying.
Well, let's leave that out. We don't need to go.
He hit 220. He's garbage.
Nobody cares about batting average anymore.
Yeah, clearly. Yeah, great. Thanks. So anyway, so what happened was, what's funny is obviously we've got so many things that people like to complain about and whine about it and all that. I got to be honest, I'm having so much fun still in the hobby with all my stuff. Like, again, the ray gun card thing, as stupid as it is, I would love it just because it's silly.
Yeah,
I love shit like that. Like that's why I bought the freaking Black Knight, Monty Python. Do I need that shit? No. But I was like, oh, look, if you bring the price down to think, I love stuff like that. That's awesome. I love Monty Python Holy Grail. The Black Knight is awesome. And I joked about it when Las Vegas was getting its hockey team, and they ended up going with the gold. And I was like, no, the Black Knights, 'tis but a flesh wound. Like, oh my God, it writes itself. It was the closest we ever got. But it would have been awesome if we had gotten that. We didn't get it. But now I have my Black Knight card, Andy. This is a dream fulfilled. This is amazing.
I mean, that's really what it's all about. I mean, because technically we don't really need any of these.
No, absolutely not. No.
By the way, the Hindenburg image that I sent you guys last night.
Yep.
I did not make that. That was not me. I was actually watching a YouTube content creator that was playing around with Gluck or Gloke or whatever the new X Twitter AI creator thing was. And he was hearing that there was like very minimal restrictions to it. So he was testing it out and seeing if it would allow IPs and all that. And so that's why it had Mickey Mouse at the Hindenburg saving people's lives. And I just thought it was, he actually chose the Hindenburg.
Yeah, no, I'm going with it. Zach, you're saying, all kidding aside, where is Eric? Well, he claims a chest infection, but I actually think 540 Flips brutally murdered him. We've got theories. We're still workshopping. We're trying to figure out the exact, but again, he's claiming chest infection. But like I said, that sounds like what 540 Flips would say while he's brutally murdering him. That's what I'm saying. After the market is down, boy, these numbers don't sound like a down market. Listen, as long as I can get the Black Knight for $20, we're good. This market's fine. Apparently, Ray Gun is an academic. Yes, I heard about that. Well, not only that, the thing she got a PhD in is like dancing or something. She basically got to make shit up and then got taken to the Olympics because of it. To be honest, that makes Ray Gun a hero.
Well, did you see the interview they did with her? I actually respected her more after.
Can I be honest, Brandon? I almost don't want to know too much, or it'll ruin this for me. I am loving
no, it's
it
actually
as it is.
really
I don't
great.
want to add too much to it.
She did it obviously on purpose, which makes it even better.
Yeah,
but she said,
did it on purpose. Yes.
She said, "Listen, I'm 36 years old. I'm not beating these other athletes, so I wanted to go out here and be remembered in another way."
Great. I agree.
And so that's what she went out and did. And I think she did a hell of a job. So
I'm not sure, but I heard anyway that they've already decided that they're not going to have breakdancing in the next Olympics. I think that was just too much for people.
Well, I heard that as well. Well, look, we did this last week, and Eric was trying to argue about this, before he was brutally murdered. Eric was trying to argue about this, and what I was saying was, no, this is brilliant. He's like, well, why? He's like, okay, tell me who won the gold medal in breakdancing. And Eric just stares at me blankly. I go, exactly.
Yeah,
we're fucking talking about Ray Gun.
No one cares.
no one cares who won the gold medal in break. No one cares. Now, I am offended that they're not bringing the breakdancing back for 2028 because I think Eric's got a shot again if he wasn't brutally murdered. But before his brutal murder, he had a shot. He's got an artificial hip and all that. But like, what does that really matter in the world when we've got this?
Yeah, and if we take this back to like this same theory back to the triple auto of the basketball guys, whoever gets that, they better sell it quick because people are not going to be remembering that. Like a year from now, that's like I predict this card, whatever it sells for, it's going to sell probably 3 or 4 times over the next couple of years, and it's going to be less every time because, like Brandon pointed out, this is the first time that Curry and LeBron have signed together on the same card.
Yes.
But you can better bet your ass it's not going to be the last.
So, Andy, you're actually touching on a key point, and I think I agree with you. But I'm going to say this: the irony of this is that while the people that were bitching and moaning that Geoff's offer was too low, are correct for right now.
Yes.
Within a year or two, it's going to be high.
It's going to be too high.
Yeah, so the irony is selling Geoff wouldn't actually be that bad because in about a year, oh man, that idiot Geoff, why even pay $100,000? The same people that are saying, oh, it's a low offer are going to be the same one.
He's not going to
that idiot. Why would he pay $100,000 for that trash?
He's not going to keep it. Just because he says he wants it doesn't mean he wants it.
He
wants
to
have it so he can sell it.
Andy, it's like his Desmond Ritter collection. It doesn't matter whether he wants to keep it or not. He's keeping it.
Well, I mean, he wants to get it so he can sell it.
I understand. But he also bought his Desmond Ritter cards thinking one day he would sell. Andy, he's keeping Desmond Ritter cards. Not because he wants to.
I would be curious to know if he still has those. I don't know.
He still has them.
Does he?
He has literally tried to pawn them off on people to trade nights. It's not happening.
Okay. Well, I mean, yeah, it'd be a big loss.
But does he still have the color match Will Greer rated rookie?
Like, hey, listen, man, that's a different conversation. The point is, Andy, the market is keeping it for him. It's not that he wants to keep it; it's that the market is keeping it for him. It's everyone else saying, "You keep it, man. It's yours."
Yeah, because what did he pay? Like 20-something thousand?
Way
right?
too much.
I mean,
so Andy, in the grand scheme of things, honestly, this triple auto offer is a bargain. Like it's a pittance compared to what he played for Desmond Ritter.
What do you think that card would go for now? Like if let's just say you had like he's put it at auction. I mean,
I'm not completely convinced I couldn't get more for my Chosen Rosen cards.
I think it would be very lucky if you would get 5.
Okay, is Desmond Ritter still like on a roster?
I'm not he's like he's the backup for somebody.
Okay, it says Terran Team Arizona Cardinals. Okay, so he's on the Cardinals.
Yeah, he's Kyler Murray's backup.
Great.
And I mean, Kyler Murray doesn't sell that great anymore. I can't imagine his backup would be.
About 800. I have no idea, man. This could get real interesting.
I would just guess that if he was at auction, he would lose at least 20,000 on it.
Have to pay 20,000.
I mean, he paid 25, I think, right?
I don't remember the exact amount, but it was a lot.
If he paid 25, I would say he would lose at least 20. Minimum. Oh yeah, probably more, but minimum.
That would be a situation where if it fell far enough, I'd be interested in buying it just for the story. But I mean, like fell far enough.
Well, you might get your chance at some point.
Andy and I will be a buyer there for like $100. I will be there.
Yeah. I mean, he could
see Andy. Ken and those guys bitch and moan about Andy. I am offering a bounty for that Desmond Ritter 1 of 1. Geoff, I got a crispy $100 for you. A crispy $100. Guaranteed, I will forward it to you, PayPal, whatever you want. $100 USD. Done.
I mean, you've probably got the best offer on this panel, at least.
I 100% have the best offer on this table. Listen, I got the best offer on a lot of panels. That is right there, the high watermark of the offers on the bounties for that card right now. Will they be the expert? Will be the value box? I can only hope. I'm in.
So it doesn't show me a picture or tell me what it is, but apparently there was one on an eBay live auction. A Desmond Ritter 101. That sold for $13.
How much was it? Sorry,
13.
$13.
Oh God.
Yeah, I don't know what the card was because it's not showing me a picture, but
Andy, that'd be amazing. I'm a fucking whale. $100, Geoff. Let's go.
I mean, that's like
I'm crushing it right now.
$13. That seems low even for Desmond Ritter.
Well, look, listen, Andy, all I got to say, I don't have too many markets to compare it to, but I do have a Josh Rosen Super PC.
I know. That's why I was thinking you might be
honest.
the right landing spot for this card.
I got to be honest, my dude. I would love to be paying $13 for Josh Rosen one-of-ones.
Yeah.
It cost me more than $13 to get Josh Rosen one-of-ones. So honestly, that's a bargain. He's still technically on a roster.
You might be the in collector for this.
so
I wear with
the
pride.
black-
With pride.
this is the select draft, so it's the collegiate one, but
Oh, okay.
the Sparks Black Prism rookie 101 PSA 9 did $46. $46.89.
So where'd the $13 go? Where was the $13 you were talking about?
That was some eBay live auction one. I'm looking at different just
Oh,
101s at prices.
Okay.
It was an eBay live auction, and it didn't show me like what the actual card was. It just said Desmond Ritter 101. It could have been like a wild card or something like that.
I would guess something like wild card, yeah. Lapper here saying 2022 Contenders Optic vinyl 101 sold a couple of weeks ago for $510 USD. Yeah, we're not going that high. $100 crispy cash.
So since we're talking about future value ones, though, here's a fun one.
or lack thereof.
No value.
Yeah, no, seriously. What about that? The one that got all of the uproar a couple years ago. That Star Wars. The Star Wars.
Okay, Star Wars Sapphire, whatever. Oh, you're talking about the one that Great Curator did.
Yeah, that he was involved in it, and what's the other dude like? Yeah, what do y'all think that one's at? Because they were saying that was what, $1 million card or something.
Yeah, the Kezigawa or whatever.
Yeah.
I would love to see what that card is now.
All right, second bounty of the night, $99. I got $100 for the Desmond Ritter. I got $99 for the.
Does anybody know what that card was exactly?
It was a Chrome Galaxy or Star Wars.
It was a super factor. It was a super factor.
Hold on.
If somebody in the chat can find it, that would be.
Yeah, we'll find it.
That would be great.
Zach here says difference is Rosen's coming back, no doubt, dude. I got this. And Carlos is going to cash it, and Geoff's going to be buried with that Ritter. Andy, the single greatest moment in sports card history would be if somehow Josh Rosen gets bonked. But remember, Josh Rosen is like 26, 27, whatever he is.
Yeah.
If Joe Flacco can come off the couch and lead the Cleveland Browns to a playoff appearance, Andy, there will be a fucking movie. There will be a statue made. If somehow Josh Rosen gets bonked on the head, suddenly gives a shit and actually tries to do something, goes on a team and leads them to anything, Andy, I will make 5 trillion% ROI. I made nothing. I've got a box of shit. I got National Trade. I got all that shit. I got it all.
That's how you have to. That's how you have to prospect nowadays. You have to like take chances on the guy.
Who's already a bust.
Yes, exactly. You have to take chances on the bust.
It's like, I will give you a shiny loony. It's like, but that's a shiny loony. It's shiny. That's what you're getting.
I'm gonna go and start prospecting like Baker Mayfield again.
Well, no, I think you missed your window on Baker because he was at a down ebb, but now he's actually at least for now solidified with Tampa. He actually had a decent end to his season.
Yeah, he's actually got a contract now.
Yeah, he's got some hope. He's got some hope now. So now they're giving him a shot. And if he manages, here's the funny thing is that there actually was a moment in time where Baker was getting bounced around from all these teams and he was shit and whatever. Like that, you pretty much could have bought him on the low, especially considering he was a first round draft pick and everything.
Yeah.
And then when he actually had a little mini resurgence in Tampa, Again, he could be a decent starter this season, and it would still be a huge pickup from where he was.
Yeah.
He doesn't have to be great. He just has to be adequate and just keep a job in the NFL. And that's enough compared to where he was.
The thing too about Geoff, he actually bought both one of ones. He bought the auto and the non-auto Prism Black one of ones. So he's really doubled down on that. So
he does like to throw a little bit of money around.
He might be willing to move one of them too, though.
$100, Geoff. $100. I even made it USD. I could have said Canadian. I made it USD for y'all. I did this to help you. I'm paying an extra 30%, man. Like it's costing me. By the way, that's shipped. That shit shipped. $100.
So on the Kurosawa, there's been a couple that were sold in June out of 25.
Okay, there's a couple of parallels, yeah, but the out of 25.
Yeah, the out of 25 on PSA 9 did 550, and then a PSA 8 did 382, and those are, out of 25, so pretty low.
The out of 25, that seems all right.
The one they had was a 1 of 1. Is that right?
Yeah, they had the Superfractor. Yeah, so it's probably a couple grand.
Yeah. I don't remember, I remember what you're talking about, but I'm trying to think, at the time we were making fun of it a lot because, Andy, I know this may come as a shock, but I like making fun of stuff. And for some reason at the time we were making fun of it. Again, it's for a man of peace. This seems oddly out of character for me. But anyway, as a man of peace, I was making fun of it. And we were having such a good time. I don't even remember, what was that idiot asking for? What was, I remember he was asking for some ridiculous number. Like it was something stupid.
Okay, so I
don't remember what he sold the DAPs for, but it was obscene.
Oh yeah, I forgot.
2 years ago there was a video made, and the title was "Is my Star Wars card worth over 100,000?"
No, that's after he had already bought it for too much money, and he was trying to pump it after that. But he had bought it for something. Dude, hold on, I think I got it. Oh yes. Hold on, 20 grand. That dumbass paid 20 grand for that garbage. Yes,
I found know that it's that much anymore.
No, it's not.
I don't think it ever was, really.
No. They found one guy willing to pay 20 grand. He paid it.
Yeah. Like when you're by far the guy that's willing to pay the most, and then you turn around and you're trying to sell it for more. That's a tough one.
DAP Sports. There's our boy right there. DAP Sports. About the most expensive Star Wars card in the world, and it still is.
Isn't it? I would think there would probably be some that are more than that, right?
Well, maybe wasn't there the Mark Hamill signed some of the 77 Star Wars cards, so maybe the autograph version is worth something more. I would think. Maybe that would be probably where I would think the value would be, something like that. But for a 1-of-1 art card from a Star Wars set, yeah, that's the highest in the world. So DAPs for you, for DAPs for you, I got like $20.
Yeah,
I got to scale it down. The Desmond Ritter Geoff, $100. $100 for that one, and then we'll go downward from there.
So that's the highest one, and we're not really totally sure exactly how high that one is.
No, nobody knows. No, nobody knows. But for the Kurosawa, if DAP still has it, $20. I got $20 for you, bro.
I'd give 100.
Well, see, I've been outbid.
Yeah.
See, now I'm gonna get people messaging me that I lowball DAP something Kurosawa.
I don't even know what it is, and I would give 100.
Brandon, this is getting bad. I've been outbid on my own podcast, on my own live stream. Dang.
I can't let you low bid that.
The most expensive one listed, I'm not going by sold, but the most expensive one listed is a Superfractor of the New Hope US version Superfractor, like the poster, because they did those movie poster ones. It's listed for 13,000, but it's been listed for almost an entire year. So
shocking. That is shocking. You're saying it's not flying off the shelf like hotcakes.
I think that should tell you that clearly it's not worth that much. No one's bought it in a year.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it was listed August 30th, 2023. And it's personally one of the cool poster ones. So,
yeah, but counterpoint. It's still a super factor. Yes, it's a super factor of a Star Wars poster. Like, so this was the problem. Oh, look, the bigger issue are, and like I said, Andy's sniping me on my bounty hurts my soul. Like that was just me. But that notwithstanding, the funny thing about that whole thing at the time was that these idiots were sitting there parading around, trying to make a market where there wasn't a market. It was like, look, is it a cool card? Sure. To the right, like a Star Wars fan or whatever. Like, if I'm a big Star Wars fan, does a superfractor card of like a poster of maybe my favorite movie in the series look interesting to me? Yeah, sure. Is it $13,000 interesting? No. A couple $100 maybe. Like there's enough. In almost every niche, whatever it is, there is a number that will make sense for somebody. The Chosen Rosen stuff is funny for me because I'm buying most of that shit really cheap. Like, it's a joke. I am basically throwing money away because there's really no upside necessary. Again, unless he bonks his head, in which case then I'm the greatest genius of all time. And honestly, I plan to sell several courses, Andy. If Josh Rosen ever becomes anything in the NFL for some bizarre reason, and I literally am sitting on a 1,600 count box of really expensive shit suddenly I'm a multimillionaire on Chosen Rosen, I am going to be a hobby goat. I am going up on the Mount Rushmore because I'll be like, how did you see that coming? I just envisioned it. I manifested it. And other garbage that people say when they didn't do anything and they got lucky. But that's basically what we're going to say. But outside of that, like, no, I'm buying it as dirt cheap as I can because it's a joke. I'm doing it for fun. It's amusing to me. That's okay. But that means there's almost a price for almost everything if you find the price, if you get to the low enough. But you're sitting there putting it for 13,000. It's like, yeah, there's nobody there for 13,000. But we know this. There's nobody there at 13,000. So it's like, do you actually want to sell the thing or not? Because the number isn't 13,000 clearly.
Yeah, it's definitely not that much.
So my question would be, I would love to legitimately know what the real number is. I don't know what the answer to that question is. Is it half? Is it 10%? Like, how far down do we have to go before somebody be like, yeah, I'd buy that? Sure.
There's a lot of cards out there that people will not auction off because they know that it would go for way less if it was a true auction.
Yeah. Well, that's why the infamous buy now best offer for some stuff is the only way you're going to try to extract that value. That's what you're looking for. You need to find a buyer who really does want the thing. They got to want it because as collectors, there is stuff that we enjoy that might be a novelty to us that we might get a kick out of. Look, I would seriously buy a ray gun card, but I wouldn't spend a lot on it. It'd be funny. I would put it in the background of some of my videos. It'd be a great talking piece. But I'm not spending a ton of cash on this. No way.
Yeah.
But if somebody made it, like I said, Leaf is like perfect for this. Leaf, this is literally what you live for. I think Leaf made a Hawk to a girl card. Like, come on, guys. This is you. This is what you are. Get me a ray gun card. Let's go. This is what you were put on this earth to do.
They probably already have one.
They should have one. I'd be offended if they don't have one. That would hurt my soul. I was like, Leaf, come on. Get on this. If you haven't already, when do we see my ray gun card? And by the way, you better not try to overprice it. Don't try to rip me off on my ray gun card, man. Don't try to do that.
That one might have to cost a little bit more though, because they probably would have to travel to Australia to get them signed and then travel back and everything. So they might bump the price up on that one a little bit.
Mm-hmm. Now here's a question. Can I ask a valid, serious question, Andy? I want your honest opinion.
Okay,
because
I'll try.
I think as a YouTube Sports Card Hall of Famer, I think you are perfectly qualified for this, Matt.
I will try.
Since Raygun is actually a PhD in the bullshit thing she made up,
Yeah.
based on the Dr. Beckett already example set, the precedent's already been set. If Dr. Beckett can be a doctor and not really be an MD, is a PhD in statistics, should we not be referring to her as Dr. Raygun?
I'm fine with it. Yeah.
She's a PhD. As far as I'm concerned, she's as legit a doctor as Magnus.
Well, yeah. I mean, I don't know.
He's a
It's
PhD in
always,
statistics.
it's always been a pet peeve of mine for people that want to be called doctor that are not really a doctor. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. When I hear somebody say doctor, I think of like a medical doctor, right? Like most people. Yeah, I'm not big on like calling people a doctor if they have like a PhD in whatever.
Well, my rule's simple. I'm not calling you a doctor unless you can write me a prescription legitimately.
Yeah.
If you can legitimately write me a prescription, all right, fine. You're an MD. I'll call you a doctor. That's fine.
Yeah.
That seems legit to me. That's fine. Otherwise, you're Jimbo. Sorry,
Yeah.
Jimbo. That's it. That's all you're getting.
And how many people did we just offend in the audience?
I'm trying so hard.
If you listen to the podcast, we're way beyond offending people for Dr.
I've done it so many
times. Getting references.
Oh, I know. I listen.
Look, Andy, not only do you know this, and a Hobby Palooza's past, you played into this.
I've played into it. Yeah.
You invited me back when it was verboten.
Yeah, it was frowned upon.
Yeah, no kidding. Well, as you well know, our good mutual friend, Mike Baseball Collector, and I have a storied history. His worth, not mine.
Yeah.
I didn't even realize we had a storied history until he told us.
I thought that was funny when he said that.
Usually franchises are referred to as having storied history.
Hey, listen, man, the BIC franchise has clearly got a storied history. I've been working.
Whenever I heard him say that, I'm like, oh boy, where's he going with this?
Listen, I got a storied history over here. My favorite part about that whole bit, it's been one of my favorite things. The running joke is that I operate in this weird. Let's actually have this conversation for a minute. I'll read this comment and then I'll get into it. Problem with the auction circles back to finding the stuff you actually want, having potential buyers aware that the auction exists. The big eBay consignments bring big value. That's true. Yeah. Carlos, do you think you can get YouTube Sports Car Hall of Fame when Josh Rosen comes back? Listen, man, if Josh Rosen comes back, I deserve all the fucking Hall of Fames, all of them. Give me all of them. Put me in the Football Hall of Fame. Put me in the. I deserve it as a builder. I deserve it.
You're actually in the Pro Football Hall of Fame if Rosen.
I deserve this. Like, this fucking guy called this shit. He's a fucking builder. He's a genius. He's a genius. I'm gonna have my bus right there in Canton. Do it. Let's go. And these are the only rare prescriptions in the U.S. That's okay. A PhD in statistics can't either way. He's still out. Jimbo's still out. I'm sorry. We're out.
He's out.
I skipped the doctor to not being called the master. There you go. Fanatics Fest AMA. There you go. Ask me anything. There you go, Neil. Well, I don't know. Do you want me to send you a link? Because I would love to ask you some questions.
Yeah, that would be fun.
If you're worried about offending people in 2024, you might as well talk to your mouth. It is too late for me. So anyway, the point that I was going to make, Andy, was that I love, and that's why Mike's comment about the storied history made me, Andy, legit, it made me cackle in my chair.
Yeah.
When I heard it the first time, I died. I was sitting I don't think Mike's ever been so funny. Ever since he burned cards, he's not a comedian, but that was funny. That was funny shit. He should have stuck with that. That material was gold.
He says some funny things from time to time.
That was one of the funnier ones for me. I enjoyed it. So anyway, the point is, I love operating in this bizarre middle ground that I operate in. And I'm being serious here about this. I love operating in this bizarre middle ground where obviously I've got friends who are in the industry. We talk about Brad here and all that. So I've got friends that are in the industry. I enjoy this. I'm not acting in this space where, look, I'll talk shit because honestly it's fun. But at the same time, I do enjoy this stuff.
Yeah.
But at the same time, there's so much stupid things where I'm like, well, but it's stupid though.
Right.
But Carlos is like, you shouldn't. It's like, but it's stupid though. Like, this is dumb. This is silly. When ComC was having its thing during the pandemic, like, I know some folks at ComC, they're great folks, but it was stupid shit they were doing. Like, it was dumb. It was dumb shit. So I railed on them for months. I was right. And in the end, they acknowledged I was right. But is that necessarily friendly? Now, is that going to get me a ComC sponsorship anytime soon? No. But I was correct. But at the same time, also, then I also don't complain when it's minor stuff that's like people lose their minds over. It's like, but I don't really care about that. From a collecting standpoint, I was like, that isn't a big deal to me. That thing is not a big deal to me. You guys are freaking out about it. Lord knows. I would get more followers if I freaked out about it with the rest of you, but I don't feel that. So I could fake it, but that's what I'd be doing. That's not gonna work for me.
I think as a hobby, we seem to like, as a group, for the most part, we kind of all think that we could fix things and do it better than how they're actually done. And we're probably wrong, but we at least like to think that we could do better, you know?
I think that's fair. I think that's a reasonable point.
I think we maybe could do it better, but probably not as profitable.
Yeah, probably. That's true. Yeah.
Well, that's exactly it. I think it's also important to note that one of the funny things is if you do get to talk to enough people who are involved in the industry, you'll realize how many people who are there who theoretically have a position are actually more powerless than you think.
Yeah.
They know that it's like, they know this is dumb, but they have to kind of smile and nod because that's literally their job.
Yeah. And then after they leave the company, they'll tell you how dumb it was.
That's just it. Exactly. They're like, these decisions were not made by me, but these are the parameters that I'm left to work under. This is what I can do within my box that I've been given. So I'll do the best I can inside my box. And then that's it.
Yeah. It's like
So
most
I don't blame
jobs, you know, you have to do stupid stuff. You know, it's stupid
all the time. But I think most of us though I think when it's the hobby though, we try to somehow think that it's different. Like I'll give you a tangible example. At work right now, I do my thing there and I work on a contract. And one of the things they said the last little bit, it had been basically we've been in the office 1 day a week. My role, I have basically a handful of coworkers who are in the office at all. A lot of my coworkers are elsewhere. Like if I'm going to talk to them, I'm doing it via online calls anyway. So it doesn't make a difference whether I'm in my home office or whether I'm in the office building. It literally makes the only thing it does is it makes me so that I lose time on commute. It costs on commute, and that's it. There's no legitimate reason. But they came down and said, hey guys, we got to come in twice a week. And I'm like, there is literally no benefit whatsoever to it other than justifying the lease on the building you've got. Yeah. It makes no sense. It doesn't add anything or do anything good, but we got to do it anyway. And I said, well, that's my job. That's fine. Yeah, if you're good, just give me a thumbs up. Mr. Neo from the Hotel Wi-Fi. What's going on?
What's up, gentlemen?
Did you already go down the aisle to the WWE thing under the Shawn Michaels theme, under some of the other themes? How many runs down did you do? How many poses did you hurt yourself doing the Shawn Michaels thing? And what happened there?
I've done 0.
What? Outrageous. What did you do then? What are you doing other than being an influencer and signing autographs and kissing babies? What are you doing?
Waiting lines.
Wow. You didn't even use your influencer privilege, man? Come on.
We had proof of that. We had proof of the line waiting.
Yeah, Darren Ravel, my personal cameraman, had me on waiting in line.
And you couldn't have used some of that power, the Darren Ravel power, or you could have slid over and go, hey, Brady, here, help me get through some of these lines? No. Brady was there. You could have been like, hey, Brady, fucking help me over here.
I saw Brady from a very far distance.
All right. Well, he bought a card. I thought he was going to buy a Peyton Manning card like a good quarterback, but apparently he bought a Tom Brady card. So he's obviously a bad taste for talent.
Yeah. I saw Gronk spike the card too.
He did. That's right. That's true. He did also race children. So that was a thing. He outran
I saw
them.
that too.
Andy was encouraging that he outran the children. If the children had outran him, somebody should have scouted them. He did manage to win. Like Gronk at least won the race. That's important.
Yeah, Brady's not very fast.
Brady's 40 time was done with the sundial. He still didn't make it. You're still waiting to this very day. So, other than standing in lines, did you actually participate in any activities, or what did you actually do with your day?
The better part of the morning, I did a lot of the exclusive stuff. I grabbed the Topps Chrome boxes, and then I got one of those lids things that I still actually can't wrap my mind around why I bought one, but I bought one.
Impulse buy.
Yeah, I mean, it's just kind of what you do when you go to one of these things. Like,
yeah,
it's just like expected. You're going to make poor purchasing decisions on FOMO alone, but you kind of know that. That's just what you sign up for when you attend a con like this.
Yeah.
I mean, that took me, those two things alone took me probably an hour and a half. I didn't really have to wait in line at lids. It was mostly the Topps Chrome stuff. Then I roamed the show floor for a little bit, and then went up and down the dealer section for a little bit, and then just kind of moseyed around checking stuff out. There's a lot of little like things to distract you for sure. Like I probably lost at least 90 minutes today, like across the entire day, just watching people come down the WWE thing.
Of course, obviously.
I would
Did
probably be
anybody,
doing
actually,
that too.
actually have a good routine? Did anyone actually have a good routine, or was it?
I mean, the
all
kids
pretty
crush
much-
it. Like the kids just live it
Sure.
up. They have no cares in the world. People brought their own title belts, so they're walking down with title belts,
Obviously.
doing the full shticks, and and the crowd gets more into it when kids come down. So they're all like the crowd, like around in line, is like cheering it on a lot more and stuff. So it's definitely probably the coolest thing here, just in terms of like league activations. The UFC ring thing is kind of cool. I'm not a UFC guy at all, but like they
So you
actually
didn't
have
fight,
a
so you didn't
full
fight
setup.
Ziggy, because that would have been like perfect.
They have the full setup and you
promote
go
that.
walk into the
Let's
ring, which
go.
was kind of cool. The 40-yard dash time is whatever. I actually think that was like the least popular of the league activations. The NBA thing,
Because it would
seemed
be
pretty busy.
humiliating. A lot of people would tear would tear ligaments Mike Trout hasn't invented yet.
Yeah, I wouldn't be doing the 40.
Yeah, once again, that was dominated by a lot of like 14 and under that are invincible at that age doing the 40-yard
Brad.
dash time. Yeah.
And our buddy Brad, he tried it.
Yeah.
And apparently he's going to try it again. And there is a potential. I'm getting this video. I want this video. I need this video.
What did he say his time was? Like six?
See, he was like
something.
6 and change.
6'9",
Yeah,
I
6
think
and
he
change.
said.
Oof, that's rough.
So
The good news is at least we were able to time it with a normal stopwatch. We didn't need the sundial for him, but not barely.
That's rough.
but that stuff was all super busy. Like all the league stuff was super busy. The MLB thing was really busy. They had like a home run derby thing.
Sure.
The WWE thing actually didn't really have that long of a line most of the time. Like they didn't even fill up like their full little like carousel or a little back and forth of a zigzag pattern. Like that didn't
Okay.
even get completely filled up. But there was always someone. There's probably always at least like 10 to 20 people in the line. But it wasn't like stretched down the aisle like the tops line was or anything crazy.
So you've been to a lot of Comic Cons, right?
Yeah, I've actually been to 2 New York Comic Cons in this building, so I have a pretty good idea of like what it looks like at full go.
How did this
versus-
compare?
I mean, it's smaller. They're not taking up as much footprint, but like
Okay.
New York Comic Con gets 200,000 people. The National gets 100,000 people. So it's on a completely different level even than what this is. But the center can handle it. Like this is probably one of the nicest convention centers in the country. I don't know if it's the biggest, but it's one of the nicest.
Yeah. I think it is one of the biggest too.
I wouldn't be surprised because it's absolutely huge. I mean,
Yeah.
the main floor alone is massive. I mean, they have, I don't know, whatever it is, a 300 to 400 table card show in as part of this, and it takes up like maybe a quarter of the room that the entire event is in, and that's not even using the full building. So
Yeah. Well, I saw.
the card show actually.
I pulled it up. I pulled it.
Yeah,
up
the
for
card
you.
show
I think it's
actually
800,000 square feet.
Yeah, the card show actually looks tiny in the room, but in reality, it's actually like a decent sized card show. It's not like the National, but it's probably, I've never been to Dallas, so I can't compare it to Dallas, but it's like way bigger than Philly or Chantilly or Culture Collision. I've been to all 3 of those. Like if you're just talking about the card show aspect of it.
Yeah.
That's interesting with the Philly one, because I know the Philly guys have done a pretty good job with it. But I like I said, I'm not surprised with what you say though, because in terms of square footage, that center, well, like I said, if you use like the ballrooms and stuff, you've got well over 1 million square feet. Like you've got so much room you could use if you needed it for whatever reason. You got room to spare. You could fit 2 of the Cleveland Nationals in there and barely break a sweat.
Correct. Yeah. So it's, and you know, like the AC is running 100%. It was actually almost cold in there in some points and times. Like the internet works fine. Like there is none of those like growing pain issues. There's no lines for restrooms. You know, like all that stuff is smooth and on point. There's been some like disorganizational things, absolutely. But in terms of the actual building itself, I don't see how you could possibly complain about Javits, other than the fact that it's in New York City and everything's ridiculously expensive.
Sure. So what you're saying is that when some of the old guys try the 40-yard dash and run up lame, they're going to blame that it's too cold and they didn't have a chance to warm up.
Yeah.
So now they've got a different excuse. I like it. I like what you
Yeah.
went with that.
The other thing about the dealers too is you don't have wasted. I don't like piss anyone off, but you don't have wasted tables. Like you don't
Yep.
have the table of the guy selling pennants from 1920 like you do at the National. Like no offense to that guy, but this is like if you're a card show dealer at this show, you are probably one of the more premier dealers in the country, and you probably have really good inventory just to be able to get into the show floor and to be able to justify the expense. It's $3,200.
I was about to say for the box price, you don't have a choice. You need to.
Yeah, I mean, really, you really got to figure like 2.5 days because how many shows are really that vibrant? Like back half of Sunday. So you basically have today, Saturday, and probably the morning hours of Sunday to like really do your business. And you got to sell a lot of stuff to justify because you got to think too. It's not just $3,200 for the table. They're also probably spending $400 a night for a hotel room plus whatever it costs them to travel here. And like a lot of people were saying that they didn't bring as much inventory. Like a lot of guys didn't bring wax because they didn't want to haul it here. Like it's not like even if you fly in, you still got to like, how am I going to get all that wax to jab it from the airport is not an easy task. And then driving in is obviously not an easy task either because you have to drive into the actual city. So there's definitely some logistical challenges there from like a dealer setup perspective.
Gotcha. So let me ask, I think you touched on some of this anyway, but I'll ask the question anyway. Garrett was saying here, how's the actual card show portion? You touched on some of that as well. Any dollar boxes are vintage? I would guess not so much. From your description, it sounds to me like a lot of it would skew. I think that was Brad's opinion as well. It sounds like it would skew predominantly modern. Was there any real? I think there was some vintage because I think
Oh, there's for sure vintage.
Yeah,
there's for sure vintage, but it's probably like a 60-40, or actually probably not even 60-40, probably 70-30 split if I'm being generous on vintage. And I actually commented on this in the video that I recorded. It'll go up first thing tomorrow morning.
Ooh, free plug, go for it.
There is I didn't see, and I walked around the floor for like 10 minutes recording and talking, just going up and down aisles at a fairly quick pace. And one of my comments was, I didn't see a single value box, like not even a dollar box. Like you're not even seeing like the cardboard box on the table with like $5 to $10 slabs. The show itself, and if anyone watched Jeff's video, Sports Card Investors video from this morning, the dealer section is very uniformed and very regimented. Like they gave them showcases, and all the showcases are identical.
I saw that.
And all the dealer setups are very similar to each other. Like, I don't think they were allowed to bring like super huge signage. Like, you know, Mealy Pops at the National has a banner that's like the size of my hotel room set up behind their booth. They didn't have that here. They had like little tiny pop-up things. Like
they standardized it.
Yeah, Card Collector 2 had like some very small pop-ups. Like if you were walking down the aisle, you'd be like, oh, that's Ryan's booth. But if you were, you know, on the opposite side of the show floor and glanced over, you would have no idea. So it's very, I don't even know what the right term for it is. It's very regimented, I guess, is probably the best way to describe it, which is, you know, it's good and bad. It's nice from like just walking up and down the aisles. Like you don't kind of have this chaos. Like, you know what to expect when you walk up to every table in terms of setup and stuff. Makes it kind of tricky.
So what I would say, the word I would use for you, what you're talking about, is standardized. Like they took the setup and made it so that there was very little distinction between them. You can go from booth to booth to booth, and you've got a pretty standard view of kind of what you expect to see at the table.
Yeah, which is it's not, I'm not saying it's bad. I'm not saying it's good. It's just different from, I think, what a lot of people are used to when you attend a large card show. There was also a decent mix. Like there's a lot of Pokemon on the show floor. There's a decent amount of non-sports on the show floor. Like it's not just all like Luca and Victor Silver 10s. There's a lot of high end too, which once again makes sense. I think because of the table costs, I think dealers lean towards, I need to bring my big boy stuff for the chance of potentially selling it here.
Sure. Let me ask
you're
this.
Seeing LeBron rookie black refractors and LeBron RPAs and, you know, Jordan exquisites. Like, you know, there's some real high end stuff in that room.
So basically the stuff you were buying. I like it. Okay. Let me ask this question though. I know they scheduled, obviously, you know, we already talked about, you know, Tom Brady again making poor investment decisions. Like, you think Geoff is bad? Tom Brady buying Tom Brady cards, that's awful. Like, does this guy know that? Has he watched Tom Brady play football? He's not good at it. But anyway, so the point is that my question is, they've got, obviously they had the panels and different things. Did they schedule that already for day one, or are they scheduled for the other days, or is it a little bit each day? I don't remember that part.
That I haven't paid too close attention to that schedule because I really haven't done any panels at all. But like that's all laid out. They have an app. They have an app that you could pull up the full show schedule on and see everything that's happening on every stage anytime you want. Which is also kind of like, that's also kind of refreshing. The fact that they have an app that you could easily access and kind of see exactly when and where everything is going on is kind of nice.
Yeah, like I get home every year from the National and I hear people talking about this cool thing that was going on or this cool thing. And I'm like, I had no clue that was even happening, the whole time I was there, because the communication a lot of times is really lacking.
So to Dave's point down there, and the discussion has been about the table costs for these dealers, but I have to expect that, first of all, they factor in, they're running these businesses and they're factoring them in as write-offs and everything else. But there also probably has to be some sort of incentive or deal or benefit to it of being accepted into this fest. The first one, Fanatics, it's probably benefiting them more than just going there and selling cards.
I mean, I think if you're already because a lot of these people have shops or a breaker or something, probably the ones that already do are probably like, I need to stay in their good graces. So when Fanatics comes to you and says, hey, we have table space for you at Fanatics Fest, like, or if you're a Topps direct account, are you going to say no to that? Like, can you say no to that? Sure. But is that in the back of your mind? Are you going to like risk maybe getting less cases of Topps Chrome or Bowman Chrome or whatever, because you're worried that might be a little note in the book next to your name of like, oh, chose not to set up at Fanatics Fest. And then on the flip side, if you're not in that program yet and you're trying to, boy, isn't that a good way to open up relationships with Fanatics. So maybe you're someone that's on the fringes and you're trying to get direct and you're like, okay, all right, I'll bite the bullet and eat the cost on the weekend. I mean, before this show, like a week ago, my general comment on this show was, it's probably going to be a really fun show to attend. I wouldn't want to be a dealer trying to make a profit at this show. But for them, it's a marketing slash, I think this is almost more of a marketing cost of doing business thing than it is, we're going to go there and just kill it like the National is. I mean, the National is what, like $1,000 to set up at for 5 days. This is 2.5 days, and it's 3 times the price. But that being said, someone said today that the tables at the Orlando show that they're doing are only like $350. So they'll probably.
I would think that by market you would adjust it because the center would cost less and it would adjust it accordingly. It would make sense. It would make sense.
Yeah.
And that might make it more attractive for that kind of show, because my belief, so just speaking strictly myself, we've had a lot of fun tonight with it, but I'll be serious here for a second. My expectation is that they would consistently adjust the configuration of the show depending on the market. In New York, they're going with this setup, this Comic-Con type setup experience. I think the other ones will have experiences too, but I think if you can get the center cheaper, it's not so much passing along the savings. It's just allowing for a little bit more room for you to tweak it a certain way. So market by market, you can adjust the setup a little bit. That could allow you to get a couple more dealers in. It would make sense for you.
So basically what I was told today, and I heard this from a couple of different people that would know, there's essentially going to be like 4 versions of this. Yep. There's going to be 2 fests, the one that we're at right now in New York, and then they basically soft announced today LA in Q1 of next year. Okay. And that one will probably, the way that I understand it is the LA one will be like this. It'll be the leagues, it'll be the experiences, huge autograph checklist, like the whole 9 yards, kind of, and a card show involved with it as well. Okay. Then there is the Orlando thing, which they are pitching is like, this is your card show. And I don't know that there will be a lot of experiences or activations at that. I think the Orlando thing on paper, they are pitching is like a 900 table card show, which would probably rival the National. And I know that Orlando Convention Center is on the short list of potential places for the National to go into the future. So it could definitely handle a show that size. And then there's the ballpark experiences, which are much smaller. I think those are going to be like 100 to maybe 200 tables, but they'll be at either ballparks or stadiums. And I don't know what the activations will be at those. And then there'll be specialty events around like WrestleMania, the NFL draft, All-Star weekend, like that sort of stuff, where it'll probably be more activations and probably like a small card show as well. But that'll probably vary just depending on where it's at and what space they have available and all that stuff. Like they did that one last year at WrestleMania, was their first time rolling that out.
I think,
I think that's kind of like that's the blueprint for at least a short term for Fanatics events.
Go ahead, Andy.
Do you think that this, if it ends up being successful, will it at least put pressure on the National to step up its game a little bit, in your opinion?
I don't know. So like, I think the biggest thing people, and because I looked at some comments today on like various Facebook groups and just in across social in general, people have to get out of the mindset that this is a card show. Like everyone is trying to compare this to a card show, and this is not that. It is partially that. I think the bigger fear, I think the bigger thing that the National should worry about is the Orlando event, not this. Orlando is what is the more direct comparison to the National, not this show.
Right. I'm just thinking like, will people that went to this be looking at how nice the facilities are there, and you know, if there's someone that also goes to the National, will they be like, you know, why can't we get something like this, like facility wise, or just, you know, just step up your game a little bit? Because the National, I've been to like 15 of them, and I think this year was like the 4th or 5th time I've been to Cleveland, and it's no different than it was 15 years ago, honestly.
Yeah. I was about to ask, are those people Andy? Are those people Andy who are like, why are we being treated like
there was
peasants?
just a lot more people,
why
but I
can't we
mean,
be
like,
treated
other
nicer
than that,
once?
it's the same.
Well, to add on to Andy's question there of you know, the National stepping its game up, it was discussed in the Discord too, like with the two, you know, this event and the National being somewhat close together, people may not have the time or the ability to go to both of them. And if they're seeing what this one's offering, you know, let's be honest, you don't have to go to a card show to buy cards. There's so many options out there, you know, whether locally or online, to pick cards up. Maybe people say, hey, I want that experience, and instead of spending money for both, I'm gonna, you know, I like this one better. And so they're gonna
I think that's gonna come down to personal preference. Like why are you going? Like, do you want a 900 table card show? Do you want that old school vibe that, you know, isn't necessarily, you know, yeah, I see Dave's comment there, nothing wrong with the National. I'm gonna say yes and no on that. Like the show itself, sure, but to Andy's point, the venues, like that's the problem. Like they're getting aged out of that sort of stuff. Like they are behind the curve on that sort of thing. They don't need, the National doesn't need to be this, but it also can't be in the IX Center anymore. Hell, I don't even think that it could be in Rosemont anymore, to be quite frank. Like that's the reason everyone loves Chicago isn't because of the venue. It's because of everything around the venue and how convenient it is. The venue kind of sucks. The venue is honestly worse than the IX Center from an attendee perspective.
100%.
I mean, some of the line situations are like better, but the AC is worse. There's nowhere to sit in that place. The food options suck. Like
the lighting,
but you can walk across the street to your hotel room, so everyone loves it.
Yeah, the
Brandon,
lighting
can I
is
just
not very
clip this
good.
for the next year when we get back to the National? I'll just clip this and just
Yeah,
air it
I mean,
on loop. That'll be.
I
Let
totally
me get my
agree.
media pass first before you start looping that.
I totally agree with you that I think that this was probably the last time that they go to Cleveland. And it's just
they
because
wouldn't
it's not
come
big
to
enough.
Cleveland for this time, except they owed them one because of COVID. It's the only reason they came to Cleveland in the first place. This was the COVID canceled show that they owed Cleveland, and they had to make good on that.
Yeah. I forgot about that.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, I think yes, the Nationals should just strictly be a card show. I don't know that they need to get like the leagues involved and have hockey things and all this nonsense, but they have to step their game up in terms of like the Cleveland thing. Like you shouldn't have to wait in line at the restrooms for 3 hours. The internet should work. Like just simple things. Like one of the I tweeted today, I was like 2 hot takes from Fanatics Fest. The AC works really good and there's no problems getting on the internet. And at the National, you're probably going to get 1 out of the 2 of those things over the last 4 years. One of those 2 things has not worked correctly. AC, the internet didn't work. Chicago, the AC didn't work. This year, the internet was a little spotty, but you had to wait in line and traffic for 15 hours to get into the event. Like there was just always something.
Another thing that I heard about they did at this Fanatics Fest is like they did like the QR codes, like to get people in faster instead of like, having to.
So I didn't experience that because since I bought my badge ahead of time, they mailed me a physical badge.
Yeah.
Well, I just walked right in. Like you just put the badge around your neck and just walked right in.
That's another thing. Like even if you get a badge at the National, you have to pick it up there. You have to wait in line to pick it up. Like you can't.
So some people had to do that. It just depends on. There was a deadline basically for when you bought, and depending on if you bought before that deadline, you mail it. But they stole that. Basically stole it. That's the same way Comic-Con does it. And once again, Lance, I think is his name, ran New York Comic-Con for years, so they're well aware of that. They use the same back end. They use ShowClicks, which is the same back-end software that New York Comic-Con uses for their stuff. So like when I purchased, it was like purchased by this deadline and they'll mail it to you. And that's the exact same way that Comic-Con works. So I didn't have to go to a will call line today. Some people did.
Yeah.
But this show is not perfect. There is a lot of disorganization here. Like the whole VIP situation was kind of messy just in regards to like, yeah, the bag sucks. Like we could trash the bag all that we want, but the communication prior to was really bad. Like I had no idea what time I actually got in the show this morning as a VIP badge holder. Like it was very vague and changing by the day. Like how the line skip thing worked was not well explained at all. The gift bag thing sucked. I did get through the line faster than people in the normal line. I think
the peasants is the term we use, Neo. Use the correct term. The peasants. Yeah. Go on.
The general admission line to get through for like a Topps Chrome box was like 2 to 3 hours long. And I think the VIP line was like 45 minutes. So I gained 2 hours because I had the VIP pass. Is that worth it? That's going to depend on the person. So I will say, if you have like kids, this event would be way more entertaining to bring kids to than the National would be. I mean, kids are running around here having an absolute blast between the league stuff and Brady and Gronk are walking around, and yeah, you still have a card show going on. Like, and I think that gets back to the point that you guys were talking about with, if you have to choose one of these things, it's where I think it's really going to depend on the person. Do you want to go and have 4-hour-long trade nights every night of the week and, flip cards constantly for 5 straight days? Probably the Nationals for you. If you're in your 30s or 40s and you have a 10-year-old son or daughter that wants to go run out to WWE entry music and shoot shots on goal, they're probably going to have a better time at this. Mm-hmm. But, that's where I think that's really what it boils down to.
Yeah, I think it's 2 different audiences and trying to sell to 2 different demographics. I used the phrasing on the Discord, and I repeated it tonight. But I think the Fanatics Fest needed to be the unnational. Just trying to repeat the National wasn't going to make any sense. The National already exists. There's no reason to repeat that. You're trying to create something else that may have a card show element to it, but it's a fest, and that's what you were selling in this case.
Yeah, they're trying to use the fest part to get more people into cards. Like that's a big point of this event. This, sure, it's about marketing for Fanatics as a whole, but a large portion of this event is literally to try to take someone that is maybe either never bought a pack of cards or it's been 20 years since they bought a pack of cards to get them to be like, oh man, cards are cool. Cards are way different than what I remember back in, the 80s or whatever the last time they interacted with a pack. They're trying to convert those people over. Another telling thing about the audience here, and I think I talked about this in Discord. I definitely talked about this in the video that I recorded. Like, Card Collector 2 and Cards HQ, their buying line is empty. Like no one is lined up to sell cards.
Yeah, people probably didn't bring a lot of cards. There's not a lot of Pelican cases, I would guess.
Well, I don't think it's so much that they brought them. I don't know that the people attending the show have them to bring.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
what I'm
yeah,
saying
yeah.
is comparatively to a national where you got all the Pelican case kids and everything, this audience is less Pelican-y.
Yeah. And the other telling thing too is that so right next to the card show is the Topps Hobby Hall. And that's where a lot of the like hobby related content creators are.
Yeah,
so
that's
like
where
Jeff was
Mojo
up there.
taught you how to create hobby content, right?
Yes, that's where that wonderful panel went down at. And like Jeff was up there with Dana White, and they were doing a Topps preview thing, and like Sports Card Nonsense did a podcast from there. So all that stuff's going on there. And in that area, there's a bunch of seating, but there's also a bunch of seating with tables, and it's basically designed to be set up and trade anytime you want, which is kind of unheard of at a card show. Like no card shows do like literally an active trade area while the show is running. This show has that, and next to nobody used it.
Yep.
Like there was no people, like remember there was content from the National where in the food court they had to put signage up to stop people from
stop trading, you bastards.
Yeah.
And in this one, they're like, please trade, you bastards.
And no one set up trading. Like I shot video of it today, and it's just like people just kind of sitting there getting, it's nice to have a nice place to sit down and set like your bag down on and just kind of chill and BS. That's what most people were using it for. There was like, I think I saw like one or two people have their Zion cases out on that, like doing a deal. Whereas in the National, people would have basically been set up as dealers at those tables.
Yeah.
So there was like very like little signs like that kind of clue you into the type of people that are at this show. So once again, I think the show is going to be semi-successful. I don't know that dealers are going to walk out of this thing being like, yeah, boys, we crushed it. I didn't experience this because I didn't do any of it, but I guess the autograph situation was an absolute disaster.
I heard that. Yeah, I heard that for certain folks, it was it didn't work. Like they were trying to get people funneled in, and it wasn't a good experience for certain specific ones in particular. That's
I think it was all the Knicks guys today. All the Knicks guys were signing today, and that specifically was the area that I heard was just an absolute chaos.
Okay.
And tomorrow are the busy ones. Most of the wrestlers are tomorrow, and the wrestlers are the ones that all sold out.
Yeah,
it was funny if you looked at the website at least like a week ago. All the WWE superstars sold out. Sabrina from which I think she plays for the New York Liberty, I don't remember, but from the WNBA sold out.
Oh, Inescu, something.
Yeah. And then she was the only current athlete that sold out, other than Jalen Brunson, which makes sense because we're in New York. And then it was all the WWE superstars, and none of the other sports people sold out. Now, I'm guessing part of that is I was talking to some people today, and a lot of people said like there's not many events in the country that like Cody Rhodes is signing at that you could go and pay and do an autograph signing. Like it's just kind of not. I think it's probably their schedule, and then just the types of shows that exist aren't getting like, I don't know. There's probably 15 of the top current wrestling stars at this thing.
Yeah.
The list is insane. Whereas
WWE controls them very carefully for the events they do. They'll do PR spots, but for like signings, it's very controlled. It tends to be a WrestleMania access usually where you get them. That's very specific cases.
Yeah. And Ruben, once again, I mean, you say what you want about Fanatics and Ruben. That's where Ruben actually has leverage over a lot of people because he could call WWE and say, hey, I need a dozen of your superstars. And they're probably going to say yes.
Hey, listen, I already made clear. I will say plenty of nice things about him until the check clears. Like as long as the check clear, like I'll say plenty of nice things. Andy already knows. I'm ready to sell out this shit. Let's go. Let's do it.
Yeah. So
see, Will's asking the valid question. Like, look, Neo, don't bury the lead here. I want to know what Mojo taught you about a content creation. It's about time you learn. Could you finally learn about some kind of from a pro like Mojo Sports?
I sadly did not actually attend the panel. I just took the photo.
Oh my God, you still don't know about content creation.
I'll just continue to figure it out on the fly.
Yeah.
She sold out pretty early, I believe.
Yeah, I think it does make sense. I think maybe the only surprise that I have there is I would be surprised that there wasn't a little bit more active. I would have surprised that Livy Dunn maybe didn't sell out.
That one was a little surprising to me too. I think she was a late addition though, so that might have been part of it. I don't know that she was on the initial.
So you didn't buy
lineup.
enough tickets, is what you're saying? Like I thought you would have bought enough that they would have sold out. Like what the hell?
Sports Card Radio bought most of the time slots, so I couldn't.
Okay.
I couldn't get it.
Well, as long as somebody did. Jeez, what are you guys doing?
Yeah, I did not see them roaming around today. I know that they were here, but I didn't see them roaming around.
Well, I have to see because I know they did a live, obviously chatting about it tonight. Tonight became a busy night because they wanted to do a little kind of a reaction thing to it as well. So I guess we'll have to see how that plays out. I think it is interesting. And like you touched on some of the key points that we did touch on. The irony, maybe this is, I don't know if this is good or bad. And maybe we can, a lot of the points you made about how, don't treat it like a card show, treat it like a fest. And there's going to be this variation to it. A lot of that stuff was a lot of things we kind of, I'm speaking specifically for the live stream and the channel. A lot of things we thought going in. Eric is very confused in general at all times, but in this case, he was trying to figure out what it was. Like, it's not a card show, and I just kept repeating, it's not a card show. Don't treat it like a card show. Don't think of it like a card show. If you ignore that instinct and treat it like an all-star fan fest or one of these other fan fests that are out there, like with a card show attached to it, it'll probably make way more sense to you. Yeah, and the rest of the pieces will fall into place.
Yeah, I mean, it's basically a fan fest with a mini Dallas card show attached to it.
Sure.
Like, I don't want to minimize the card show part of it. It's a good card show. Like, it's not like it's some fly-by-night thing that they're running over there. Like I said, you got good dealers, good inventory, but it is not the reason that is driving the attendance to this event.
I think
it is an add-on thing. Like, hey, that's over there.
Yep.
Like, people kept asking me, like, is this what you thought it was? Because a lot of people were like, oh, I had no idea what this thing was going to be. And it's like, yeah, I've been to New York Comic Con twice. It's pretty much what it's exactly like New York Comic Con. It's very similar. It really is. Like, New York Comic Con is a third to a quarter dealers and 3/4 of nonsense. And I mean nonsense in a good way. You know what I mean? Like, it's huge booths and like craziness and exclusives and overpriced t-shirts that say New York Comic Con on it, and it's literally that, just copied and pasted, which the same guy ran both, so it's not surprising what they're going for here.
I think it makes sense. So I'm going to let Brandon go. I know he needs to take off and go early, but I got a question for you, Neo, so I'll ask you. So Brandon, if you're welcome to take off, have yourself a good night. I'll make sure we send you off first, but let me ask you a question, Neo. I think you made reference to it. So did you end up buying anything?
Yeah, nothing too crazy. I got the
LeBron logo man. I thought he was going to buy multiple.
What's that?
I said no LeBron logo mans. I expect you to buy 3 or 4 of those.
No, so it was limit 2 on the Topps Chrome boxes. So I got 1 hobby box and 1 blaster because you either could buy 1 hobby box and 1 blaster, 1 of each, or 2 blasters. That was it. That's where they capped.
And these are the ones that had the exclusive that you can pull specifically for this event, right?
Yeah. So I got 1 hobby box of that, which were $300. So quite a markup on the Apple refractors. It's like, I think a base Topps Chrome hobby box is like $225 on Topps's website ish.
Okay.
So a nice $75 markup there. And then the blasters were $50. And those are like $35 retail for a normal one. And I think you only get like 1 bonus card out of a blaster compared to 6 out of the hobby box. I bought 2 cards.
I think I got this is the picture.
Oh yeah, there you go, right there. Perfect.
I got you. I'm a professional out here, man. I watched the Mojo course, so I know how to make.
I'm sorry. I didn't realize you were in the 201 series of that.
I had people send me notes, man. I got people for that, Neo. You gotta get people, man. Let's go.
And I'm still trying to figure out why I bought the Lids player chase thing, but it's sitting next to me.
You know you want to open it, Neo. Don't lie to people. You want it.
I mean, I'm going to. I'm not going to do it here. I'm going to wait till I get home. It's too much of a pain in the ass. The worst part about buying that thing was carrying it around all day.
And it
is not a small box.
Immaculate card here. We're adding more to the WBE hold.
Yeah, I got that's actually sitting on the desk. I got the little.
Hold on. Let's zoom in on that. There you go.
Little Mick Foley action, and then little Jose Ramirez, just a top finest rookie refractor.
That seems appropriate. So you see, Neo, it was funny you mentioned that because when we saw that WWE thing with the entrances and everything, and the Mankind thing plays right into it because I know that you showed off in that video for your collection stuff, the WWE autographs you did. You got a select few. And my first thought was, and like I said, there's still time. So you're in for the second day. You're coming in for Saturday, right?
Yeah.
Perfect. So you got your opportunity. I need you to go to the WWE section and see if they've got the Shockmaster Titantron.
I saw that in the Discord.
So you can do the Shock, and the Shockmaster has an immaculate card, man. Like, and it's the same set. You can get that right beside the Mick Foley, the Shockmaster Mick Foley. Listen, it's a spray painted Stormtrooper helmet. Star Wars, you got WWE, like it's a Venn diagram, bro. Like
I would be that would be a pretty deep cut for them to pull out of the library for walkout music.
they got YouTube deal. they pull up YouTube and play it on the Jumbotron.
The guy I feel the worst for is the person. There's someone running so at the end of that, when you walk out, there's a guy running a camera. When you walk down to the end, they give you a ticket and they upload the video for you and send it to you. Like, you don't.
Nice. Okay.
Yeah, like and there's no charge for it or anything. Like, they literally print out a ticket, and within 24 hours, they have like a website you can go to and download your video, like professionally filmed. I was standing behind the guy for a while. Like, it looks good. They have it cropped like just perfect. It's a high-end camera. Like, it looks really slick, but like that is the same guy all day. Like, imagine sitting there for 12 hours hearing like the same dozen theme songs over and over and over and over and over and over again.
Could you imagine though if you were the guy that wanted to do it, but then you have like production notes for him? But I need you to get me from this angle and like pan across.
I'm sure that stuff happens.
There has to be that
stuff happens. I will say Cody Rhodes definitely the dominant on the most played song I heard today by a large margin.
I believe this, and I gotta be honest, as someone who watched him in AEW when he was working on the American Nightmare thing and building up to it, I'm sick of that song already. Like, I've been long sick of that song, long before he went back to WWE. Like, I'm done with it. I don't need Kingdom. We're done.
Yeah, he was very popular. A decent amount of rock. I don't know a lot of the super modern guys as much because I don't really watch it a ton anymore. Who else did they do a lot of? Rhea Ripley was the most popular female one, probably by far.
Sure. And they had a Shawn Michaels one for sure. They definitely.
Oh yeah, 100%. That one would get sprinkled in every once in a while. Not a lot of the Attitude Era stuff. Very few Stone Cold Steve Austin, which was a little surprising to me.
I think that's fair. Yeah.
Because that's also like an easy one to walk out to. Like, if you want to do the shtick, like, you just got to kind of walk out and look angry. You don't got to like do a bunch of craziness.
Yeah. I think so. Kind of to Bob's point, there's a couple that I could think of, but the truth is, I think it's a cool idea. I'm not into just cosplaying randomly walking down an aisleway. It's just kind of weird to me. Like, it doesn't work for me. Like,
yeah.
I
have no desire to
arguably, I already do plenty of shtick, and I don't need theme songs for that.
Yeah. I have no desire to do it solo, but I think it's like one of those things, like, if like Dustin and Steve and like Ham and like a bunch of other people that I knew were here and we're like, let's do it as like a group. I think that would be one thing.
Then you got to do the DX one.
Yeah, like something like that. I think would actually kind of be fun. Like, you know what I mean? But just going down it solo just seems kind of strange.
It seems like Triple H. That would be kind of
a few people did Triple H. Like, they did full water spits and everything.
Oh yeah,
I was about to say, if you're gonna do it, you may as well.
Yeah, no, like, people did not mess around with this thing. They took it very seriously.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, I think Bob Jackson, if you have to do one, like your gun to your head, you just do Stone Cold. I think Stone Cold works. I think that's a solid choice. That works.
I was surprised by the lack of how many people picked him, because I just thought that would be higher, but maybe it's just because it's more kids doing it, and I don't know how many kids care about Stone Cold Steve Austin.
Well, the problem is he retired like 20 years ago. They're good.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like,
so it's been a while.
Yeah, my age demographic, hell yeah, fire up some Stone Cold, but like, they care more about whoever.
I think it makes sense here. So Card Cutter is saying I would not want to do it myself or sober. Yes. I think I feel like so actually here's a question. So two things. First, I wanted to say, like, if I need the pomp and circumstance, Andy, I can just do it myself. Like, I've already got my live stream. I've got my themed mug and everything, and I got look, I got it.
Wow.
I got this shit. Like, I don't need you for that. Get out of here. Like, I don't need that trash. I got my own shit, and I control it whenever I want. But the only thing I was going to say, actually, this leads me down a thought. So here's a question, and this may apply more or less to some people. Which would you be more inclined to do? Would you want to do the entrance to one of these theme songs and play it up and ham it up, or karaoke?
Oh, the WWE thing by a mile.
Me too. Yeah.
There's a reason I asked this question, because there is kind of that element of like, okay, do you actually want to be in front of people and do this thing that you do? Like, there's a performative element to both of it. One of them you're singing, and the other one you're doing like an entrance and whatever.
Yeah.
You got this whole thing going on around you.
Because once again, you could do this one, like I said, if you really want to just cheat it, just do Stone Cold. All you got to do is literally just walk out, stomp, and look angry. Like, there's not really a lot of like flailing about.
Yeah.
Or
it just depends on who you come out to. Like, if you come out to The Rock, you got to play it up. You can't just, you know what I mean? You got to do the whole rigmarole. Like, if you just walk out and just walk straight down to the theme music, like, what are you really doing? Why did you wait in the line?
I think now that you've discussed this and pointed this out, if I was operating this booth, I would put the Little Browns theme in there, and I would dare someone to try to do it with the head movement, and the amount of chiropractors that would be on standby.
Just go straight.
There's injuries, Andy. There's injuries forthcoming. People try to listen.
I was surprised a couple people did Dudley Boys, and I thought that was kind of a deep cut. I know that they were super popular back in the day, but that just seems like a deep cut for 2024.
It would be. Look, Neo, if you're going to bother with it, look, actually, let me make a valid point here. One thing that the Panini license has done with WWE, and your cards kind of prove this, the fact that the Shockmaster has a card in that checklist for the same set that you got that McFoley for, indicates that the people that are doing it for Panini with that license, they're willing to go to the deep cuts. You could have gone Tugboat. You could have gone one of the natural disasters, because I think he was Typhoon in the natural disaster. It's the same dude. But you went Shockmaster, which is hilarious. I kind of want that card now. But the point is that it's the Shockmaster. You got it. This is a deep cut. This is a WCW deep cut.
I don't know, and I don't know the wrestler, but a couple people did this person's, and they like really hammed it up. Every person that came out to it. It was a white dude, and he's like playing a guitar, and he's like rocking out, and he does like this like hand thing back and forth. I forget the guy's name.
Is it a newer guy or an older guy? Because if it's a newer guy, I want to say Rick Boogs, because he's the newer guy.
It might have been him,
because he was the one doing guitar thing.
He's like literally like jamming out on a guitar, like the wrestler himself playing the guitar. Wow.
He was. So that was Rick Boogs, I think. He's a more.
I think that's
guy.
who it was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
people were really hamming it up. That I'm like, what is happening
jacked.
right now?
That dude's super jacked. If you ever seen the Rick Boogs though, that dude was super jacked, like ridiculous.
He looked super jacked in the video.
He was. Yeah. Okay. So Bob Jackson, I think we got the answer. This sounds like Rick Boogs to me.
Yeah.
He
kept saying his name over and over again in the thing, but I can't remember what it was.
Oh, that's totally Rick Boogs. That sounds like Rick Boogs to me.
Yeah.
Yeah, Pomp and Circumstance, Macho Man. See, Macho Man would be a good one with Pomp and Circumstance playing.
I guess
kind of fun.
I guess if you wanted to like 40-yard dash it, you could do Ultimate Warrior, because you'd be down the aisle in like 3 seconds.
You'd be quick, yeah.
It is true. And if you played it right, then by the time you get to the ring and you're done shaking the ropes, you're like,
yeah. You got to run out of breath when you get past the line where it cuts off the video, and you're good.
I think it makes sense.
I will say, one of the probably more annoying aspects of this is you were probably going to see this in every Instagram reel, intro to every YouTube content creator's video for the next 3 months.
Well, that's why I'm asking again. So when do we get the Neo entrance video?
I don't know about that one.
Look, even the guys at CGC, like I'm looking at the CGC Instagram right now, they did the fucking entrance.
Yeah, with a Rhea Ripley. I think they did. They came out the Rhea Ripley.
Yeah, with a Rhea Ripley. By the way, the Jumbotron wasn't even turned on. These idiots didn't even turn on the Jumbotron.
Well, the Jumbotron's on. It's just Rhea Ripley has a delayed thing to her thing hits. Like the music plays, and then the video kicks in. So if you're doing it right, the people that did it right would do like their little nonsense at the beginning, and then they pause, eat up the crowd for a second, and then they do the foot stomp at the top of the ramp and then come down.
Speaking of the deal Brown, the Rhea Ripley foot stomp, that will also bring the chiropractor in.
Yeah.
Most people are not flexible enough to pull that off, I'm afraid.
The only other people that were hamming it up more than the kids were the girls going, like, and when I say girls, I mean like women doing Rhea Ripley. Like there was some 20 to 30-year-old women doing Rhea Ripley that were into it.
There you go. There's your new demographic. I think listen, it's something. You
It
go
could
with
be. It could be.
Listen, Rhea Ripley's played up into this. She knows what she's doing. The girl knows what she's doing. But I'll say this. I think it's going to be very interesting. But that's why I said it was funny when we were talking about the deep cuts, and I go, well, the WWE license right now, the way it is, and I'll see. I don't know if the tops will do the same thing, but like I said, the Panini guys, I go look through that checklist. That's the reason why I criticize AEW's version with Upper Deck, because they kind of went with the bare minimum with some of the images and stuff. But no, I saw Prism. I saw the stuff that was in Prism, and they use really good photos. And they pulled some deep cuts because there are legends in there too. And you can see the images they use and like, no, that's a very smart image for them. I remember the Macho Man Prism card from a couple of where he's got his full gear with the tassels and the whole thing. And it's like, that's a classic Macho Man image.
Yeah.
That's a proper choice.
Well, I mean, that immaculate
helps.
set that I've like kind of without being intentional have just kind of gravitated to. I think every one of the autos that I own is from that immaculate set. The images on some of those cards are great.
They are.
And I think it's, as a casual WWE collector, I think that's important to make sure that you buy the good images because there's a lot of Hulk Hogan autos out there. You know what I mean? So you want to make sure that you get one that kind of pops out. Same with Stone Cold. Like if you still have Instagram pulled up, I did that screenshot not that long ago where I have them all on there. Like I have the Stone Cold like Beer Clash one. Like it's just an iconic image. You pay a little bit of a premium for it, but like I love the Hogan that I just got. I got that on eBay after the National, and it's like him doing the classic.
Oh yeah, I saw that one. Yeah,
I got
a cool
this one here. Yeah, I think you did make say. Look, we like to poke fun and everything, and Lord knows we will. But I will say, as a wrestling card collector, these are some good choices. Bret Hart is a classic choice, no doubt. You got Shawn Michaels there, and you got the Stone Cold image is a good choice. Like it's a great image. That's why I say, like, look, I can both criticize and give credit where it's due. I can criticize Panini for a million things. I do think they got a lot of this right with the images they put on these things.
Yeah. And like the HBK,
fan,
that's him super kicking British Bulldog. Like it doesn't get any more HBK than that.
This is what as a fan, and these are on card autos, and the Kane and Undertaker is thematically appropriate. It's right. It's a good call. This is a good grouping right here of cards. If you're going to build a small grouping, again, minus the Shockmaster, which is a very glaring omission here, like legend, the Shockmaster. But outside of that, like this is you could consider this a decent collection. And the Mick Foley one will fit right in there. It'll be a good choice. It'll be a good add-on.
If you click a couple images over, you can pull up the Hogan one. There's a solo picture of that one on there.
Yep, there's Hogan with the classic.
Yeah, when I was looking at his autos, I saw that one right away, and I was like, "Yeah, that's the Hogan that I want." It wasn't even a question. Like that's when I close my eyes and think of Hogan, that's what I think of.
I think those are some solid choices. But that's the kind of the key though. That's what they did. It was a smart move by them. So I agree with Hoops and Homers. Like that's about a good. Him delivering a stunner to somebody would be a good one as well. The beer truck was a good one. There are certain images you could do that would work for Stone Cold that would work really well. But that was a really good choice. Like they made a good. Whoever was picking the pictures, my compliments to the chef. Like there's some good images choices made. But it says to me that someone who gave a damn made the calls on the images chosen. Because you could pick 1,000 Stone Cold images. That was a really good one. And then the way it comes off on the card, well played. So it'll be interesting to see if Topps, because they've got the license, they're going to get it now. So now do they follow up? Do they bring in the same people who are clearly giving it? Because the last couple of Topps releases for WWE were not nearly that good. They're okay.
It seems like WWE is like the one thing Panini got right over the last couple of years.
Pretty much, yeah. The only thing that basically went wrong for them was that the initial Prism started off too high, but that secondary market that went crazy. Like the rest of them, Prism's still expensive for me, but it's not bad.
I'm guessing whoever like their product manager for that must be like a big time wrestling fan.
Yeah. I've heard some interviews with
out. Like they know what they're doing with that product, like in regards to the images and stuff. And that takes someone that knows, like they understood the assignment. To I think you said earlier, like they nailed it. Like and only someone's doing that knows that inside and out.
That's exactly it. I've listened to some interviews where the guy has done a couple of interviews, and it's very clear to me that at the bare minimum, he was a fan at some point, and he followed, he remembers some of the wrestlers and things, and there's some deep cuts in there. And when they include it, now what it becomes tricky is that, and it's a blessing and a curse for some of the bigger sets like Prism. You've got a lot of people in that checklist. So the end result is that you do autographs and stuff. Well, you got 2 autographs in the box. Who are you going to get? You're going to get some rando NXT person. You're going to get some legend that you haven't thought of in a long time. You're going to get a mix and match. Like, it's a 400 card checklist. And then you've got parallels on parallels. And it's like the odds of you getting even if you do a case, you do a character break, you might not get more than a couple of base cards because there's just so many characters, even with all the color. So that's the problem with a big checklist. It becomes, I wanted to show it off real quick because Brad did open up his Prism case, his WWE Prism case. Here's a couple of the items that are in there just so I can show you. So this is kind of playing into what we're talking about. We got Brother Love, classic. That's a throwback right there. So you got a couple of these here. The Solo Sikoa is a great image. You can see that one where he's got Solo Sikoa in the background on the Jumbotron. That's a great image. So for as far as that piece is concerned. Then you got Damian Priest, who was a recent champion. You got an NXT guy here. Then you got some of the rookies. Razor, you got Jake Roberts, if you go old school. It's pretty good. Some decent images here. But a lot of it, like value-wise, these are 400 Canadian a box, or like 270, 280 US a box. That's rough, unless you pull like some serious. You'll get smoked, and it's not like you did bad. Like some of these characters, like Kiana James, will sell for a couple of bucks. I think you'll do okay. The ladies in wrestling, they sell good for good money, especially you get the right ones. But it's tough unless you get the big ones. It's cool looking group, but then you remember how much you paid for the box. It's like, oh.
All right, boys. I think I'm going to sneak out. It's 12:30. I got to get up in the morning and start this all over again for another day.
All right, Neil. Remember, pick your entrance theme correctly. We're about to wind down anyway, but pick your entrance theme correctly, and I expect that to be on social media soon.
All right, boys. You guys have a good night.
All right.
Take care. Have a good night. Thanks, Neil. Take it easy. All right, Eddie. We're shutting her down. We're hitting closing time. We're going to start moving it. Thank you for joining in. Appreciate you.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Especially after Eric was brutally assassinated. Brutally murdered. It's just terrible. We'll try to resurrect him. We'll do some dark magic or something and see if we can bring him back. But I can't promise anything.
I mean, it's probably a done deal. He's probably done.
Well, he did. Look, like I said, either he died horribly or he dedicated his life to getting all the Will Levis mayonnaise clone. And that's basically what his life has become. That's all that's left.
That's it.
Imagine $2 with both Charles Wright characters. There you go. I like it. Andy and Neo and no Eric. This is how you do a live stream. Listen, man, I try.
Oh, that's funny, Zach.
Yeah, like, listen, man. Zach appreciates Eric like we all appreciate Eric. Invisible and silent. We all appreciate him a little bit more that way.
Yeah.
It'll allow the heart to grow fonder by absence. Obviously,
permanent absence.
Look, Andy, see, I would do that, except then Eric wins. It's like they say, like when this happens and the terrorists win, if we let him off the hook, then Eric wins, and I refuse to let him win.
He can probably get out of the out of paying for the live stream, the like button, right? He can get out of the contract.
Oh God, no.
Oh,
okay. I already told him his contract.
Oh, he's locked in.
Andy, look, like I didn't want to say anything, but look, between you, me, and the chat, Eric's contract goes like 1,000 years after his death. Like even in death, he's not free.
Yeah.
Like it's like we're talking lifetime contract. Like I meant way lifetime. Way.
That's tough. That's tough for him to have to come up with that money every week.
It's pretty rough, man. WWE versus NWO, WCW Innovation would be a fun set if they could make it nice. Yeah. Well, we'll have to see. Like it'll more than likely be on Tops. I think Panini still has some sets they are allowed to release. I think under their current, they settled that lawsuit. Panini and obviously Tops are in a bunch of lawsuits, but they did settle that one. The WWE thing is settled. We don't know exactly when the crossover is happening, but there is a crossover. There is a time where this will be the last Panini set, and this will be the first Tops set bringing back. But Tops used to do it a couple of years ago, so it's not like
it's not really
for 10 years.
It hasn't been gone that long.
Yeah, like I think the last Tops one was 2021, I think so. So it hasn't been that long. So
Yeah.
we'll be back with Topps Chrome, and we'll be back with those ones, and we'll see what else they try to do now. Now that Fanatics has it. Again, if I was Fanatics, I would just hire the guy that made a lot of the choices for Panini, because clearly he put some care into some of the thoughts and selections. And if you carry that out, then people won't give a crap. They'll take Topps Chrome autograph stuff. That'll be fine. Like button is 10x since he isn't here tonight. Psh, easily. Maybe 10x to 10x. 100x. And also thank you, Andy, for showcasing some cards that you actually got. Like I was almost in shock.
Yeah, it's a rare thing, so don't expect it too often, everyone. But yeah, I bought a few things.
There you go. So, folks, I want to thank you. Hold on here. I did what actually happened to Eric. I thought we explained this, other than the brutal murder. He aside from that, which seems to be like a very legitimate reason, he claims a chest infection. Again, we don't know. It could have been 540 flips. It could have been Andy's ploy to get on the show. He takes out the other guy, and then I have to go Zach. There's a long list of suspects.
Yeah, there's there's a long history of that kind of stuff happening. So
that's right. Happens, man.
Yeah.
Could have crashed his bike. See, that's an option. It goes, tomorrow if I hear they caught the guy behind the Dallas card show heist, I know. Exactly. Again, I theorize. The problem is every time there's something bad that happens in the hobby, I always assume Eric is behind it. He's like the center of all these things. We don't know for sure that he's not. I can't be convinced. Or maybe he flew last minute over to do the Fanatics Fest and he wants to do his entrance theme.
That seems plausible.
Look, I can imagine Eric going down the aisle to Fabulous Moolah's theme song. I could see it. That's basically what I would think of. It's the first thing that would come to mind. Yeah. There's a deep cut for y'all. All right, folks. Thank you for checking this one out. This was episode 201. We cleared 200 episodes, and now we got to 201. So we've started the new series of them, and now we're going to go forward. Middle of August, now we're waiting. Now we're going to have next episode. We'll have a Fanatics Fest recap for our not Fanatics coverage. So we got that going on for us. And then otherwise, we'll have a podcast episode. I don't know. Again, if we resurrect Eric from the dead, we'll have the podcast episode that'll drop on Tuesday. And then we'll do the AMG as well. Thank you to AMG for supporting. Thank you for Brad for popping in, and Neo. So we got the cast of characters tonight.
Yeah, you got a whole gauntlet.
Absolutely. I mean, Lapper, thank you, Zach. Yep. Haven't been here the whole stream, but it's all good. If Eric has passed, can we do a Friday night live stream at Bernie's type thing? Yes. We'll stuff him and we'll put him in there and we'll just have him hold a jar of mayo. It'll be amazing. All right. That's it. Thank you to Andy Sheblind Refractors for joining us. I would link to his channel, but what's the point?
There's no point.
You can look him up. If I will link to Andy's Instagram.
If you want to watch old videos, then have at it.
Well, what if Mike the Beast comes back now that you guys are in proximity? Maybe.
Yeah, we got some things maybe cooking, but we'll see.
All right, sounds good. So you can look forward to, again, we can all reset the counter for the next big card show. I'm back to the under. Back to the under. I think we're safe.
It's a fair bet.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, we're back to the under. This is like when the Super Bowl went to the overtime the one time. It doesn't mean it was a bad bet when you said no all those other times. It happened once. It was a fluke. We can move on.
The under is probably a heavy favorite
Yep.
for a while.
That's why it hurts when you actually lose that. I was like, this was a sure thing.
Yeah. I know.
All right, everybody, have yourselves a good night. Saturday on the East Coast. West Coast, you still got a couple hours. All y'all are in a better time zone anyway. I got to get on the West Coast, man. Like, I'm a West Coast kind of guy at this point because my time zone anyway. All right, folks, have yourselves a good night. We'll catch you in the next one. We'll see if the cast of characters come back, but otherwise we'll catch you all. Have yourselves a good one, and we'll take it easy. Catch you next time.